Hello and welcome to the Best in Guild tournament at the start of 2025. Happy New Year from the caster desk. I'm Blue Squadron, joined with my co-host, not Grenton here. Grenton, you want to give yourself a shout out real quick?
Yeah, of course. You guys should all know me from Throne and Liberty. The only caster to have casted Throne and Liberty until today. Blue Squadron gonna be the second up since the Siege of the Day event that I did with AGS before the game launched. So yeah, happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we're super excited. I'm amazed. It's honestly amazing timing that your guild completely folded just before I needed you for this event.
Perfect.
You don't have to be in the event. Fantastic. Because we have 30 guilds. Yes, count it. 30 guilds from North America East signed up for this tournament, and every single one on the forum, Gretton, it's crazy. It's like a perfect opportunity because I asked on the forum, what's your prediction? Where are you going to come sit in this tournament? And they all said minimum was top 50%. Minimum was top 50%. There were at least 8 teams that all said, we're number one, it's not even close. There was one team that said, as long as TC gets knocked out, we're definitely number one. So we have a ton of stuff to go through today, and a lot of guilds that are totally up with their ego, because a lot of these guilds have never fought before, Gretton. Like, I don't know, do you, like, what guilds have you fought? Give us a history. Give us a history of your rundown of kind of the guilds that you fought in the game, because you were in Ethereum. Ethereum jumped server to server, so you have to know who you think the crowd favorites are today. Who do you think the crowd favorites are in your opinion?
So I think I fought every single guild on early access at least like twice. In a GVG environment, there's been a couple guilds that really impressed me. Nissa being one of them, which I think they're renamed. They're obviously a guild that's been pretty good pound for pound, just at like a guild v guild level. TC, everyone knows they live in war games, like they live on the Azrael Riftstone. I'd be very surprised if we don't see that just instantly banned every time anyone plays against TC.
Oh yeah.
And then obviously Supple did kind of absorb a ton of Ethereum / Sinisters, Korean vet players, and even some players who just started in NA. So those are kind of like the 3 top guilds, but there's a lot of other guilds that I'm just very excited to see play because I just haven't had a chance to see them play. Either they're from free-to-play servers that they transferred in, or they're just early access guilds that never really were able to compete on a alliance-wide level. So something like this 48v48 is a perfect opportunity to showcase what you got.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely awesome. I felt like 48v48 was the best format for it. That way you don't have to worry about all 70 people showing up, and you can field kind of your best roster of players. To kind of go over the rules a little bit with you guys, Grant did mention there is a pick ban phase for this tournament. So every match we will be flipping a coin, and the winner of the coin toss between the 2 guilds gets to choose either pick or ban. If they choose ban, they get to ban 3 maps, and the other guild gets to choose from the remaining map pool which one they would like to play on. If they choose pick, then the other guild gets to ban 3 maps, and then they get to choose the overall map that they get to play on. So this was kind of done in order, and we're only allowing Riftstones for this tournament, and I already permanently banned Excavator Riftstone from the tournament because I don't know if you've tried to do war games on Excavator, but I don't, like, their spawn locations are in terrible locations. Which Riftstone would you like to play out of? You had your choice, Gritton. What do you think the Riftstones that we're going to see today?
If I had my choice, I love Azrael. It's one of my favorite Riftstones, and a Dentist. Those are like my 2 favorite Riftstones to either attack or defend. I feel like they're pretty evenly like attackable or defendable, but I mean, just because of the war path that kind of TC put on Azrael, where they just constantly war game different guilds on Azrael, and it was right at the beginning when, you know, war games were still very new. I think that Azrael's probably going to be our most banned Riftstone, if I had to guess.
It might be, but like I think a lot of guilds really like that Riftstone. So like, yeah, it could go either way. I think there's a few of the Riftstones that war games specifically, there's some interesting spawn locations to kind of look at, and like choosing which spawn, because when you spawn in war games, it's not like a normal Riftstone Boonstone. You have 3 different spawn locations that you can kind of go to, and so I think some of them are better for regrouping a little bit further away or taking a different angle on the fight, while others are better for kind of regrouping if you're already on the point. But I do think that Azrael is going to be one of the biggest stones that we're going to see today. Our very first matchup of the day. Let's start breaking it down. Let's take a look at Lock-In versus Vanity here. So I have a guild cards. Oh, look at that production value. It's crazy. It's insane. We have we have lock-in here. It was both early access guilds here. Laslin for lock-in, while Vanity is kind of hailing from Amos here. Lock-in is the second strongest guild in their alliance, while Vanity hails themselves as the strongest guild for sure in their alliance. And Vanity thinks that they're roughly rank 1 or rank 2 on their server overall, while lock-in kind of feels like they're rank 1. Neither of them has actually won a siege yet. And again, prediction top 10, prediction top 50%. I wouldn't be too misled by sieges. One necessarily does demonstrate how good they are at politics. How much gear they might have is very important, as I think that having arc boss weapons is going to be a very impactful part of this tournament. I don't know, Grenton, what would you say the impact is of having even just one more arc boss weapon than your opponent in this tournament?
In 48v48, it's not as impactful as, say, having like, 20, 30 more arc boss weapons for a siege. But depending what you have, I mean, a insane staff dagger with a Bellandir staff just, lighting people on fire, or a really good tank who can set up really good clumps with a Bellandir SNS definitely has value. But I feel like a lot of the arc boss weapons, aside from, to vent daggers, to vent bow, stuff like that, are much more powerful in an AoE setting, a big mass PvP setting, where you might not see a big of a swing if, for example, Lock-in has 48 arc boss weapons and Vanity has, 52 spread across the 48 players. So I'm very excited just to see both these teams play. I mean, Vanity, I've had the pleasure of fighting against on Amos when I was with Sinister. I know they fought against the 2 Ethereum guilds, Ethereum Gold and Ethereum, the other color, I forget which one it was, that stayed on Amos.
Was it really that long ago that you already forgot? How long were you
I'd like to block out that time from my brain, but that's probably why they have no sieges won, because they kind of just stayed on Amos and fought against either Ethereum or Sinister the entire time. Lock-in, Capybara, LLTD, and Coast, like that alliance, I've quite literally never fought against or never heard of. But Lock-in, I have heard of some, individual players from there that I'm excited to kind of see pop off.
Yeah. I think that honestly, being rank 1 or rank 2 on your server is telling, right? If you dominate your server, obviously that tells a story of domination, but it doesn't tell you how much you fought. You could just be winning on a dead server, right? Like, how much have you actually fought? Versus Amos, which could or could not be a more competitive server, but it does tell a little bit of a story. So I think Lock-in a little bit more comfortable in this matchup, although they are the second strongest guild in their alliance, Grenton. So based on these two infographics, which one would you give the advantage to?
Just because I've seen Vanity play, I'm going to have to give it to Vanity, because I feel like after saying I've seen Vanity play, if I gave it to Lock-in, it's just me saying that I think Vanity sucks, which I don't think they suck. So I just want to kind of see them go toe-to-toe with this Laslin squad.
All right, right on. Well, the coin toss is currently underway, and they are in pick ban phase as we speak here. The two guilds squaring off against each other for the very first time. Again, a lot of these guilds, they've never fought each other, Gretton. So, like, they don't know at all what they're kind of up against. Although I will say that TC, Cobra, for what it's worth, basically fights everybody. TC Cobra in war games, they basically have just been fighting literally everyone. So, like, if you're gonna ask me, who do you think overall wins this tournament today? Or in a couple of weeks, Grenton?
I don't know. It really depends. I mean, TC obviously crowd favorite, probably one of the strongest GVG guilds. But they're, like I mentioned earlier, there's guilds like Supple. I'm not sure is Fury in this tournament.
Fury is in via tier. So the way the tournament, the way the tournament works is that you can field a team, and as long as everyone in your alliance can field people for your team. Okay, so if you have 240 people in your alliance, you can field a roster of 48 of the best 48 players if you'd like. Now, a lot of the alliances are fielding more than one guild, so you can't really just field your top 48 players necessarily. And a lot of guilds in their alliance, they want to see how strong they are as a standalone guild. But I know that TC really likes to field its top 48 players, and I have not seen them lose in the War Games matchup. However, they just transferred in, and this is some tea, Gren. They just transferred into Zeroth, basically right before Siege, and then lost Siege to Supple. What do you think about that? What do you think about that?
Listen, Supple #1, and I'm not saying that because I'm in Supple. It's just proven, right? They took the pin 3 meme and they made it into a little, call to arms, and they ended up in a very, very well coordinated win on Xerath. Like I've done a lot of sieges. Obviously, I think I've done every single siege except for one in the game since Korea launched, and I've always been involved in strategy for every single siege that I've ever done. And that pin 10 sort of anchor that they did at the end is the only way that I've ever sort of attacked a siege and won. And I even talked to Krelix, and I asked him, I was like, hey, did you see that in VODs, or did you just like cook it up? He goes, no, we just cooked it up. So like their head's there. Like they're a very strong guild. TC's obviously like super strong as well. But there's like some dark horses I think that we're gonna probably end up seeing in this tournament, especially like there's a guild that I believe their name is Tsunami. I forget what server they're on. But,
oh yeah, Tsunami.
They've been putting in work
tournament
too. Yeah, I know. I saw them on the bracket, and I know they've been putting in work too. I know a few people who have went to that guild, and Tsunami, like they put in work too. So like I'm just super excited to see all these guilds actually fight against each other for the first time, because like you mentioned, a lot of guilds found little pockets on what servers they wanted to farm on. Some guilds just said, hey, I don't want to be on a 24/7 PvP server. I want to be on something we can dominate the server, farm arc boss weapons. But now, you got to go toe to toe with the best if you want the money. So
yeah, and it certainly is a lot of my money.
Yeah,
that is
take Blue's money.
That is all, and by my money I mean the community's money, because the community gave to me, and I'm giving it back to the community here for this tournament, because I love running tournaments like this. Tsunami's gonna be up against INFAMY. If we want to look up against, look at that matchup real quick while we're setting up the first match here. This is the look forward. This match will be happening today. INFAMY versus Tsunami. These are both free to play server start guilds. Now I will say that, Grenton, I don't really personally feel that free to play versus early access has too much of an impact anymore. Maybe a month or two ago.
Not even close. Not even close anymore. Like there's no more impact. My sweaty like brain, I don't think there was even an impact after 3 weeks of free to play being out. Like if there are guilds that are looking at what's happening on early access servers and actually like looking at websites with all the resources that is, kind of free, any free to play guild worth its snuff like was able to just catch up. So I think at this point, if you're still kind of using the cope of, oh, but we're a free to play guild, so like we're never going to be early access guilds, I think you're just bad and you need to like, lock in and focus a little bit. But like Tsunami is like, look, like, they're predicting they're going to end up in the semifinals, and just knowing like not even their full roster, but just knowing like what their roster looked like, I'm inclined to believe they're going to make it probably that far.
Really?
INFAMY, I've never heard of. Zero. But I mean, yeah, they're both free-to-play guilds coming in, and I mean, INFAMY's still on a free-to-play server. Tsunami came on to a early access server, and I believe they did win their most recent siege too. So,
yeah, and I think that Tsunami, again, they started on a free-to-play server, and then they transferred to Karenix. So the server that they are currently on is Karenix, but they did start as a free-to-play guild on a free-to-play server. They're both rank 1 in their alliance. I'm not exactly sure. I know that New Dawn is actually also in the tournament. So is Hurricane. So this isn't a situation where we're funneling the top 48 from these particular alliances onto the respective guilds. This is a situation where, again, INFAMY and Tsunami are kind of fielding the 48 players from their guild. Tsunami's won all 4 sieges. You might not be wrong. I'll be honest with you. They might be the dark horse here. I'm thinking TC. I'm thinking Supple, since Supple just beat TC in Siege, but I think the Supple versus Take Care matchup is actually going to be super interesting if it ever happens. They're on opposite sides of the bracket. But if they do meet in the finals, that will be a match to remember, because, again, Supple just beat them in Siege and talked a massive amount of shit. Like a massive amount of shit.
Yeah. I mean,
shit talking in Siege went on. And so, like, again, but TC, this is War Games. This is not Siege. This is a 48v48. This isn't 240 versus 240. There's not as much coordination necessarily that goes on here. This is much more how good are your individual players? How good is your shot caller? And Gretton, you would know, you and I would both know something about how impactful do you think the shot caller really is here?
So I've been obviously shot calling a very long time in this game. This is also my first PvP MMO, so my experience shot calling lives and dies with Throne and Liberty. But I feel like in War Games specifically, just because of how respawns work, your shot caller is more important and also less important at the same time. It's a really weird in between, because how you attack, how you do that initial engage, if you win that initial engage, is, you know, large in part on your shot caller and setting up a proper engage and peeling when you need to and maybe baiting cooldowns. But because of the respawn bubbles and you're able to just kind of run in and funnel in, individual skill, like you said, I think is even more important in war games than it is in any other aspect of this game aside from like arenas. But we're not doing an arena thing here. We're doing a 48v48 GVG. And I think your individual skill and how you play with your actual static and how you talk in micros is actually more important in war games than having a good shot caller.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. What cooldowns do you think? I mean, you know, obviously you have like Stalwart Bastion, you have Blessed Barrier and things like this. What cooldowns do you think are going to be most important for this tournament in large scale PvP? Again, I think like calling out your tank cooldowns, Blessed Barrier, and everybody hates Flash Wave. Everybody hates Flash Wave. Are you calling Flash Waves in groups here? Flash Wave is probably the most impactful large-scale PvP skill in the game, even after its most recent nerf on the width. And that was just like the skill specialization. It's still roughly the width of an interstate. Even
That's a really good way.
Right.
I mean, so I'm always of the mind, and I've been blessed by playing with players who are exceptional, and I didn't really have to kind of handhold them. So I would just say like, hey, we're engaging, or get me asleep, go now. And then everyone knew what button to press. I know that's not the reality for everybody. I always found calling flash waves kind of cringe. Because if you're a bow player and you're not shooting a flash wave into a sea of red, just take your bow off. Like, what are you doing, right? But I do think important things that you want to call or try to bait even. I don't see a lot of guilds actually like baiting cooldowns, like running up, watching everyone pop their cooldowns on the enemy and then just running back and tornadoing, you know, to stop them from engaging with full cooldowns. But you want to make sure you're not engaging into blood devos. You want to make sure, obviously, you're not engaging into tornadoes. And more importantly, on the DPS side, I mean, I think we're going to see a lot of spear dagger players go absolutely mental. People are complaining about flash waves. Flash waves are really good in like sieges and world boss and stuff like that. But I promise you, we're going to see some absolute demonic spear dagger plays today, just because of how it works right now. It's going to be crazy.
I think, I don't know, personally, there were people talking about, people are kind of split on this in terms of what composition is actually the best in the game. And this is why I didn't make a rule for it for the tournament. A lot of people were like, you need to make compositional rules so they don't run 48 tanks. What are we doing? Almost like they want to run 48 tanks, you just get run, or like it might be a little harder than you think if that happens. So I think that a lot of guilds, because I looked at some of the rosters earlier today, a lot of the guilds are actually, some of them are more traditional. Some of them are running like one healer, one tank, and 3 DPS or 4 DPS in every single party. And then while others are kind of all DPS with just bow staff users. And then there's some people that are running a lot of tanks. So I actually think that a lot of these guilds, what we're seeing clash here is a lot of people's opinions about what is best in large scale PvP, right? Like, because a lot of people have a lot of opinions. Go ahead.
I mean, we saw guilds try to do the tank heavy thing. I mean, there was literally the guild Tanks in Liberty who tried to do the tank heavy thing. And anytime they fought a guild that was, you know, even above average, they just got walked because the tanks weren't able to actually provide kill pressure. It was just too tank heavy. But then also I've fought guilds who have 0, you know, front line, 0 tanks, and I just get to just hold W through them, which is super fun. So I do think there is a balance. I've been asked a lot, oh, Grenton, what do you think the best comp is for a GVG? And I've always given comp numbers based on 70-man rosters, right? Because that's what you're going to GVG with mostly. I've actually never thought about a war game roster because war games came out while we were, you know, in this weird transition period for the guilds that I was a part of, and I didn't really want to deal with that. I was dealing with, you know, guild stuff. So I'm very curious to see what comps come out. I will say we fought TC. They weren't tank heavy. It was one of the first kind of war games that we did was against CC. They weren't very tank heavy, but their range DPS were running a ton of shield pen, rune synergies, and I never felt more paper in my entire life as a tank. It was terrifying to play against that sort of. They had maybe it looked like 10 to 12 tanks, a couple blood devo bots, and then a lot of range DPS that were just mowing through our front line. And because we had no front line, they were just able to walk through. Their tanks were able to just walk through and pressure our backline. So it's interesting to see. This was obviously pre-spear, or right when spear was coming out, and a lot of people didn't uncover like the spear dagger tech. But I've seen some absolute craziness come out from Spear Dagger players, and it makes me happy because I'm a melee enjoyer at heart. Even though, you know, Spear Dagger, you're kind of like chucking spears from 20 meters away. But
don't you play,
neither here nor there.
Don't you play SNS Dagger?
No, I play SNS Spear now.
Okay, but before you were
But
an
I was
SNS
at
Dagger,
SNS
though.
Dagger
Yeah,
before,
so
yeah.
that's where we're at, guys. Like, it's one of these people. Why did you... okay, before we get into that, just very quickly, why did you choose SNS Dagger?
Okay, very
It's not a
simple.
very common
SNS
thing.
Greatsword is for Crayon Munchers who don't know how to think critically, and they just know how to hold W, okay? SNS Wand is for people who just never want to die and set up sleep bombs. SNS Dagger is still, even with SNS Spear, is still the best initiator in the entire game. I was up to 2.2, 2.3k evasions with SNS Dagger. I could Shadow Strike into a middle of an enemy ball, taunt them all, use my, even before Bellendir Shield, slow 70 people, and just watch people get mowed down by flash waves. I was not the main character. I was simply a chess piece that they will put into the middle of the enemy ball, and I would slow everyone down, and they would just die. But
That's
people in this game
crazy.
think tanks are the main character, and they're wrong.
What I love about it, Grenton, is it shows that even there's a lot of people that have a lot of opinions about what is good and what is bad in Throne and Liberty. And if you're a new or if you're a new player out there, you need to understand that pretty much any weapon combination can work in any situation, so long as you are good and you know how to use it correctly, right? So even if something is crazy, and I'm sorry, but SNS Dagger is not a common thing. Even something as crazy as SNS Dagger can absolutely work as long as you understand the game, you understand your skills, and you're having fun with it. That's all that really matters. You can absolutely make it in large scale. I'm curious what compositions and skill loadouts we might see today in terms of DPS classes. You already said Spear Dagger. And you might be right about that because I've been playing a lot of Spear myself lately, and Spear has a lot of damage and CC potential and engage potential. Throwing it with the dagger only amplifies that damage, right? Super important.
Yep.
I felt like SNS Spear is a little bit stronger because it gives you a little bit more tankiness, a little bit more lockdown potential. But I can understand if you're just solely running as a DPS, it helps you get into those flanking positions with the dagger's invisibility and things like this. Could be extremely, extremely helpful. But what other, because there's a lot of people out there that think that crossbow is super good. And Grant, in my opinion, crossbow in large scale PvP, I think in Siege, it's actually, it can be really good because people aren't paying attention. But in a 48v48 format, do you think that the crossbow users are going to do super well today?
So I'm going to answer it by just saying that every single crossbow player that I know who was an exceptional crossbow player has swapped to Spear Dagger. So I'll just put that out there. I think that crossbow right now isn't super strong. In tier 2 with Talandre, there are, Giant Cordy crossbow, which is the arc boss in Talandre that kind of gives you a vacuum on your spin, which makes it absolutely insane. But right now it's kind of bad, I would say, for large scale. It's still a great PvE format setup.
Right.
Yeah, for even this format, GVG, even Siege, I would just rather Spear Daggers, me personally. Crossbows still have to get up close and personal to do their damage. Spear just deals more of it. The reason Spear Dagger is so much more punishing to play against than, for example, SNS Spear is because they have the option of running Lightning Infusion and also the Umbral specialization that has the lightning, which spreads their lightning debuff, which reduces endurance, which they spread by chucking spears. So they'll go in, they'll get 5 stacks, and they'll just throw a bunch of spears, and the entire ball is now endurance shredded and still getting absolutely melted by the SNS the Spear Dagger, excuse me. Yeah. Yeah. Spear SNS is interesting though, because it is, in my opinion, now the most fun tank that this game has. It's an in-between of SNS Greatsword and SNS Dagger. It doesn't engage as fast as SNS Dagger, but it deals a ton more damage and is a lot more tanky than SNS Dagger. But it's not as tanky as SNS Greatsword and doesn't have Blood Devo. So you don't want a ton of them, but you definitely want a few Spear SNS in your main ball, because I have never been more annoying to play against than when I'm equipped with a Spear and SNS. I'm actually a mosquito, and if you ignore me, you die, and if you don't ignore me, well, you can't do anything. The only downside to SNS Spear is the fact that you have no mana ever. So if you're playing against SNS Spears, just don't hit them, because they're going to go oom, and then they're going to run around like idiots.
All right, on. Well, on that thought, we have a match ready to go. Grant, our first match of the day is ready to go. So make sure that you guys are buckled up strapped in because we have a lock-in versus Vanity. Hopefully everybody got their predictions off for who they think is going to win this very first match of the Best in Guild tournament. Who is going to get knocked out first? It is a single format or single elimination format until we get to the semifinals, when we will have a best of 3 format. So we're about to get underway right here, Grant, and I'm so excited. Are you excited?
Yeah, first match of the tournament, a lot of pressure for both these teams. They're gonna set the tone. I know, like I said, I've played against Vanity a lot. I've chased down Mogster on the island as he tries to grind activity. So part of me wants to see them lose, but I also kind of want to see them win. So yeah, it's going to be very fun to cast these guys.
Now, to be clear, this is happening on the Talus Riftstone. So pick ban happened. They did end up choosing Talus Riftstone here as we kind of get things underway. The match is going to begin. Talus is a very interesting Riftstone, Gretton. If you want to talk a little bit about, you can attack from kind of 2 angles here and reinforce from 2 angles on the stone itself. You do need to, if you've never seen a Riftstone or large-scale PvP in Throne and Liberty, basically run down here is that you need to get one of your guild leaders on the point and cap the point and then hold that point for an extended period of time with a lot of people around it. The more people you have on the point, the better off you are going to be overall. But Grant, a little bit of the dynamic here as we kind of get things started. What do you think? You fought a lot on the Talus Riftstone, so have I. Personally, I like respawn 3 here. I like to kind of run in on this southeastern side here, but what's your preference here?
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, we see Vanity actually spawning in from 3 and running over to take defensive position on the Riftstone. It looks like the blue side is just kind of waiting. They're maybe waiting out to 5 minutes, maybe waiting out their bubble. I'm not entirely sure. I do think that once the action starts happening, we're going to see a lot of people respawning in from 1 and kind of waterfalling in to try to abuse that bubble that they have. But I do think respawn 3 here is always good. Controlling the little grapple is important as well, because the last thing you want is, some pesky Dark Blighter. That's 1 dagger for you, Uncultured, in the chat, coming up and just, sleeping your entire ball and then watching everyone just die because you weren't holding like 1 grapple control. It's a very easy stone to defend. It's a very easy stone to attack. This is where we're going to kind of see that individual skill you were talking about earlier. This is where it's going to matter on stones like this.
Yeah, and we see Vanity lining up on the Riftstone. I think it is very, very important to be first to the stone. Now you'll notice in the top right corner of your screen there, you see there's 3 minutes on the clock before the stone is actually taken or takeable here. And Vanity, again, is the first one to the stone. They're the first people to be organized. They all should be in their own parties ahead of time here, and they are getting ready to go. And the guild doesn't quite want lock-in, doesn't want to give away their strategy. Here we go for the first engage. It's about to happen here as lock-in steps up toward it. It looks like Vanity is just not quite ready to go. Vanity's going to step back. Lock-in's going to step back. Both guilds a little bit hesitant. Don't want to lose the first engage. 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, you actually see a group here running in from their backline. Try to get a little pressure on the backline as well, but the engage is going to happen. There's tornadoes being put into the ball. A little bit of a sleep here next to the Riftstone, but it's just going to be kind of a scrum happening in the middle. It looks like Vanity's able to take some space.
Beautiful flank on the back line from Lock-In right there. Their flankers came in after the fight had already happened. You see their tanks ran it. It looked like it was a little bit of premature engagulation there. It happens to most men, but it wasn't. Their tanks actually survived and then basically drew all the fire, gave their flankers time to get into position, but it actually does look like Vanity is holding on strong here. Lock-In starting to take over. It looks like the initial engage went to Lock-In. As you said before, Grant, looked like they had the advantage, and I would say I would give advantage in most situations to the guild that does engage first here, but it looks like both guilds feel like they kind of have the upper hand as they run back. You can see the people that respawned and ran back have only half HP as they try to regroup with their parties here. You do have invulnerabilities for I think 30 seconds or until you take your weapon out, but you notice how low your HP is when these people are spawning in and trying to run it. It's an all-out brawl onto the stone here, but it does look like Vanity has a mild amount of control here as it looks like Lock-In is kind of thinning out as more and more red bars here, Grenton.
Yeah, exactly. And you're seeing Vanity actually spawn in, like I mentioned earlier, from that Portal 1. And that's why this fight has kind of moved a little bit to the south of this Boonstone, is because they are trying to just
Yeah, the
regrouped. They
portal.
lost that initial engage, and it looks like lock-in, for some reason, they're going to be spawning 3 side. I actually would like to see them spawning 1 side and coming into the back line of Vanity, which it looks like there is a little bit of a group from lock-in doing that. And now we have kind of 3 different pockets of engages going on, which is super interesting to see. And this only really happens because of how the bubble works and how you have that invulnerability for about 30 seconds. Otherwise, we'd be seeing more full regroups. The stone isn't even active yet. We still have 30 seconds until they can actually cap the stone. And contrary to Rift Stones, contrary to Boon Stones, there is no overtime in this. It's just a king of the hill. More people on the point is what matters. And then the guild that caps it has to lose it before the time elapses, or else it's just over. There's no overtime like in Boonstone. So it's going to be very interesting of who can actually keep tempo and keep momentum and keep feet on the stone, Blue.
Yeah, I think so, as well as, again, the 3 seconds left on the clock here. Lock-in starts to take control of the stone itself. We'll see who steps up to kind of try to take it for Lock-in. It is Defiant who takes it on the far side of the stone here. They need to CC him off, or he's going to get control. Oh, he barely gets CC'd off there as Vanity kind of realizes, oh my goodness, it's time to take the stone. We need to get this guy off of here. And like you said, the reinforcement point on Portal 1, I thought that was Portal 3 earlier, forgive me, but the reinforcement point from Portal 1 there, very, very important. Is it looks like we're gonna get our first cap off, and it is going to be Lock-in getting their cap off on the stone. You see on the right side of your screen, you can see the little numbers next to it. You see Lock-in actually only has 15 people on the stone right now, but Vanity actually cannot get any points towards capturing the Riftstone until they get one of their leadership core on the Riftstone and hold. Basically, you have to hold F on it for about 5 seconds in order to initiate your ability to take the stone. So until then, we're seeing that blue bar fill up for Lock-in here, as Lock-in very objective focused. Although Vanity looked like they were kind of winning the early engages, it looks like they've kind of fumbled here on trying to take the stone. There's Mercy right there, doing her best to try to stay alive. 1 HP. Oh my goodness, gets a heal from her healer. Absolutely incredible way to stay on their feet right there. That's what I love so much about TNL PvP, is that you all have to work together in order to make it work. As you see, Lock-in, basically, they know that all they have to do is try to stay onto the stone. So they're basically respawning and running back with invulnerability, trying to prevent Vanity from even getting a hold of the Riftstone. And that is a little bit how this Riftstone works here, since the portals are pretty close and you can approach from both sides here. You can see both guilds trying to stream in, but it's Vanity that seems to be under a lot of pressure here, even though it looks like they're winning most of the fight, Grenton.
Yeah, and you actually can see this is one of the Riftstones that has a very small capture zone. You can see just the kind of, cobblestone area is what players need to stand on to count for their guild. And if you look at the right of your screen, it's been flipping back and forth just constantly because of
Vanity's got more people on it, but they just can't capture it. So ironically enough, Vanity actually taking the stone right now. We'll see if they can get it. That could be big for Vanity. Vanity looks like they are team fighting a little bit better, but it does look like Lock-in is playing the objective just a little bit stronger, having capped it before, but they're actually going to lose control of their cap as well, because look how many more people Vanity actually has on the stone. They're going to go for another cap here, as Chumley doing his best to try to get on it. He should just 1 more second. He does get on it, and they have 20 people on the stone. Gretton, is it looks very dominant now, as Lock-in has kind of lost control.
Yeah, and this is where you have to kind of put your foot on the gas here if you're Vanity. I mean, I don't understand the logic here of trying to cap and flip the stone, but it does look like they do get a little bit of a percentage on the blue side. They need to get some stone control. It's just a bunch of vortexes, a bunch of tornadoes being thrown at the stone right now. So the only really people who should be standing on the stone are your tanks, and you should be kind of trying to push the other side away with your DPS. And both teams are kind of scared to engage that neutral and engage where the stone is. And if you look at how the fight's happening right now, is they're just kind of all grouping around outside and just trying to pick people off, which at the end of the day is not really going to help. We do see finally some progress on the cap, but at the end of the day, this isn't team deathmatch. You do have to cap the stone. So I'm curious to see how the tempo is going to shift as we get closer to the final 5 minutes of this match.
As we see, there's 26 minutes left on the timer right now, but neither team, this is laser close here. Gretton is 17-9, and it keeps shifting back and forth as the match carries on. And again, it's interesting to see that neither team is really backing up to regroup right now, because they're desperately just trying to get ahead, because whichever team I think gets to 100% first here is going to win this stone. There's almost going to be no chance for the other team to kind of come back here, as both of the guilds are way too close. And it looks like Vanity is just barely ahead right now of Lock-In, and it's honestly, I think Lock-In is actually 2 players down as well, Graham.
Oh,
I think that they chose to go in at 40, I believe 46 out of 48 instead of 48 out of 48 as well. So they're 2 players down and still keeping it excessively close here. You can see Vanity barely has more people on the point, but they are managing to keep control, 49% and climbing here. And once they have control, it's going to be really hard for Lock-In to kind of make a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, we've been trying to cap the stone for 5 minutes now, right? We had 30 minutes on the timer, and we still don't have our first cap. So the guild that actually claims the stone first actually has a huge advantage to playing against the other side, because not only do they have to give up an actual cap on the stone, but they actually have to fully stand on the conflict zone and swing it back into their side King of the Hill style. So usually the only people who can really flip a stone are tanks with high collision resistance, because all you're going to be doing is getting tornadoes thrown at the stone, thrown at the stone, thrown at the stone over and over again, or people, you know, jumping on with dev smashes and stuff like that, where you need high CC resistance to be able to flip it back. So if Vanity's able to kind of close out this last, you know, 38% that they need on the stone, they're going to be in a very good position for this final 20 minutes.
Yeah,
obviously there's no guild skills and stuff like that here, but it looks like finally Lock-In is actually going to try to take some space.
Yeah, they finally have a little bit of control here. I see some people in chat arguing over the artist's staff buff, and we do know that that staff is bugged, but it is permanently banned for the duration of this tournament. If a player is caught using that staff in any capacity, they will potentially disqualify their entire guild from the tournament. So we shouldn't see any of that pesky little staff bug in the game, or that exploit rather, in the game for this tournament here. As we step onto the stone again, Lock-In doing their best. They're actually keeping more people on the stone. They're actually bringing this back as they focus the objective here, but it looks like they've lost a little bit of control, as if you stand on the stone too far, Gretton, you end up losing this outer control. You lose flank control essentially, and you end up getting wrapped on really hard, and then the range can kind of just pelt you down. Like you said, you kind of just want to try to have your tanks on the stone, but in a format like this, you almost need to have your DPS step forward to stand on the stone as well, because when it's this close, every single person matters.
And exactly what I thought they were going to do here. There was a big clump of Vanity, you know, on the northern side of the stone, and a respawn group from Lock-In. They were just able to come in and wipe them out. I mean, Vanity did a really good job of just regrouping after that, but they were able to take a lot of stone control. It's just neck and neck on the stone. There's always between 15 and 23 people from each guild just staying on the stone, and all you got to really do is bring more in. The issue is, if you bring more in, because of how small the conflict zone is, we were talking about the size of, you know, the interstate flash waves. If you bring more in, you're just going into a meat grinder. That's all it is.
Yeah, and very interestingly, Gretton, if we look at the compositions here, I see a lot of bow users for sure, but definitely less than I thought. I thought that this tournament was just going to be tanks and bow users and tanks. And I think I've seen a fair amount of daggers going on in here, doing a lot of backline engages, a decent amount of flankers. I have not seen a crossbow user in here quite yet, but honestly, that might work pretty well too, but I'm not seeing nearly as many flash waves as I thought I was going to see. I've seen a good amount of fireballs, which means there's a solid amount of staffs in here as well. As we're looking here, he's got great sword, spear, and again, like you said, that spear is actually just so good. It's probably the best combination for at least backline DPS, and it also might be the best tank combination, like you said, in the game.
Yeah, and I mean, we do see Vanity actually claim the stone, so they're in a really good spot here for the rest of the fight, last 20 minutes. There is Gurk, the homie Gurk, trying to flip the stone, and he almost got it off, actually. But now, look how more offensive Vanity is able to play now, because they don't have to fight over this conflict zone. This is where it's going to get very difficult for Lock-In to kind of get some momentum back on their side. They really just need Gurk here to get a cap off, or any tank really to get a cap off, because then it's going to concentrate the battle back onto that initial, you know, small conflict little cobblestone area, which it looked like Lock-In was actually finding their footing and starting to gain some momentum, but they did just ultimately lose the battle of, you know, get the king of the hill, and they do manage to do that and flip it. Still, Vanity has like 30 people on the stone. So now if you're Lock-In, you gotta get feet on the stone, or you gotta just wipe everyone who's on the stone. I mean, you mentioned there's not a ton of tanks here on both sides. I've seen great sword daggers. I've seen, you know, some spear daggers. There's a lot of, you know, squishier DPS that you can kind of just mow through. But now what you have to do is look how much real estate is free on the stone. I want to see Lock-In capitalize on this. I want to see them walk forward, get feet down, so they can kind of force Vanity to play in a less organized manner.
And they actually got onto it now. Like I said before, I felt like the guild that kind of got control initially was going to take control and remain in control of the match, because now Vanity does not necessarily need to stand on the stone. Like you said, they can position outside the stone, and then every time there's an attempted cap, they can kind of use their tornadoes to try to push them off repeatedly, but they can spread out a lot more, whereas Lock-In kind of has to laser focus on the stone at this point. It looked like they were kind of coming back there. They did get the cap off, so they're trying to take it back. They got it up to 10% there for a second, but Vanity is just not letting them have it. And you can see the big concave that Vanity is kind of making here as K here trying to get a big flank off for this backline, gets locked down on the outside like this. But look at him taking all of that damage. And oh my goodness, Staff just does so much damage with that focus fireball. Skill is actually just so good. It does look like Lock-In has stepped up onto the stone. Again, they keep competing with this stone, and they're doing a solid job, but they just don't quite have enough power. And again, this is why it's important, I think, to show up with that 48 out of 48. I think with 2 extra people, Gretton, it might actually just be the difference here.
It does definitely matter. It does definitely matter for sure. But what we're seeing also is we're just seeing Vanity just swarm better. And a lot of people in chat are kind of saying, oh, you know, no respawn rules makes it like less skill based. I actually tend to disagree, because with no respawn rules and just having people able to waterfall back in, like I mentioned, your shot caller is very important for super macro level stuff. Like, hey, we need everyone to have feet on the stone, or we need, you know, we want to take a second to regroup, stuff like that. But your individual 6-player static that you should be talking to in micro comms is so important of how you play together. This is where individual skill will show up much better than, you know, a regular Boonstone War or a Siege or stuff like that, because you have the opportunity to make more plays on your side. And we do see that over and over again. Lock-In is trying to kind of flip that stone.
Yeah,
but
they're actually
as
down
you
at
mentioned,
43.
Being down numbers really sucks for a King of the Hill style stone.
They're actually down at 43. Grenton. I thought it was just 2 people. It's actually 5. They're basically missing a full static, decided not to be here for their guild today. It's absolutely tragic, as that 5 people, I think, definitely is the difference for them in this fight here, as Vanity is doing their best. They're just staying on the stone. They're playing it super, super well, but you can see that Lock-In has number 2, number 3, number 6, number 9, 10, and 11 are all Lock-In. Most of the leaderboard is Lock-In here, but it's very intermixed as the fight is super close. That one party could definitely have been the difference here, just not quite able to get there. But Lock-In fighting valiantly here as they try to regroup and push the stone here. Blast for you doing his best in the middle of everyone. Needed a heal, not gonna find it. Oryx is gonna go down, dude. Down goes Black as the divers, honestly, the divers sometimes become the hunter has become the hunted. When you dive into the backline, you end up sitting on a couch instead of putting them on a couch like you would like instead. Lock-In diving back. They do have control of the stone right now, climbing actually at 22% now, despite being down 5 people, very valiantly fighting back here on top, and honestly climbing fast. 27, 20, 25 over 14. They're up at 30%. Lock-In might just turn this around, Gretton.
Yeah, but here come the respawns from Vanity. This is kind of, you know, the second wind, and it looked like Vanity actually got almost full wiped. So they actually were able to come back with, it looked like 2-3 separate statics, and look, they're able to just take so much real estate for free, coming back with fresh cooldowns. Even though they're coming back with half HP, you have to really identify the people who are running in with bubble, and usually you can probably kill them before they can get their damage off, purely because, you know, they're not going to get healed up right away either. But it looks like Lock-In's doing a really good job of kind of sticking to the stone. The numbers are somewhat even, but they are losing contribution on the stone now, which is going to be very worrisome. There's still about 15 minutes left in the match. which
Yeah.
means there's a lot of time for, you know, even a full regroup. If you want to try to, okay, the waterfall strat's not working for us, guys. Let's maybe just everyone die. We'll regroup. We'll try to just wipe them fully and decisively, and then flip the stone and maybe take control like that. I do want to just highlight something for you here, Blue. If you take a look and you open the scoreboard, I just want you to look at the weapons of the top 2 damage dealers in the lobby right now.
Okay, buddy, look at that.
That's
Spear,
all I want to say.
dagger, spear, greatsword, staff, bow, crossbow, dagger. And again, we were talking about how any weapon can be used, and we were kind of dogging on the crossbow users, but he's got a crossbow dagger in the top 4 for this, so you can absolutely make it work if you're an absolute legend on this one. And then bow dagger as well, but spear absolutely showing up there for the rank 1 and rank 2 players of this match here. As we look into this, Vanity honestly still struggling for control despite having 5 more people. Vanity is struggling a lot for control, and at 15%, I actually think that Lock-In might be able to mount an offensive here. If they get 1 or 2 more solid good pushes like they did before, you can see one good push was about 30% on the Stone Grin.
Yeah, and that's exactly all they need to do here is they just, if Vanity is able to kind of flip the stone back into a non-capped state, then they can kind of swarm again and kind of spread out like they were doing, and they do that extremely well. They're able to take a lot of space, they're able to kind of suffocate the enemy, but I do think that Lock-In just plays better in close quarters, which is very interesting to see. If I knew, maybe they didn't know they were going to be you know, players down, but if I knew I was going to be players down, I probably wouldn't have picked a stone this open. I would have maybe looked at, you know, like a Kawazan Rift Stone or something like that, where we can fight in hallways, or we can fight somewhere where numbers matter less. So I am very impressed with the showing that they're putting up. Like you said, being almost a full static down, they're still just going pound for pound and absolutely giving Vanity a run for their money.
Yeah, and I think that Vanity is doing exactly what they need to here. They're fighting for outer control of the Riftstone, and then using that flanking outer control. You can see their flankers out here on the side of the stone, basically just pelting people as they run in from Lock-In to try to lock down the stone here. But a lot of their flankers have free reign over the stone itself here. As Lock-In gets a little bit cleared off the stone, they're going to have to recap all over again with only 14 minutes left on the clock. I think that time is starting to run down here. Sadly for Lock-In. Matches in the future will only be 20 minutes in order to simulate an actual Riftstone. Seems to be a little bit bugged from our tournament organizer here in our first match, but that's okay. We will play it till the end of time remaining and see what happens here. Vanity doing their best. Honestly, again, look at the Lock-In flankers coming around. Look at the pressure that they are putting on the backline here. Look how many people are hitting Az. Sure, he ended up going down there. Gunx is going to go down too. But again, it's just because, just imagine if he had 5 more friends with him diving in there. Zeno going in for a quick kill with that greatsword onto that backline. Lock-In flankers certainly doing their job. And the tanks, Little Candy for Lock-In, standing tall on the point with that stalwart bastion. Not able to actually get the cap off there for their team, though, as Vanity just keeps pelting them back with sheer numbers, it looks like in this case, Grenton.
Yeah, and you could just see also, I'm not sure if this is by design. Maybe it's something we can have one of the TOs kind of communicate with the shot caller for Vanity, but they very rarely are coming in with 1s and 2s. They're always bringing big groups when they're respawning. So I'm not sure if they're holding respawns or they're just, you know, waiting to have more than a static or 2 to come in, but it is kind of keeping the momentum in their favor. We see this for the first time now from the side of Lock-In, but for some reason, they're just stopping south of the stone. Don't know why. Walk forward, get onto the stone. Your tanks are doing great, a great job flipping the stone over and over and over again and giving Lock-In so many opportunities to kind of push the stone. They are slowly inching up. They're at 20% capped on the stone right now. There is still 12 minutes left. Usually there'd only be a couple minutes left here, but we are running a 30-minute lobby as a little bit of a bug, like you did mention. So this is kind of where I'm trying to think as a shot caller, what can I do differently? Because obviously,
if
holding
I'm
W is not...
Yeah, if I'm Lock-In here, Grit, and I think that you're absolutely right. I think they need to back up and regroup. Your best chance of winning in this case is an extremely decisive engagement into, you guessed it, another extremely decisive engagement. If they win 2 in a row, they certainly will take the stone back for themselves. They seem to have stronger players, despite the fact there are fewer of them. They have more damage. They have more kills. on more players. So I think that if they back up, they let their flankers get into a solid location. You saw how the start of the fight went for them. They engaged first. Their shot caller definitely knew what was going on. Their flankers were in a perfect position. They definitely had advantage there, and then they just eventually got overwhelmed. I think if they back up, they get a full regroup off because they're going to lose control of the point here right now. They just lost control. They failed to capture it. I think if they back up right now, they regroup, and then they come in and engage with a huge flank. I think that it absolutely could mean a disaster for Vanity, and then you know where Vanity's going to come from. They're going to try to trickle back into you, and you should have a big group on them and be able to basically just wipe their trickle spawn unless they try to regroup on you, in which case, again, you just have one more engage that you need to win at that point after Vanity gets the regroup off. But sadly, the lock-in, whoever's controlling the lock-in shot caller right now, it's if at first you don't succeed, just slam your head against the wall again and again and again. And I do not like to see that normally out of shot callers, is that they just keep trying the same thing. That is the definition of insanity and expecting a different result. Stuffed Potato gonna go for the attempted cap on the stone here, but not gonna find it as he gets tornadoed into the air again and again. Lock in just streaming into the node, which you guys see is just not going to work in this case. I'd love to see them back up. Like you said, we see Vanity kind of coming in waves. Sure, we see moments where Lock in does manage to get control of the stone for a little while, but you can see how much stronger Vanity looks with those numbers when they push in as a unit. Their parties are actually backing up to regroup with each other. Even if some of them live, you can see them trying to back up. Your Chosen backing up, looking for his healer right there. Is going to end up going down, but again, I think that Vanity has advantage not only because of the numbers, but like you said, they're kind of pushing in as groups of 10 and 15 instead of just running in. And that's
exactly what you have to do. I mean, I really like the strategy of just, hey, let them wipe you if you're lock in. Come back fast, but come back with your full numbers. You're 43. Even if you're 43 versus they're 48, you won that initial engage.
Correct.
Right? So do it again. Don't let them just kind of trickle you and keep you on respawns and keep you even more so, you know, shorthanded. Let them wipe you, come back with a full squad, kill them, flip the stone, and then play D. And as long as you're playing defense with, you know, 40 plus people, 35 plus people, even if you lose a couple statics every engage, they'll be able to run back just as fast as Vanity can run back. That's kind of the key here, is they need to do a full reset. A lot of people don't like that in war games purely because bubble exists and they just want to abuse bubble. But for the last 20 minutes, it hasn't been working for lock-in. They're able to do one step forward, two steps back every single engage. So I would love to see something like that here. Vanity, though, now that they're kind of in this power position where the stone's not contested, it's still needing, you know, one of the tanks to flip it, they're able to spread out, and now it's going to be a lot harder to wipe them. So what I would like to do here, if I'm locked in, flip the stone, watch all of Vanity crash on top of the stone, crash on top of them, either wipe them or get wiped, and then come back in full force. That's kind of what you have to do here. Otherwise, like you said, definition of insanity, they're just respawning from one and running in and dying, and then respawning from one and running in and dying.
Yeah, and I think that this is going to be a pretty common riftstone that we see here. So I think a lot of the other guilds are kind of watching this and going, okay, don't do that. Okay, do this. Okay, do that. Right? As you can see, what the divers are doing on the backline for lock in here, you see time and time again, the spear users, the crossbow users from lock in are diving onto the backline just like we saw right there, and they just don't have enough power because eventually the Vanity backline just has so much damage. Lassiter's going to go down as well. Little Candy, he's a tank standing in the middle of everyone. Look at the oppression that he can take there. Vanity, oh wait, the full regroup that we were talking about before. Lock in actually getting a full regroup off. Here they come. They're backing up. They're sending a flank group off.
Bubble.
Yeah, they're sending a flank group off on the side. You can see there they go, and the main ball is waiting over here. They're getting themselves healed up. Hungrity stepping up to try to get a nice flash wave off.
Oh, Thuggers.
Thuggers just went in and jihaded into the back line for lock-in right there. Not exactly what you want to see. There's Pookie. That's the front line going in from lock-in. There's the flankers coming in from lock-in. That's where the fight actually matters over there. But you can see all of the tornadoes going down on the front line of lock-in as the lock-in flankers over here are basically trying to blast through the back line and get to over towards their back line, work chew their way through the fight. It does look like lock-in had a successful engage right there, but again, Vanity able to regroup and run back to the fight a little bit faster than I think they were expecting there, Grenton.
Yeah, and Vanity just did a really good job of staying spread too, and they did something that a lot of guilds forget to do. When you get pushed and you get caught on your back foot, a lot of guilds say, oh crap, we got caught on our back foot, let's retreat. Vanity just got caught on their back foot, but they held W into lock-in's ball. So their back line was actually technically where your like midline would be, because they were just holding W, and that just allowed their healers and their tanks to even peel for their DPS more. And we saw how healthy they were after that engage. So very, very good engage from Lock-In. The thought was there, the strategy was there, but Vanity, again, I'm going to say it, they just outplayed them on that engage.
Well, I think that Lock-In kind of outplayed themselves. I think that they stepped forward a little bit too soon. I think that a couple of the divers from Vanity actually just went in and died for free, and that's exactly what you want to see from Lock-In. But instead, their shot caller got nervous. He said, oh God, we have to go. And I think that they went a few seconds before the flankers were still wrapping Brent, and they were still on the low ground, and they were not quite in position. So a few seconds off tempo there. If they had just waited about 6 more seconds, then they engage with a solid numbers advantage, because they had just wiped 2 or 3 people as well, and then their flankers are in a much better spot. So I think that they jumped the gun just a little bit on that last engage, but they had the right idea there, and we love to see them trying other things here. Poor Froctus has backed up here, and this is why it's important as a healer to try to click around on other members. Even if your party is totally full, you should click on other people in the fight and try to heal someone else that might need it, as their healer might be down or not in necessarily a super great position. Zyrar running up onto the Riftstone as well here. Gurk doing his best to try to get up onto the stone. He is doing his best to try to cap the stone for Lock-In, as they know they only have 5.5 seconds left on the clock in this one, and it doesn't look like... I loved the full regroup. I felt like they should just try that one more time, Gretton. Maybe just wait a couple more seconds.
Yeah, this is actually not bad for them at all. They are taking space. If I'm the shot caller, I'm telling all my respawns, if I'm Lock-In, you're coming in from 3, come in from their back line, because look at how low they are north of this stone. Look at Mogster, Quilly, all these people are super low. All you need is someone to just come in from the back and wipe them. And you're just letting Vanity continue to regroup from that side. And I'm not sure why Lock-In is just coming in from the south side of the stone at Portal 1. That's, again, this is why they're getting pushed off the stone. You have to kind of use these portals strategically. If the bubble exists, if the zombie rush exists, you have to anticipate that and know, okay, well, they're going to pull back towards the side that they've been respawning at for the last 20 minutes. Let's also spawn there. There's no reason why you can't spawn at the same portal. Just don't press keys on your keyboard until you're ready for a fight, and you still have that immunity bubble. But it does look like Lock-In is getting pushed off the stone. Their respawns are just kind of trickling back in, but they're not really gaining any contribution on the stone, Blue.
Yeah, they got it up to like 20% on that. Honestly, it was a little bit of a scuffed push, but it honestly worked really well for them. They managed to get the stone up to 20% and then just chose not to do it again, which is kind of frustrating in my mind. But they do have a lot more people on the Riftstone at the moment. But honestly, Flash Wave will clear that out no problem. And you can see time and time again, you see these blue health bars that is Lock-In diving onto the backline of Vanity, and Vanity just healing their backline and keeping them alive, and just not able to get as much done as they run back to the fight at half health. They're almost baiting the Lock-In players to dive in, like you said, because like, look how many low health bars are back here. Is he gonna get away? He is going to get that. You see the flankers do their job, and look at Lock-In's domination of the stone right now, and now they're all just standing on the stone, and here comes Vanity back. They're going to regroup, and they're going to try to retake the stone. The outer stone presence here they all come back. They all have half health, though. I'd love to see, like you said, I'd love to see people dive in and kind of try to disrupt this regroup as they come back, maybe force someone to take their weapon out a little bit too soon on this one, as they're up at 36%, 37, and climbing, Grenton.
Yeah, they're actually taking a lot of space here, which is great. Vanity is pushing through their ball, which I also like to see, because they're going to be able to put some pressure on the back line and just kind of leave the tanks on the stone. And at the end of the day, if you just ignore the tanks, 50%. You'll still win.
Yeah, 50%.
Right? They're 50% and they're climbing. There's 2.5 minutes left. It's now or never, and this is kind of where if you lose stone control now, it's over.
Yeah, no, I think that they might take this. This is getting very, very close. 2.5 minutes left on the clock, and Lock-In actually they are locking in, is exactly right, chat, on this one. Vanity struggling to try to get back control here, as Lock-In fumbling a little bit now, because now they're dipping way too far down now. It looks like they might be going for a full regroup, as they know that they need to make something happen here. A lot of them are respawning and running back in. No, they're trickle spawning and running back in. That is not what you want to happen here. Oh, Lock-In with a big fumble here. They had their opportunity here, and then just running in, Gretton, with half health. What are they doing?
Yeah, it's the complete opposite of what I would have done here if I was calling. They did manage to kind of bring all of Vanity onto the stone. So if they do manage to get, 2-3 statics in here with full cooldowns up, they can kind of blast through this. The issue is I'm not sure if they have enough time to cap, even if they full wipe Vanity, because they've lost 20% contribution because of that blunder that they just did.
Yeah,
I would have loved to see them full regroup, like you said, Blue.
Yeah, dude. Once they got wiped off, they lose control a little bit. Okay, let's take a breath. Let's regroup. Let's push back in because they can get full control because they know Vanity has to stand on the stone. At this point, you know where your opponent is. Exploit that, but instead they chose to run back one at a time, and you see all they're trickling in with half health bars. You're taking a guild that is down by 5 people. You're putting them at half health. You're telling them to run in and say, "Don't worry, you're going to be fine." And it's just not going to work out for them. 1 minute left on the clock. That will almost certainly be lock in. Losing the first round to Vanity here, but boy, they put up such a great fight in this match here, as Vanity looks like they are just barely just gonna mob ball soccer. It's like 2nd grade soccer, Cretin. Onto the node. They're just like, just run it down. Just stand on the node, because they almost lost. Despite being down 5 people there, that got up, that was up over 57%.
Yeah,
and it was not looking
soccer,
good.
Though, you might make the Europeans upset, you know what I mean? So
that's
you gotta be careful
football.
with that.
Yeah, football. True. 2nd grade mob ball football. As it was a North American. You know what? It's soccer. It's an American tournament. North America.
Brother.
That's right. K-Kona. That being said, 30 seconds left on the clock. Vanity has control. It does look like Lock-In has kind of given up hope here. 20 seconds left on the clock. Vanity's going to take it all the way home for their team. The front page is looking very Vanity-like with 3.4 million damage dealt on Mercy from Vanity. It does look like it's a bow staff, like you said, spear dagger user at rank 1. And honestly, of the top 4, 3 of them are spear users, Gretton.
Yeah, I mean, AoE wise, they definitely do less damage than, staff dagger, bow staff, bow dagger. But as you can see, killing blow, they're just able to secure the kills. And you kind of need both, right? In a comp, you need people to AoE and melt, and you do need people to secure the kills. Otherwise, like we saw with Vanity, there was a lot of Vanity players just chilling at 15-20% health, and we're just able to wait 10-15 seconds and get kind of healed back up. So Vanity had some big punchers with spears, able to kind of go get those kills secured for them. I just think Vanity, even if they were on even numbers, I do think Vanity still takes that, purely because it just looked like they out macroed them. Like any engage, they were just in better positions. They were respawning in waves, yes, but they were respawning in waves that were more than just 1s and 2s coming in, where it looked like Lock-In, aside from that one regroup, which they had a lot of success with, so I would love to see more of that. Unfortunately, they were just kind of trickling in 1s and 2s, and they weren't really able to find their footing after the initial engage. But
6.2 million damage healed from Slardar from Lock-In here. And again, they have some phenomenal players on this. That guy, definitely the best healer, and he was just a bow wand user. He was not normally you would expect a lot of numbers on like on an SNS wand, right?
Yeah, I mean 6.2 is nothing to turn your nose to. Obviously, numbers are going to be a little bit lower for our next matches, since they're going to be 20 minutes instead of 30 minutes. But it is kind of nice to see. I mean, 30 minutes is a marathon. I mean, Siege is 45 minutes, right, of actual playtime, but it's not 45 minutes of full-time combat. Like these players are probably exhausted.
They are exhausted, yeah. Especially since you have world bosses still that you have to go to and all kinds of things like this. So honestly, good fights to both teams. It will be Vanity moving on to the next round of the tournament. Very interestingly, we did see how prevalent spear can actually be in a tournament, or in this tournament, and how much damage that weapon combination can get done. You were not wrong. Spear dagger is kind of crazy, as they're doing a lot of damage. But we also saw an SNS spear, which is supposed to be kind of a tank, in the top 3 damage dealers for the match.
I mean, like I said, if you hit the SNS spear, you give them full mana bar, and then they could do all the damage all over again. I know that very well because it's what I play. I do a lot more damage than when I was playing SNS Dagger. I'm a lot more tanky, but when people hit me, I only have 5k mana and like 0 wisdom, like no mana regen. So if you don't hit us, we don't do damage. The issue is all you have to do on Riftstones, if you're an SNS Spear, is you go stand on the Riftstone and you just press Q, and then you're going to get hit by tornadoes, you're going to get hit by incidental AoE because everyone's just AoEing the stone, right? So SNS Spear is going to be definitely pretty impactful. Spear Dagger, Blue, if there's one thing, I'm very rarely wrong when it comes to good builds in this game.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a curse. I kind of saw the vision when Spear Dagger first came out. I saw a couple of our guys absolutely go insane with it on first time, like playing first time Spear Dagger in a siege where they're dropping like 200 kills on a melee class. And I'm just like, this thing's going to be absolutely insane. And it seems like that's the case right now, at least in this first match.
Well, hey, I think it was really good fights from both teams there. We saw just how close some of these guilds actually are. Vanity coming up with a big W there. I think their strategy was great. They show up with numbers, which is extremely important, Grenton, is having the numbers to make sure that you can make things happen. But I think Lock-In also had an amazing showing and showed that they can absolutely compete with the best of them there. As we look forward to our next match of the day, it is going to be YEEHAWING versus XGC Focus, which is actually YEEHAWING is they just name changed. They were FTP is how the server knows them.
Like,
I know, yeah, you're whoing? What now? Yeah, YEEHAWING is FTP. They are both early access guilds here. As we look at this,
Yep.
it's one is on Zeroth, one is on Castleton. FTP ranks themselves as third in this alliance, but please keep in mind that is the Supple Alliance, and they are in many eyes the favorite to win this tournament. So this is the Supple Alliance as FTP's YEEHAWING, that is, like I said, just rebranded.
Yep.
They believe that they are the strongest on their server. They did just win the most recent siege, so I would say that that is the decent assumption. Siege just won 3, and it's very important to note that they should have lost their first siege. This is the same guild or same group of guilds or group of people that in their very first siege, and I'll say the same thing for Swipe Harder when we get, or Swipe Night when we get to them as well, where they were up against I think 12 guilds, Gretton, as just four guild alliance, and they won their first siege with an incredible backdoor, and then basically just understanding the siege mechanics better. They just played better. They just played better.
Yeah.
It was just so good. So like I expect to see some of the best strategists in the game are in YEEHAWING, and we see it siege after siege after siege. Even their most recent siege, Supple won because these people are in their guild. Right, they have people like D-Bones, they have people like Devs, who is an absolute unit as well. And then Supple was already super strong before, so like we should see some pretty expert macro play out of YEEHAWING. If you look over at XGC Focus, this is a guild we haven't heard too much about. They're roughly third in their on their server. They've not won any sieges. They just want to be top 50%, and they're kind of, this is like a David Goliath situation.
Yeah. Yeah, and I had the pleasure of playing against both these guilds. XGC Focus, I think, is a mix of Excelsior and Focus, so technically I played against all 3 of these guilds. But I do want to just correct you real quick. You said brilliant strategists and D-Bone in the same sentence, and I just want to make sure we keep him in his golem and we let him run around. Like that's all he gets to do, okay?
Oh,
let Devs, let Invone cook. We'll leave D-Bone in his golem, and that's it. And it is what it is. But FTP, I've had the pleasure of playing with a lot of these guys in Korea back in the day, and I played against them during, NA launch as well, when Ethereum was doing its, warpath through every single early access server. I do think FTP has come a long way. Sorry, YEEHAWING has come a long way in terms of not only the individual player skill, but how they think as an actual guild, the mentality they brought to their guild. Before, they were like a weird in between like a casual guild trying to be hardcore, and they really, no pun intended, locked in and got a lot better. So I'm very excited to see them actually compete, because there's some drama, Blue, between Focus and FTP. This is a long-standing rivalry from early access servers that these guilds probably yap against and towards each other more than any guilds that I've ever seen. And it doesn't matter if they're on different servers, they are still trash talking each other in any Discord that they can.
Oh gosh, you just love to see that from the PvP community. That is what makes the PvP community in any game, but particularly DNL, so much fun to watch. We love to see yappers. As we get ready for this one, make sure that you get your predictions in, as the match is just about to begin here. Again, I think that we're looking at kind of an uphill battle as far as things go. You're looking at the YEEHAWING. Man, I'm never going to use this. FTP's YEEHAWING, who has time and time again won siege after siege after siege. But you're right, there is no golem here for D-Bones to kind of lock in on. So yeah. I'm curious to see if that is actually going to be anything.
Wait, did they bench him?
Did they? Oh my goodness, did they bench him because they know that he's trash?
Oh, he's in there.
Okay, I was gonna say there's no way.
Oh, he's trolling. He has a white longbow and white staff equipped.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Some people, they think differently than other people. As we get ready to start this one, XGC Focus versus YEEHAWING. Match 2 of the day here. Remember, guys, this is going to be a 20-minute match, which is 25 minutes total because there's a 5-minute prep phase when you start a war game. To talk about the pick ban a little bit, it was Adentis, Cabazon, and Talus were the bans for this one, and they chose the Alon Riftstone. So why do you think they're banning? Do you think that they saw the last match and just decided
who banned
Talus? Talus was just not going to. I'm not sure exactly who banned here. I'll ask very quickly, but Adentis, Cabazon, and Talus were the bans on this one.
So I'm just judging on that. This sounds like a FTP ban.
You think so?
Like I've seen them not play very well on 2 of the Riftstones that they banned. If it was their bans, I've seen them not play very well on 2 of the Riftstones that they banned. YEEHAWING, I now got lore from the chat, thank you chat, that it's a mix of FTP and helloing. And helloing, back before they exploded and like vanished from the face of the earth, I would always say is one of the best GVG guilds. So I'm happy to see that they actually mixed in with FTP. I'm scrolling through the roster. There's some Sinister / Ethereum people in there too. So both sides actually look like they have some bangers. And I'm excited to kind of see them smack each other for 20 minutes.
Now I have ancient lore. Are you ready for this? There's snake members in here. I love it. This is Trepex. He's the ultimate shit-talking peak performance Trepex from the Black Desert Online community. This is the Snake community from BDO. And there's one thing you need to know about Snake from BDO is that these guys are A, peak shit talkers, and B, some of the best players to ever play our game. The Snake players are absolutely incredibly individually focused. Their weakness is that they don't like to listen to anyone at all, Gretton. These people they do not like listening to shot calls. They're very solo focused players.
You said Trepex, right? Was someone who doesn't like to listen to shot callers?
Correct.
He's playing Shadow Dancer, Spear Dagger. He doesn't need to listen to shot callers. He just has to run in and AoE everyone and then die and then do it again.
Yeah, we see B-Kill here. B-Kill was the old GM of Snake back in the day. This is definitely the Snake group. And oh my goodness, I am super excited to see YEEHAWING here. I'm not sure who actually made the bans here, but let's talk about the Grand Alon Riftstone here, rather.
Yeah.
What do you think he's going to have? What do you think is the most important thing on the Grand Alon Riftstone as we kind of hit the go button on this match?
So Grand Alon Riftstone is another one of my favorite Riftstones to fight, purely because it is a absolute cluster. And if you manage to, I'm not sure how it works. I don't want to like run up and do it myself, but there might be an actual way for, if guilds are smart, because I know they're listening, you can take top control of the Grand Alon Riftstone area with staff bows. And that just means that zone becomes a hot zone and people can't actually get in there to fight. So we actually do see YEEHAWING take control of the actual stone now and get feet on the stone, but none of them are actually getting top control. And you'll see what I mean. There's pillars when we actually get all set up here. There's pillars inside, kind of looks like an old, Greek or Greco-Roman architecture. And you can actually get staff bows up on the top of those pillars on the inside and on the outside, and it makes it very hard to contest. However, it does look like they're not going to do that on the side of YEEHAWING, and XGC Focus is actually just getting ready to push in. So they're actually taking an offensive position, and YEEHAWING's taking a defensive position. Yeah. And someone from YEEHAWING, or not YEEHAWING, sorry, XGC Focus decided to just run in and die, so they're at least one person short for now.
Yeah, this is a 48v48. We do not have the, sorry guys, it spawned me as a spectator in Wakanda, so I had to run all the way over to the stone here, as we're right here just in time for the first engage, as XGC Focus in the red diving in from all sides of the point, and YEEHAWING standing tall on the point itself, all getting knocked up in this choke point right here, is XGC Focus, but it does look like they're pushing through. A lot of red health bars going down. YEEHAWING, look at the heals going down onto Panda, the heals onto Shuko, the heals onto every single member of their team. They just do not want to die on this one, as XGC Focus gets basically wiped out. It was a really good attempt though, Brenton, as they tried to come in from basically all of the different choke points.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And there was I don't know who got it, but there was an immense 20+ person sleep from the side of YEEHAWING. They just slept the entire focus balls. They tried to come up onto the actual Riftstone, and they just got turned into mincemeat right afterwards. And it looks like a very strong defensive position here from the side of YEEHAWING. I know this is a stone that Invuln likes to defend a lot. It's a stone that I've seen him defend a lot. I'm not sure if he's the one-shot calling for his squad, but if so, it's no shocker that we ended up on this stone. Focus is trying to regroup. As you can see, the respawns are a little bit further than usual, but just on the nature of how this stone is, that zombieing and running in is going to be a lot less prevalent. There is a little bit of a sleep here on the stone from the side of Focus, but no follow-up. They're actually waiting a little bit too long, in my opinion, to actually walk up, and it looks like they're going to try to make a play onto the stone, but look at, they're literally playing Call of Duty or Counter-Strike. YEEHAWING is just using the LOS and peeking around corners and just firing all their range damage, and Focus cannot find a footing to even push this Riftstone Blue.
Oh, yeah, Focus is actually backing up right now. I love this decision. Take the high ground. LOS is line of sight, for those of you that don't know the lingo here. XGC Focus waiting from the high ground. If you don't know, in Throne of Liberty, when you stand on a higher ground than your opponent, you actually have higher hit on them.
Yep.
So it's actually giving you stats and gives you a severe advantage. So it's over. I have the high ground has never been more relevant here. XGC Focus actually doing a great job of coming out here, but now they have to engage into YEEHAWING, and you can see YEEHAWING firing from a high ground we just talked about. Look how many they're already picking off. 1, 2, 1s and 2s onto the low ground for XGC Focus. Oh my goodness, that pull was so good from YEEHAWING right there as well. Those tank pulls looking really good as both sides posturing, looking for an opportunity to go in on each other. The match has actually not begun yet, believe it or not. There's 55 seconds before anyone can even take the stone yet, and it officially begins. This is to allow guilds to kind of get situated, get their parties together, see posture where they would like, basically. And I like that YEEHAWING, again, I think that being first on the stone is important. It's not everything, but it definitely is a factor, I think, in trying to make things happen. So Matsu, this is a tank on the low ground here. He's just getting belted, gets run down on that low ground. You can see, even as a tank, being on the low ground like that gives you such a disadvantage that you just cannot survive damage, especially from the staff users who are tank busters now, Grenton, after that recent patch.
Yeah, I just watched. I just realized that Korn. You'll see him to the east of the stone. He has a Tevet bow, and he just absolutely deleted someone with like 3 strafings. So I'm not sure what the gear situation looks like on the side of Focus, but no one should be dying to 3 strafings. That guy got absolutely deleted. Invuln is going to be starting the cap, and if you look here, there's a Debone static. Debone just died. Everyone keck W him in the chat, but his static just tried to make some space so that YEEHAWING could actually get the cap off. And if you look again, small conflict zone and a huge group of Focus trying to actually get up on this grapple on the northwest side, but they're going to get absolutely mowed down.
Yeah, but the flankers did get through, and the flankers got onto the back line for YEEHAWING here, but just not able to get anything done. Look at the knock up onto those flankers, and then the flash waves to carpet bomb straight off the back line like that. It's just such a tough stone to engage once you've lost control like this, and I think that XGC Focus has the right idea. You send the main ball through one choke and the flankers through another, but I think that they need to try to send the tanks in first, rather, Grenton, on this one, as like the tanks can at least absorb the majority of the damage, maybe try to lock down some of those tornadoes before they come out from YEEHAWING here. But I love the fact from the XGC Focus shot caller is trying something different. Look at this big concave. You see groups of people splitting off. You can see them coordinating in voice right now. They are not giving up. They are looking at different approaches to take here, as they're leaving a flanker squad over here, and then the main ball looks like they're going to come through the main choke over here, as well as members of Snake are kind of trying to dive into the back line of XGC Focus, trying to disrupt them before the engage even happens. And that's good play from YEEHAWING here, as again they just have their range stand up on this high ground right here where Korn is standing, and they just pelt the front line back, while again they have to send 1 or 2 divers in, and it constantly disrupts XGC Focus and just does not let them engage. Oh, who gets flipped onto the back line, and he is going to get taken out there. Good handling by XGC Focus, but honestly, they're looking at an uphill battle right there. they need to try to find another angle on this one. They can't allow themselves to constantly get trickled down and pushed back off the point like this. I do like the fact that they're constantly moving around. Oh, Katy Perry gets pulled against the wall there. He said, I don't like your music, but that doesn't matter because apparently Katy Perry has the largest man penis we've ever seen in our lives. He literally just ran in by himself to the entirety of Yeehawing right there and just survived all the way up onto the point is Katy Perry. Oh my goodness. Dives in further. He's finally starting to take HP damage now as the rest of XGC Focus struggled to even get up the hill right there. Oh no, rather they came in from the other way. XGC Focus actually with a pretty solid engage here, Grenton, as they come in on the other side here. Again, they're coming in from all sides, it looks like, on this one. But again, the tank's doing a great job of getting onto the point, Grenton.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, tanks are only as good as the people who follow behind them, and that's unfortunately the name of the game. So even though Katy Perry was able to take so much space, there's just no follow-up, right? XGC wasn't able to actually get their main ball in, and it just looks like Yeehawing's able to kind of, you know, restabilize. They did lose that engage initially, which is very surprising. And look, both sides getting pushed now by XGC Focus. They have the game plan. It's a sound game plan. They're just lacking on the execution side of it now, which they do still have 16 minutes to do so.
Oh,
they are actually taking real estate now.
Yeah, they're starting to overwhelm the point here. They are getting attempted caps off now. This is a massive improvement for XGC Focus. This is not going to be a complete stop like I think a lot of people thought that it was going to be. Again, attempted caps again. You see all the red health bars on this point right here, and the heals going down. XGC Focus doing a great job streaming in from every single angle right here. It's tough to catch all of them, so I'm basically just trying to zoom out and see as much of it as I can. Mishko diving in, gonna run out of health quickly, and that's the problem as a tank. If you run all the way forward like that, you're not going to be anywhere near your healer. So SNS wand users are really the only ones that are going to be able to run in like that. And again, I think it was actually great discipline that we saw out of Yeehawing to let Katy Perry through, let the tanks through. And this is something you see out of a lot of the top end guilds. Ignore the tanks. Look at the backline. Look for people that you can actually deal damage to. The tanks are basically a distraction. And I think that's why he basically walked through without being hit almost at all until he even walked past the stone there, Gren.
Yeah, and I would have loved to see maybe him kind of plant his feet, turn around, and try to sleep their back line, because they did just kind of let him walk up for free. And instead of, you know, trying to get his guild to get more space, Katy Perry just kind of like went onto the stone and dirtled for a little bit and then died, right? So if they're going to give you real estate for free, punish them for it, right? You're an SNS wand, you can curse bomb, you can sleep bomb. I'm not sure what builds these players are running, right? But I just would have loved to see a little bit of space being created for focus. But we actually do have
there's a cap going off
on the stone trying to flip it right now. Collision resistance is king for these tanks. They do manage to do so, Blue.
Grand Alon Stone has been captured, but they do not have a whole lot of people on it. So honestly, it's declining very, very fast. But they did get the cap off. An improvement for XGC right there. A massive improvement to at least try to get people onto the stone. It does get close for a moment, and it looks like they're just kind of running in now because they have the cap on the stone. They did get a massive group off. They pushed in, they got the cap off, and they just weren't able to make anything happen. It looks like from this was going to drain right back down to 0. As it looks like there's Trepex right there running around like an absolute menace. I'm not even sure that is... Okay, I was going to say, is his weapon out? His weapon better be out. Losing a lot of HP on that one, catching a heal from what looks like an excavator wand right there. But again, look at the XGC Focus of a huge tornado coming in right there onto Yeehawing. Sadly, no one to capitalize in. You talked about sleep before. We don't see sleeps super often being prevalent after the nerf. Ooh, a big crossbow spin right there, and he ends up killing himself, which is what most crossbow users end up happening. That is exactly what happened with Salvation Chain right there. Is just going to get you killed if one tank pops it. You end up just basically thorn mailing yourself to death if you're familiar with League of Legends.
Crossbow meet counter barrier, best friends forever. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Their sleep, after they fixed how Karmic Haze works, where it actually takes into account everyone's evasion that it's trying to hit, is definitely less strong, but it's so good for just gaining tempo. And tempo in this game is so important because there's a limited amount of stamina you have when you block. There's a limited amount of cooldowns that you can press, right? You only have 12 skills on your bar. This isn't, you know, World of Warcraft where you have 45 keybinds and, 7 of my damage skills are off. Okay, I have 12 more ready to go. Tempo in this game is super, super important. And I would like to see more guilds trying to use, you know, sleeps or even tornadoes more offensively to bait cooldowns out and knock people up. And it looks like finally Focus is able to get a footing that
look how
doesn't
many of
look
them are on
lost.
here.
Yeah, it looks like they have about 20 or so, maybe now 30 on the stone. And it looks like YEEHAWING's actually getting pushed back, but YEEHAWING's frontline, YEEHAWING's tanks are just so tanky. They're just not dying, but it looks like finally Focus is able to gain some real estate. They're trying to get a cap off, but just Godamus, the one-man killing machine, able to stop 3 different people from capping. He is still on the stone, 21k HP, SNS Greatsword, doing what a tank needs to do. He's not the main character. He is just trying to make sure that his DPS can frag out.
Yeah, and I saw helicase there. I did, again, the biology teacher in me. I love that enzyme. It's the unzipping enzyme for DNA and DNA replication. Believe it or not, Gretton, fun fact, he's running around in here, and I love that he named his character that, and I just had to nerd out a little bit. But there's the cap going down for over on XGC Focus once again. But again, they just don't have enough people onto the stone. But that was a great push through. If we look at the charts here, we can see YEEHAWING actually dominates the majority of the board here. A lot of them are joining the guild. They're on guild cooldown right now and are joining in the next 24 hours. So if you see a blank space, that is also YEEHAWING. You can see that basically all of the top players in the match are YEEHAWING. You don't see most wanted until you get much further down the list here for XGC Focus. So you can see how much they are struggling. And I have to say, Gretton, with that kind of a discrepancy on the leaderboard, I would not even expect them to be capping the point. The fact that they're able to get these caps down, the fact that they're pushing in and actually winning engagements is insane, with not even having a single player on the front page.
Invone is someone who has, I'm big assuming he's the one shot calling, but he has a ton of experience as a shot caller on KR as well. So he is very much a kind of shot caller who doesn't need to take every engage. He'll let, and you know, I might get some flack for this, but he'll let Focus come onto the stone. He'll let them cap, because like I mentioned in the last match, that forces them to kind of collide onto the stone, right? And that just puts them in a place where you can now swarm them. But otherwise, you kind of have to like run around, you know, like a chicken with your head cut off to try to find kills. So I wouldn't be surprised if the call is, hey, ignore the tanks. If they flip the stone, they flip the stone. We own it. So they have to flip it and then full cap it, which we've seen them try to flip it multiple times, but then they're never able to get over 20 or 30% here.
Yeah, I think it's super impressive to see XGC Focus, who is a guild that a lot of people have never really heard of very much, going up against YEEHAWING, who is an extremely well-known guild in the community. They're in the what many would say is the strongest alliance on the server, potentially. We'll know at the end of this tournament. But like, they've got a lot of the strongest players on the server, and XGC Focus still putting up this kind of a fight, finding caps onto the objective, running in like this. No, they haven't been able to really push them fully off the stone yet, but I think that's in large part due to that snake core that's in here, basically running around killing a lot of people. A lot of the old FTP core is in here as well. Some of the supple members representing in here as well, and they're just really strong individual players, basically just able to buy time for their team to constantly keep coming back like this. But a great showing from XGC Focus as they keep running in. And you see, look how many people they have actually pushing onto the point here, Brenton.
Yeah, and if you actually like take a second to click through, it's usually healers and tanks that they just let onto the point. And yeah, I'm not sure if that's just purely coincidental or by design from the side of YEEHAWING, but your healers can't do much if the only people they could heal is tanks. And then what's happening is they're letting them come in, tanks and healers, and then the front line of YEEHAWING is just ensuring that no DPS or very few DPS can follow through. So you're in a weird spot where your front line can't create space because your back line is not coming up because their front line's punching you in the mouth. This is why this stone specifically is such an interesting stone to attack and defend, because it's a complete circle. There's grapples, there's multiple different angles to push from, and it just looks like YEEHAWING is doing such a great job of spreading out and covering all their bases, which they weren't doing at the beginning, right? XGC Focus was able to kind of catch them off guard a couple times with these flank pushes, but it looks like they since learned from that and they're able to kind of find their footing and make sure that they can control the tempo of this fight.
Yeah, Kaiman looking for the cap on the point, but gonna get immediately disrupted right there by TrapX, who's up on him and is gonna go ahead and take down that kill. Looks like XGC Focus is actually backing up now. And I love to see this out of a guild. Finally, like, okay, this streaming in is just not gonna work for us. We have 8 minutes. We need to try to make something happen. They're gonna back up. They're gonna regroup. They're gonna look for an engage right here. They're gonna let invulnerabilities basically wear off across the board and let the fight fully reset for themselves. XGC Focus sending. We're gonna follow this flank squad from XGC Focus running around over here. I think you almost need to send your flankers in first. Otherwise, the main ball takes too much of a brunt of the damage. Looks like it has been spotted by YEEHAWING here as D-Bones on this backside, literally just up here spotting to see if they can get around. They might just be exploring to see, okay, what's the best engagement that we can look for here. But right now, that is not a way that you're really going to have a super great engage on this backside here. They're looking for the grapple point. If you guys don't know, there's a grapple point right here, and they're looking for their flankers to try to pick up onto that grapple point. And YEEHAWING has full control of it. We'll see. Grapple points make you extremely vulnerable. They also use a lot of your stamina, which is extremely frustrating, I know, in large-scale PvP. Oh my goodness, look at the damage from this high ground. Oh my gosh, XGC Focus just getting absolutely blasted while Tubu locks them down. The damage from the high ground from YEEHAWING is incredible on that one. They can't step anywhere near the point on this one. There's the first grapples coming in here. The front line is getting absolutely shredded as the rest of XGC Focus comes through. The main chunk, they're doing what they can, trying to swarm in from all sides, and XGC Focus starting to thin out once again on this one. Oh my goodness, Gritton.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I mentioned before, right? Take the time, try to set up a better engage. Obviously, you know how far their range goes. If they have a Tevent bow, if they have, you know, these things, you can't get that close, right? I mean, it didn't look like they were that close, but they lost like 6-7 people before they even engaged. You're never going to win a take when you're down, a static or more of players. So the strategy, again, sound strategy, poor execution. I want to see XGC Focus do that, but execute it properly. Wait for your flank squad to get in, get a sleep off, then engage. You don't need to kill everyone while they're asleep. You just need to take space and be able to spread out, because what we saw is all the tanks just crash on top of the grapple. And then once they locked that down, they just went front to back and went to their back line, which were getting pushed by the flank push of XGC Focus. Again, it's very stereotypical, very normal defense from the side of YEEHAWING. Nothing crazy. We just need to see Focus kind of, shift into 6th gear here in the final 5 minutes.
Yeah, no, we have, again, just under 6 minutes left on the clock. And XGC Focus, I think they need to back up a little bit further. I'll be honest with you. Yeah. I think that they're standing in range of this high ground here, allowing YEEHAWING to pelt you just like this from this high ground. They're way too close. And you can see, look at the low health bars. Boom, there goes one. Bam, there goes another one. They're just dropping like flies. You cannot stand this close. They're being baited by this front line. OK, standing out in front, baiting so much damage. Like, look, I'm low. You should dive forward and try to kill me. And his healer is locked onto him and making sure that he gets that swift healing off on that player. He's just baiting in all those extra 1s and 2s. You have to have discipline in a situation like this. XGC Focus pushing in right up this hill right now. Oh my goodness. And around through this choke. Look at just getting floated over and over again. The flankers did get through onto the point, but even they're meeting a lot of resistance onto the backline there. XGC Focus's main ball just can't quite get through as the attempted cap fails as well. Another attempted cap from Katy Perry going off right there. Nope, Panda's going to go for it as well. Invuln, that's the shot. Invuln is one of the shot callers. I'm not sure if he's shot calling this one necessarily, right. But Invuln right there on the middle of the point. It looks like he is definitely laser focused on something that isn't his character, and that's very likely looking at what's going on and scouting for his team and making sure he's got the appropriate call for everything. Is XGC Focus with some good strategies here, just not enough power, Grenton.
Yeah, and they did it exactly what we wanted to see. But again, they're engaging statics down of players because they're just staying in range of YEEHAWING here. And what we saw again is all the tanks just collided with the main ball of Focus. They let the flank squad in. Once the main ball was all dead because they all funneled into a choke, YEEHAWING just turned around and cleaned up the flank squad. We need to see something different. We've seen the same split push over and over from the red side here, and obviously it's not working. Unfortunately, the way Rift Stones work, if they don't get a cap, if they don't at least flip the stone within the next minute, it's over. They just don't have enough time to get enough feet on the stone to cap it fully from 0 to 100. So there's only really about a minute of actual playtime left and like 2 minutes of padding.
Yeah, I would agree as well. And I think that just looking at the stats there, you can see XGC Focus only has one person in the millions of damage marker, whereas the entire front page for YEEHAWING is all over 1 million damage. And you can see that's the kind of the discrepancy that we've been looking at overall in this fight here, as they've looked dominant basically the entire time. But again, I will applaud XGC Focus. They are at least trying other things. They're trying different engagements. They're trying to send, again, there goes another flank team off on the side here. They're grouped up here, and again, they're just a little bit too close. You cannot get this close. Look at what they're staring at in this uphill battle. Ashwin gets basically pulled in and immediately killed. 1-3 dives in. His healer is locked on him, but he's gonna go down as it looks like YEEHAWING losing their front line right there as they go down, and XGC Focus actually pushing up the hill very confidently now as they've picked off a few YEEHAWING, and you can see a lot of the XGC Focus make it onto the point. They actually have way more people on the point right now as Invuln's in the air as well. Trep didn't know what hit him. Buddhas might go down as well. Yeah, a lot more XGC Focus on this point now. They need to get this cap down. Every second matters for this cap here, as only 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. Panda's gonna try to get the cap. No, he gets CC'd. They have no one that can really cap the point at this point, despite the fact that they actually won that engagement pretty handedly. Oh, there it is, 75, 80% no, and now YEEHAWING is starting to regroup in here and just stream back onto the point, but an excellent engage coming out of XGC Focus, and that shows you what happens if you just get even a little bit cocky. Even in a dominant matchup like this, Gretton, you get a little bit cocky like that, you can lose engagements, you can lose fights, and that's because of how Throne of Liberty engagements work. You know, every person matters, especially in a 48v48 format.
And I think we might have to go back and take a look after, but I think that it wasn't actually the tanks that Focus punched through. It was a bunch of DPS who just, like you said, got cocky and went out to go kill them, because all that happened is Focus was able to kill a 10-ish DPS. They got excited. They're like, finally, we can make some leeway. And then they just hit a brick wall of tanks when they got onto the stone. And that just bought enough time for the DPS who, got a little cocky and died to respawn and come back. But like I said, there's only about a minute and a half left. I don't even think with a full 48 people, you'll be able to cap it if you're uncontested, let alone now with these respawns how they are. And the fact that YEEHAWING is just able to kind of funnel back in. So for all intents and purposes, I think this one is over. And as we saw with the scoreboard, it wasn't really close from a damage kill perspective. But I will say XGC Focus was able to kind of, their strategy was there. Like I mentioned multiple times in this fight, they just either lacked the firepower or the execution. People just weren't playing as cohesively together as the YEEHAWING squad, or they were just, gear gapped. I don't think it's gear gapped because I'm looking at
there's a little bit
the way that they're fighting. There might be a little bit of a gear gap on the side of YEEHAWING, but no one's getting like absolutely one shot and stuff like that. Everyone's dying on both sides.
Yeah, I think that they are actually getting kills, and the fact that they're able to, again, take engagements despite being so far down in damage and so far down in overall like damage, healing, damage taken, everything is actually very, very impressive, I think, from XGC Focus to find up wins on engagements despite the fact that your guys maybe for one reason or another, whether it be gear, maybe they're worse as players or what have you, or their parties aren't working as cohesively with one another, to come out and see these engagements actually go their way is really, really impressive for that guild. So it is going to be YEEHAWING winning that round. The front page looks pretty one-sided there.
Yep, and I'm surprised we're seeing GGs from both teams and no one's trash talking yet.
Oh, I love to see that. They can keep the trash talk in the Discord after. I'm sure that no one wants to be disqualified when they're on the live stream itself. Let's not encourage it. They're Gretton. But
I'm not encouraging anything. I'm just saying. I'm just surprised.
Yeah, 4.4 million healing done for Catsby, and you forgive me, I'm a healer, so like I'm over here like this is the number that I like. Everybody else loves the big damage numbers, and yeah, the damage numbers are incredible, but I love 5.3 million healing from Deep Fist. What a name that is. Going deep on that one. So absolutely incredible play from both teams. This is what the leaderboard looks like overall. And I will scroll through it very quickly here. Who was the top damage? Who was the top damage class? Again, a look at that, Grenton. Grenton just coming up with another win. Spear, Greatsword, Spear, Dagger, the rank 1 and rank 2.
I need you to go to position 55 on the list. Go all and then position 55.
Okay, position 55.
And just take a look at that.
Motonic. Is that who I'm looking at?
Yup. Go all the way to the
Bowmon,
right.
6.9 million. The best healer in the match. What an absolute unit. Who is the best tank in the match? It might be Nengja. Nengja's at 1.8. I don't see anyone else with more damage taken than Nengja on this one. So best tank in the match goes to Nengja on that one. Good fights from both teams. I think it kind of went the way that a lot of people were expecting, right, Grenton?
Yeah, is it bad if I said it was closer than I thought it would be? Is that like bad?
No, that's not bad. Again, I think that XGC focused, their goal was top 50%. And I'll be honest with you, were they out in the first round? Sure, but they fought one of the guilds that is probably going to go really far in the tournament. And I felt like, again, showing that you can win engagements against a guild like that, whether it be gear or what have you, I think is extremely important for morale as a guild. They should not be ashamed at all. I think they came out and did a great job.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I was very happy to see that it was FTP and helloing, because I had a lot of I fought against helloing a lot, and I think that they had individually some of like the best players that I've ever played against. So it was really cool to see some familiar names fighting alongside FTP with the new YEEHAWING guild. Obviously, they are part of my alliance that I'm in now since I'm in Supple. And
little biased.
Little biased. I'm happy to see them win. But I mean, we have so many more matches, and again, 2 very good matches to start things off. So I'm super fired up. I know the chat is too. We got a lot of chat PvP happening in the Twitch chat, as we should have.
We absolutely do. And our next match is almost ready to go. So we're going to talk about pick bans a little bit more. We started recording them. Now we know who's doing the pick ban. We're learning. We're getting there. But the next matchup is still round 1, but match 3 of the day is Cappy Borpa versus Visa. Now, originally this was Enum, but Enum and Visa kind of merged into each other, so now this is just Visa. They only have one team now in the tournament. Cappy Borpa started free to play and then transferred to an early access server and is now sitting on Laslan. Cappy Borpa is supposedly the 4th strongest in their alliance, but I think they trolled a little bit on the application as they feel like they're rank 1 on the server. They have 1 Siege 1 right now, and they're predicting top 10 for the tournament overall. Visa, however, again, sitting on Zeroth, and we're seeing a common theme here. I think the most competitive PvP guilds that people are used to and the guilds that people are kind of watching are mainly on Zeroth. So you have to understand how competitive the Zeroth server is. There's like 3 or 4 alliances that are all duking it out to see who the strongest alliance is on that server as we speak. So this tournament, and all of them are in the tournament, by the way, Grenton. So like this tournament's going to be really telling to see where everyone actually lies, and it'll be big bragging rights for a lot of people here. But again, Visa, they think that they're rank 1 on the server. They've won 1 siege. Their prediction is top 5 for this one. Are you familiar with either of these guilds?
Yes. So I'm very familiar with Visa or Nissa or whatever they were going by.
Nissa, yeah.
It was actually back when Cannon had his Tanks and Liberty guild. It was actually one of the only guilds aside from like Ethereum who beat Tanks and Liberty like on Riftstone and Boonstone. So I did a couple of VOD reviews for them. They were a phenomenal GBG guild. They're part of the Rent Free Alliance, right? I know a lot of people in Rent Free as well from Korea. And I mean, Nissa themselves don't really, or they didn't at least have a lot of KR vets back when I like covered the guild. Now they've obviously merged with a bunch of different guilds and stuff like that. And they were kind of the alliance on Zeroth until, you know, Supple and TC came in. And I mean, Supple was able to kind of win the siege like we saw. TC is a super strong GVG guild as well. So I'm very excited to kind of see this new version of Nissa, Visa, whatever we want to call it, fight against Capybora. Cappy Borpa. I don't really know that guild. Laslan is a very distant memory. But Visa did win the coin toss, and they chose to pick the stone, which is interesting.
Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah. Cappy Borpa actually banned Kawazan, Adentis, and Chernobog, and I'm very surprised, but we're fighting on Malachar Riftstone.
Dude, that's what I was about to say, is that they willingly chose to fight on the Malachar Riftstone. Lock in, because the Malachar Riftstone is really hard to fight on. I fought on it like 3 or 4 times, and every time was extremely difficult, Grenton.
It's a meme. It's a meme Riftstone. like the fact that they chose this is even funnier to me. But it is a crazy stone to attack. It is a crazy stone to defend. I'm not sure where the portals are, like the respawn portals, because it could actually just be a 20-minute like just bloodbath, or 20-minute people staring at each other, and we see maybe like 5 or 6 engages for the whole 20 minutes. It's gonna be somewhere in that vicinity.
Yeah, I think that being the first one onto the stone has never been more important than the Malachar Riftstone, as we're about to find out here. Make sure you get your predictions in for this match and who you think is going to win this one. Do we think it's going to be Visa? Do we think it's going to be Cappy Borpa? Again, Cappy Borpa, they feel like they are strong enough and that they can deal with this, and I think that both guilds have really, really high hopes for this match as we kind of hit go on this one. Gretton, if you had to call it.
I don't know Cappy Borpa, so if I had to call it, gun to my head, I would say Visa's definitely gonna win this. But everyone is just blitzing to the stone. They all took Portal 1 and they're grappling up, and it is already a bloodbath.
It is already there. An all-out sprint for the stone. On this one, I can't even get the grapple. There it is right there. It is an absolute bloodbath. You can see this uphill battle to the stone is absolutely ridiculous. Visa looks like they're winning out a little bit, but like everyone is just all out running for it. And honestly, this is actually an interesting strategy, Gretton. Is I think, who did you say actually picked
this
for
was
this one?
Visa that picked this.
Yeah, so I think that Visa thinks that maybe they don't have like maybe they had it at a disadvantage, or maybe it was going to be close and they said, oh, we'd rather take the coin toss. This is actually an interesting choice. Maybe if you're Cappy Borpa in this case, or you feel like you're a weaker guild, if you can get control of a Riftstone like this, you have a good chance of basically just dominating the Riftstone almost the entire time. And even the weakest guild can try to hold this position from a high ground like this. You can see Cappy Borpa grouped on the low ground, not sure quite what they want to do yet, as the only real way to get up here is a grapple point into another grapple point. Is going to be a little rough. What an absolute clown fiesta.
So this is interesting because when you're doing this regularly, there is a stone bridge that connects the Boonstone and the Riftstone.
Yeah.
And guilds will set up outside of the conflict zone on that stone bridge, push in with bubble, and are able to get feet on the stone. But if you actually look at how the portals are set up, the one portal isn't in a good spot for you to do that. They're going to try to do it now. They all respawn. They all have bubble-ish, kind of, not really. And they're going to kind of try to grapple. But if you grapple, you lose your bubble.
Correct.
So the issue is you either have to hopefully have a high enough morph level to get to the stone with some semblance of your bubble left, or you're just going to have to raw engage this every single time, which is extremely difficult.
Yeah,
the only
hard.
place you can engage that isn't a grapple blue is from this bridge, and the only really way to get to that bridge is maybe you'll spawn at spawn 1 and try to just run up from the Boonstone. But even then, I think it's going to take you about 20-30 seconds to get to the stone.
Visa is a little postured a little bit too far back here. I think that another opportunity you can take is to basically send your stealth daggers in and try to, if everybody stands on this bridge, if all your bow users are standing on this bridge, and the idea is that you tornado them repeatedly, you can send your dagger users in stealth through. If you have some good dagger wands, you can get some sleeps off and push through and basically wipe all of their tornadoes immediately. If you put too many people on this low ground, it can go south very quickly for you. All hope is not necessarily lost, but Visa certainly has the advantage here. For those wondering at home what a bubble is, or why we keep talking about a bubble, that is the term that people call the invulnerability that you get when you spawn in Throne of Liberty. You have what, 20-30 seconds of invulnerability when you come in until you take your weapon out. There's the dive through. Cappy Borpa actually getting a fair amount of people through, and their backline firing. And honestly, this is a pretty solid front to back fight for Cappy Borpa here, as their front line is doing very well inside of Visa's backline there. Although it looks like the rest of Cappy Borpa dove off the edge, and they're actually flying down off the bridge. What a good strategy to fly down off the bridge onto the ramp over there and kind of move around the primary engage right there. And they've got a fair amount of people on the stone here. Obviously, Visa has control of the stone here, but that was actually a pretty creative engage that they had there, and it showed that their front line can absolutely stand up to the Visa backline and kind of get through their Gren.
Yeah, what was also interesting is I noticed that there was 5 people on the southern grapple, one of which was a SNS dagger with Bellendir SNS. So, and that's on the side of Cappy Borpa. So they're actually able to go set up a huge club. The issue was there was not much of a main ball left to capitalize on that by the time he was able to get up there, stealth, and engage. So I'm very interested to see how that player decides to engage this next fight, because that's your, sort of TSN turning point, is if people in the Cappy Borpa guild have that player marked and he gets a 8, 10, 12 player Bellandir clump off.
Yeah.
That's going to swing the momentum.
Yeah, I think that if you, I think the play is to try to play this a little bit slow and to have your flankers kind of in position at any point, because the flankers don't want to run through this tiny little choke. But if they're ready on the grapple and you're winning the front to back engagement, you walk across this this little bridge right here, and you just slowly win the front to back team fight, and then eventually send your flankers in at the right time. I think that you absolutely could win this. Yes, you're at a disadvantage because they can fire at you from a high ground, and you're the one that has to push into them. But it is absolutely possible to position your tanks well enough, pull people in, pick off 1s and 2s, send your flankers in at the right time. But here comes, oh my gosh, Cappy Borpa. Half of them are actually diving down to the ramp. Half of them are going across the main rift engage. Now, as Zoro went onto the back line, but he went invisible right there. And the main engage for Cappy Borpa goes very south. But it looks like everybody that went up the ramp and flew down actually did make it up onto the stone, Gretton. As they're pushing through, they've actually gotten a fair amount of kills on Visa here. Visa holding control of the stone right now. Wayboy doing his best. He's got no one to help him. This poor greatsword on the back line. He's like, hello, fellow Visa members, in an ocean of red here. As Cappy Borpa's going to have to back up and I think rethink this once again. And again, another interesting take though, on this Riftstone, in terms of engagements, Grenton.
Yeah, I mean, I like seeing different engages, obviously. The fact that they were kind of able to fly down and climb up from the grapple side without grappling a little bit unpunished is interesting. I would like to see, it's 48 people, so it's difficult to do this, but engage from all three sides, kind of force Visa back onto the stone. If you can force them into the eastern side of the stone, back to where the cliff side, you can kind of maybe knock some people off and stuff as you engage.
Yeah, their flank team's actually trying to do work, but you can see that you only have to put 1 or 2 people. Like Extremity is doing amazing work on that high ground right there. And Cappy Borpa's flank team looked like they were going to do really well right there. But the perfect positioning, Visa, I think that this was planned. I think that they chose this Riftstone intentionally. It was not a meme, and that they're ready to play on this Riftstone. Because the fact that they're not overcommitting resources to that situation, right? They lost a lot of people on the low ground. Oh my gosh, Visa engaging off the node here.
Ego pushing this now.
Yeah, Ego pushing through. Cappy Borpa was not prepared for it. It's a clean wipe for Visa. Cappy Borpa was not prepared for that push, and that's exactly what happens. A bold move from Visa right there is they could technically, if they take too long to return to the stone here, the Cappy Borpa, they're grappling. Cappy Borpa's going for the stone. The bamboozle. Oh my goodness. Visa running back going, this may have been a mistake. They're in full invulnerability, and now they have control of the stone. Visa may have egoed this just a little bit too much as they scramble back to the point here as Cappy Borpa is actually moving up onto it.
Huge Guardian. Someone Green Ranger the entirety of Visa's ball as they were kind of trying to come through the choke, but I don't know which boat player from Visa just was able to tornado every single person from Cappy Borpa. It was a stalemate where both sides just stared at each other and no one could move, and then they all just clashed. So almost blunder from Visa, but between a really, really good tornado and a great frontline just putting their forehead into the enemy ball, they're able to kind of stabilize here and still control that Riftstone.
Yeah, and now they've fortunately stabilized here. But again, that was kind of a sweaty moment right there, because like even though they're coming up at half health and everything, they have invulnerability, and Visa did sacrifice their high ground position for a moment, and you can see them scramble back as the guild like, oh, okay, well we may have stepped out of position here. But Visa exerting dominance there. It wasn't necessarily as much dominance as it was Cappy Borpa. Really, they need to take these pushes slow, and you can see how slowly they are taking it. They're standing way back here. They're planning things out. They're sending flankers out on the side, and while you're doing all that, Visa capitalized on the fact that they probably were not ready for that, and they just crossed the Rubicon, so to speak, and blasted them before that they were ready. Because Cappy Borpa, had they been ready for that engage, probably just rolls through Visa right there, engaging out of a choke like that so egregiously.
Yeah, and if you look there, this is just ego play after ego play. You had just half of Visa's ball, just go down to Portal 1 and wipe them. And now we're seeing Cappy Borpa trying to capitalize on this by just holding W on the
Yep.
bridge, which I obviously never suggest, especially on a choke like this.
This
And you
is
just
rough.
see they're getting absolutely melted
Yeah, you can
by
see the
flash waves and
waves.
meteors.
Yeah, and you can see all the people that constantly say flash wave is fine. Flash wave is an okay skill. They just say dodge it, position better, idiot. And like you can see that in a lot of large scale positions just like this, there is no way to position better. You're just running into wave after wave after wave of flash wave, and it's just it's a lot of damage, Breton. It is just so much damage. It's very, very difficult to get that to get through that unless you're a tank. And so we have Cappy Borba regrouping now as they have a split force. And again, Avisa, I'd say it's less ego and more that they're just trying to engage the flank squad before the primary engage actually happens. Cappy Borba again trying to plan ahead, trying to get their engagements ready. You can see some of their flankers going off on the side, some of their flankers going off, getting ready at this grapple down here. And this takes a while to set up, and Visa just keeps trying to pre-engage them. I'm in your walls, trying to dive through. Look at all the flash waves. The front to back Visa has said that you have sacrificed too many people. Cappy Borba has sent too many people to flank, and their main engage just went down. But you can see their flankers actually did make it through onto the stone here, as they did overwhelm just a little bit, but sadly no one else got through to help them, so they're gonna go down, Grenton.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a fan of their flank squad right now. They were able to get up, but they just did a whole lot of nothing. And that was while the entirety of Visa's ball was fighting on the bridge. And they had an even fight, and I was staying back. I was letting you kind of call the bridge fight, and I was staying back to kind of see what the flank squad did. And they just kind of spanned their wheels. And if you're just going to do that, you're just better off staying with the main ball. So I would like to see them maybe commit more to the flank squad, because numbers don't matter a ton on that bridge. You want to just force the majority of Visa's squad to engage you on that bridge. And then if you do that with 12 people and you have 36 other people grappling up the side, you'll win that fight. But you won't win trying to funnel 36 people onto a little, 4x4 bridge where you're just going to eat flash wave after flash wave after flash wave. Yeah,
and I think Cappy Borpa's ball has kind of pushed off right now. I'm struggling to find them. Are they on the point itself? I'm struggling to find where I can see them on the map, but I don't actually see them. It's probably because of the terrain on this one.
Yeah, I'm trying to find them as well. I don't know where they went.
Oh, they're all still in the match. I'm not. Are they all equipped daggers? They're all invisible. Wouldn't that be a play? Wouldn't that be insane? Crazy. They all
never tried to
like
change weapons in this. I don't know if you can. I've never tried it. I'm sure you can. I don't see why not.
Right.
That would be hilarious.
Yeah. And I think, again, it would be very interesting, but that's the kind of guild stuff that we might see on creative riftstones like this when they get chosen, is everyone brings a dagger, and then if you lose control, everyone can go invisible and try to run onto the stone, then switch back to their normal gear set, and then try to fight it out. But that would help get you through the initial choke point. I'm not sure how well it would necessarily work, but like, hey, it's worth a shot. I do not see Cappy Borpa. They're still in the match. I do not see them.
I don't know.
They're all saying what they have, because they can see them on the minimap too. They can see them on the map as well.
I'm currently running around trying to find them.
Visa's hugging the stone right now.
Oh, here they are. Portal 1.
Oh, they're on Portal 1.
They just spawned. And
okay. Oh, they were waiting to respawn. Oh, yeah. This is a big moment. The huge respawn. They're going to try to abuse invulnerability. They're going to run straight across this choke point.
They have time. They have 10 seconds left on their invuln on the front person, so they have time to actually touch the stone here.
6, 5, 4. They're gonna get through. Visa scrambling to know what do we do in this case. A great play from Cappy Borba, actually getting up onto the stone here, as they were all invulnerable. They've spread out in all directions like this, and they are up on it right now. What a crazy play coming out of Cappy Borba. They've tried new things on every engagement. They're actually fighting tooth and nail for this one. There's a lot of blue health bars still up right now. Molly's looking for the cap on the stone, but Visa's on top of it. Purple Chicken pushes him off, says, "This is my house. You are not welcome here," as Visa starts to thin out the Cappy Borba main ball. But that was definitely the most creative push that we have seen from Cappy Borba right there. And they're just streaming up to the node right now, or to the rift rather, to try to cap the point. As I think that was a phenomenal push, Grenton.
Yeah, so that was a great push from Cappy Borpa. The issue is their tail was just too long.
Yeah,
they had like 5 seconds between when the front line hit the stone and when the back line hit the stone. And I know everyone has different morph levels, everyone has different computers. You might load in at a different time, but you can't have a tail that long. when you're trying to fight a guild of this caliber when they have defenders advantage. So I want to see that push again, but I want to see them play a little bit more tight. I mean, we saw some great play from Visa just backing up and spreading out and playing space, not trying to get caught in clumps. And we did see a lot of Capiborpa just get clumped up and die. Purple Chicken, I noticed, SNS Dagger. So shout out to that guy. Automatically better than any other tank in this lobby who isn't an SNS Dagger because he's playing SNS Dagger. So that's why he stopped the cap. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, I think that Capiborpa needs to try the same thing again. And the problem is they have some people in the guild without solid state hard drives. I think that a lot of the people just like a lot of the people that had, you could see the people that had M.2 NVMEs, and then you saw the people come in with solid states, and then you saw the people with normal hard drives. If you're a Brook boy, just say so. Came in and they just didn't have enough. They didn't have enough going through initially. But I think that they need to basically call out in voice is the biggest thing that they need to do. They need to say, okay, everybody that has a normal hard drive user are poorest people. You all need to spawn right now. Then wait 3 seconds, let the solid state spawn, and then let everybody else go. I think you literally need to call it like that. But it was a brilliant push. It was a brilliant idea, and I think it actually might work.
Yeah, Broke Boy spawn first, I think, has to be the new strat for every guild in this game.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, I've seen too many guilds that have really long tails, and I feel like that's the only reason why.
They're doing it again. We've lost track of them, and I'm going to use this time to kind of look at the leaderboards here, and you can see that Visa just owns the entire leaderboard for the, oh my gosh, you don't see a Capiborpa player till 30th on the play, and then apparently we're going to kick Zeet, who's the first player to get beaten by a Capybara player. He's getting kicked right after this, no problem. Oh, there's the spawn right there. Here comes. Uh-oh, wait, they're spawning them in waves. No, this is the whole guild. No, this is the whole guild. They're coming through now. This looks a little bit more, no. Oh my goodness, look at Visa's backline. Look at Visa's backline. They're like, hello, fellow Capybara members, Borpa members. As they run in, they're immediately going to hit them the moment that they're vulnerable, and the Capiborpa members can't really do anything about it. They come in, the flankers from Visa with a good play right there. Capiborpa does get onto the stone though, and they're healing too to the best of their ability. It looks like they're using Guardians on this push as well. Doing what they can, but I think the Visa, the flankers from Visa actually knew that normally they're vulnerable right there. Normally they would be under a lot of pressure right there, but they knew that Capiborpa couldn't hit anyone or they would lose their invulnerability bubble. So they kind of just have to run by them, and then they just run up the back of the tail and they eat through, they Pac-Man the back of the tail. Never mind the fact that, yeah, it was a super spread out push like that, but I think that's naturally going to happen for a lot of people depending on what morph you're using. They're going to try it again. They've all spawned again. I love that Capiborpa is all spawning together here at the same time, and at least coming up together so that they don't get picked off one at a time. The flank squad actually coming over here. It looks like they're going to stop and hit this flank squad. And now they're out of position. That's exactly what I was saying. The flank squad from Visa getting obliterated here. Oh no, that's not good. The rest of Visa trying to come forward to try to support them now, and Capiborpa needs to try to get up to this high ground as the rest of Visa, the cavalry, shows up and takes the high ground from Capiborpa. I felt like Capiborpa had the play there, Gretton, which was to stop this time, kill that flanking backline right there, but they just didn't. They needed to all come up to the high ground. I think that a lot of them just stood on the low ground, and it allowed, you could tell the flank squad from Visa was communicating with their main ball and said, hey, you guys need to come help us. Hey, you need to pull forward right now. And you saw all of Visa basically immediately respond to that. But
yeah, we have Capiborpa actually getting feet on the stone now. They did the same thing as they did before. They just try to grapple up really fast and catch Visa with their pads down, but they're just able to regroup so much faster than Capiborpa. They just have to run back through this one bridge to get back to the stone. And I've seen this. I've seen Visa play a lot. I feel like that flank squad was just kind of trolling there, just playing there for fun, and they said, hey, we'll try to get them to use their bubble so they don't have immunity anymore and kill us, and then you guys can come kill them. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, so that's exactly how it ended up playing out. I think originally, Capiborpa could have just taken that high ground. And then again, if they have that high ground and everybody pushes through, they can catch the main ball, the Visa main ball, as they try to push across the bridge and potentially win the engage. But again, they just stood on the low ground and they just sat there trying to hit those flankers, and the flankers bought enough time. And then what ended up happening is exactly what you said. It ends up, okay, now you've just wasted your bubble and we're going to kill you. Now they're diving down onto the low ground, and Capiborpa in disarray as the Visa bombers are just landing on them from above like this, and the flash waves come through. Capiborpa losing a lot of members on the low ground like this as they struggle to regroup with 6 minutes to go here, Gretton.
Yeah, and this is just kind of the tempo that I am used to seeing from Visa, is just when they know that they're stronger, they will just punch you in the throat over and over and over and over and over again until the timer's at 0. They'll try fun stuff. They'll try funky stuff. They don't care because they know that, hey, if we lose the stone, we'll just take it back, right? Like that's kind of what's going through their head right now. That's why they're literally fighting on top of Portal 1, and they just don't care. Like there's someone who's going to be running to the stone. I'm counting their shot caller, it looks like, on the stone, and 3 other people from Visa. Everyone else is just fighting on Portal 1, just kind of chilling. And that's the same sort of attitude that I've seen from this guild over and over and over again, is they just snowball their lead and demoralize their opponents by just doing ego plays like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Visa exerting dominance in this matchup. You see the top like 29 members of the match are all Visa members. But I love how spunky some of these the Cappy Borba is weaker in this case, but you can see how spunky they are, trying different strategies, doing different ways, splitting their flank team, using the spawn invulnerability, trying to stop and try to kill the flankers there. Like you can see how this regroup. Ooh, a lot of Visas off the stone. If Cappy Borba just spawns right now and just runs up, I think they might catch a lot of Visa out of position. But it looks like Cappy Borba is going to go ahead and try for another respawn play here. And I will go up and meet them on this one. But honestly, I just love to see all of these guilds, even if they feel like they're at a disadvantage, try something new over and over again.
I'm so sorry. I just saw, I think their name was I Play Fast from Visa, just jump off the bridge to his death. Like
That's
didn't I think he tried to Q block when he landed, but just missed it and just instantly died.
You gotta, oh my goodness, he's jumping around like a peach. He knows he's got time because they haven't spawned yet. Strix with the BM morph like that, and Cappy Borba's having none of it. There's the spawn right there. Here they come. They're like, all right, I'll show you who looks like a peach. Here we go. Cappy Borba coming up to the main. You can see their bubble is on them, that little invulnerability buff. As they run through here, Visa grouped up on the node. That's what you're pushing into. Look at all the members diving in right now. They're trying to spread out on the Riftstone as a couple people dive forward to try to cap the Riftstone, but Visa laying in wait with those tornadoes, with those splash waves, and just decimating Cappy Borba the moment that they come out of invulnerability here. Although a fair amount of them actually still on the node here. Gretna, some of the crossbows we see spinning right there, going down kind of right away tragically. Cappy Borba doing their best to fight this one out, but I think it's going to peter out for them.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing a kind of consistent thing so far, is that you mentioned it earlier with Xerath being such a competitive server. I think that if you go up against a Xerath guild in round number 1, it's tough. I don't think, and maybe this is a little a hot take, but I just don't think any Xerath guilds are going to lose. They're just going to lose to each other, is what it looks like. They're so coordinated, they're so solid. It's a 24/7 PvP server. There is no downtime. There is no time to breathe, and we kind of just see it in the macro and the micro play from Visa here.
Yeah. And now they're just diving through, and to be honest with you, they're seeing a decent amount of success, although they're kind of just sitting on a casting couch as they dive in one at a time onto the Riftstone with 2.5 minutes left on the clock. A lot of people super hyped to see what Visa can do in the rest of this tournament. Do you think that Visa is going to choose this Malachar Riftstone again moving forward? Grant, do you think that this was intentional?
I think so. Just watching how fast they were able to get up on the stone, take space. A lot of that early game looked planned. And then after it, their comms are probably just like the memeing and saying random stuff. And they're like, okay, go kill them now. Like, I don't think there's much strategy now happening on the stone for Visa. But I think at the beginning, they did have a game plan. So I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to do this again against another guild.
Yeah. And I think it's an interesting strategy because it can backfire really fast, right? They have to have a strategy. If they're going to try to do this again, there has to be a strategy for trying to flip pressure. And now the other nodes, the other guilds know that you got to ban Malachar, or they're going to pick it on you. You got to ban this away, or they're going to pick it on you. And I don't think anybody wants the coin flip of potentially losing on this. Another big spawn wave coming in from Cappy Borba here with 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. This might be the last push that we see out of here.
Yep, and this is going to be exactly the same strat that they had. A little bit better on the tail this time. It looks like Molly Aqua's trying to get the cap off on the stone. Unfortunately, going to get interrupted. And the backline of Visa just able to punish Cappy Borpa is just uncontested here. I would have loved to see the tanks maybe try to hook people off the back or push people off the back. You have people like Hillpaw who are just playing so close to the hill, pun intended, that you could just knock them off, and that just eliminates a bow user from existence. But it looks like Visa's just able to kind of plant their feet and just control the tempo of this fight. There's only 45 seconds left, and like I mentioned in the last match, if you don't start a cap with like 2.5 minutes or more, it's going to be very hard, I think almost impossible, for you to actually claim the stone, even if you have an uncontested minute of 48 people of your guild standing on it. And it looks like Visa now is just going to kind of clean up what's left of Cappy Borpa's. 25 seconds left here. We're just going to have the GGs fly at the end, and that'll be all she wrote, I think.
I agree. I'm excited to see what the stats kind of look like here. It's good fights to both teams. Cappy Borpa, I honestly think, brought some of the most unique, the coolest strategies that we've seen, sending flankers from both sides, sending flankers from one side, the main ball all pushing in the middle, the invulnerability spawn, the invulnerability like push-pull. Like, they basically tried almost everything they could to try to get up here, but it just wasn't for them. Visa's going to take it, and the highest damage in the match looks like it's going to go to Kufa with 1.7 million damage taken. The most damage taken I see is somebody with Chinese, Japanese character, Asian characters in their name. Here we go. His blow up doll. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's a name. Oliver the Golden. Thank gosh. With another with 800k. No, 966 6k for Simp for Me. Okay, I don't know what I expected, bro. These names are killing me. Actually 1.3 from Aquala. Is the highest damage taken, it looks like, in the entire match. 2.1 million damage healed from Nocturnal. 2.7 from Confessor. Confessor might have the highest in the match. They might get it. Yes, they do. Confessor has the highest damage healed in the match. This is what Cappy Borpa's... What is it?
What was the amount for Confessor?
Confessor had 2.7.
No, 1. We have Hannah with 5.5.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Hannah, the e-girl that could. Oh my gosh. Man, that person can heal. 5.5 million, eclipsing the next closest person on the team. What a player right there. As we scroll through each of these. Holy moly. Classic Hannah W, no kidding. Here's the stats from both teams as we look through this here. We'll bring it back to the caster desk here. Gretton, I thought it would be a little bit closer than that, but then again, I wasn't ready for the Malachar, like the out-of-pocket Malachar Riftstone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's just, again, I think it just goes to show what happens when you just are constantly on a server that has PvP all the time. We just see the difference in, you know, attitude and confidence and just game sense, right? We had some really good pushes from Cappy Borpa. Like the thought process was there, the strategy was there. The issue was, again, just the execution. And I think it's purely because, I mean, I think I've fought over Malachar in almost 7,000 hours of playing this game between Korea and NA 3 times. That's it.
Really?
So they took a stone that is very rarely, you know, contested. It's not a super well sought after stone. I mean, it gives you 50 endurance, so guilds don't really care for it in on live servers. They're fighting over Kawazans, Grandaelons, you know, stuff that gives you skill damage boost or heavy attack chance, stuff like that. So I don't know, again, was it by design because, you know, Visa had planned or practiced on that stone? But it just looked, even after that initial engage, they just never lost an engage. And I think that just goes to show the level of competition that's on Zeroth, because that guild has been on Zeroth, I believe, almost for the entirety of since the game's been out. Once everyone kind of settled in their pockets after free transfers ended, I believe Nissa just planted on Zeroth and never moved. And we can see it. They've just been PvPing nonstop.
Yeah. All right, so our next match is actually ready to go, so we're going to move right along. Good fights to both teams. I think Cappy Borpa looked great. Did they lose? Absolutely, but it was a tough situation. It was a tough Riftstone against a very tough opponent, and they showed just how resilient their guild can actually be here. If we look over at our next matchup, we're going to see Press W versus Log Out, Gretton, and this is going to be a matchup I think a lot of people want to see. Press W, if you guys don't know, is Canon's old alliance. This is like the remaining, this is it. Soviet is basically leading this guild now. Cannon stepped down. Cannon, of course, the largest content creator in Throne and Liberty in this space here, running with Shroud and everyone. Cannon stepped down from that and is now, it's Soviet leading things, and they are their own entity, and they're on Chernobog, my home server right now. They're back on Cherno, and they think that if TC gets knocked out of this tournament, that they are going to win this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked with Soviet before. I've talked with Fiol as well, who I believe is leading or co-leading with Soviet. There's a handful, maybe more than a handful of people that I actually played with in guilds in Korea, who were playing with Tanks and Liberty, are now playing with Press W. So I'm super excited to see this this guild actually go toe-to-toe. Log Out, however, I have heard nothing about. They're from Morokai, right? Free-to-play server. Press W did win the flip, the coin toss. They also chose to pick the stone,
which is interesting.
And it looks like Log Out decided to ban Azriel, Talus, and Kawazan. Pretty standard bans. I think nothing too crazy there. But what I like to see is that Press W, and this is going to be a throwback. A throwback to a lot of homies who did early Riftstones. They're fighting over Morokai, which is my favorite Riftstone.
That's my favorite Riftstone as well. Absolutely. Yeah. It's such a cool Riftstone. I can't wait to talk about the dynamics that goes into that, especially from shot callers. That's probably why it's our favorite, right? We're both shot callers. And there's a lot of dynamic things that you can do on the Morokai Riftstone. It's not like Malakar that we just saw. It's kind of a one-dimensional fight and you have to use your head to try to figure things out. Morokai, you can come at it from basically all three different spawns. The way the Riftstone is set up, there's a high ground right next to it, but it's not technically a part of the capture point. So like you want to have people up there, but like you don't want to commit too many people. There's a lot of dynamics that kind of go into this. It does look like the lobby is ready to go, so we're gonna head over to the versus screen for this one as we get things ready. If you had to guess, I'll be honest with you, I know that you haven't heard much about Log Out. Do you think that Press W, do you think that Soviet is correct? Do you think that he is the strongest? Do you still think they're the strongest? Because I think that when Tanks and Liberty started, and this is kind of what's left with them from them, I think that they were one of the strongest alliances in the game, aside from maybe Ethereum, who is gone now. And they still think that this is definitely the play. So do you think that they are that strong? Do you think Log Out has a chance here?
Listen, I don't know if they're that strong, but unfortunately, you decided to co-cast with someone who still plays the game. And a lot of my friends are in Press W. Like my homie Nuck Nuck, Thana's in there, Sony's in there. Odie's in there. Like a lot of people that I've played a lot of hours of this game with are in that guild. So unfortunately, I'm gonna have to root for Press W. I think they're gonna win, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I think that they definitely have the advantage here, but I don't think that they're as strong as they think that they are. So, like, I don't think that they're as strong as they think.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know about that, but for this match, I'm gonna put what's left of the hairs of my head in Press W's corner.
Okay, right on. And I would also give the advantage to Press W, but Log Out, I think we're going to see what Log Out is actually capable of here. This is a Riftstone that even if you lose control at the start, you can absolutely flip pressure basically at any time. There's a grapple point that is very engaging. It's a super well-designed, well-thought-out Riftstone that I think a lot of players really like. And it looks like where the game is starting right now as we kind of get into it here.
Yep, and I want to take a look at where oh my, it looks like all of the portals are right around the Riftstone.
Yes,
so I think
they are. It's gonna be a
bloodbath. It's gonna be crazy. But we did spawn us in Narnia, so we do have to run there.
Yeah, I know. The spectators get spawned in Wakanda, so we're running as quickly as we can over toward the fight to see who basically gets onto the stone the fastest here.
You know what I realized?
What?
You should have made it spectate my POV because I think you only have like level 2 morph because you don't even play the game anymore.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah. Hey man, I'm the spectate guy. I'm the tournament guy. This is what I do.
Okay, that's fine. I love it. Keep it up. This is sick. Production is on top. You guys are crushing it. I didn't know if I was allowed to swear. Sue me, but we do have
You
a
can
fight
swear,
happening
it's okay.
right now.
It's my production.
Get here
We're good.
fast. There's a fight happening.
Yeah,
They're
I
fighting
see it
over the
right
high
now.
ground.
Yeah, we see log out already on the high ground here of the Rifstone. It's an all-out brawl, and it is a lot closer than I think people thought because press W. Oh my goodness, their health bars just don't go down though. The press W health bars are not decreasing. What is going on? As the red wave coming through. People talk about, don't worry, the blue wave comes later. That's what they always told me in the presidential election. It's coming later. But press W dominating on the high ground here. But you could see if we talk a little bit about the Riftstone, now that the first engage has actually happened, that the Riftstone is still at it's unclaimable, but you can see it's on this low ground here, and the capture point is actually on the low ground from the Riftstone. But this high ground is so important. There's choke points all around this high ground. There's a grapple point back over here as well that you can flank from, and you can see that logout is starting to utilize those things. But honestly, I think that they need to back up and regroup, because I don't think that the play is to stand on the point against people that are this tanky. These guys have a lot of gear, Grenton.
Yeah, you have to keep in mind when Cannon was running his guild, it was a guild auction system, right, for gear. So you had to buy your gear from your guildies and like bid it, and then they would split the lucent between the people who didn't bid it. So like it was kind of like a pay to win guild, I guess you could say. So they have a lot of whales, I guess, in that guild who moved over.
Yeah.
There was people from, you know, old Ethereum, old Sinister, who are now in that guild as well, and they got, you know, zero competition, and were able to like free farm when they were in Ethereum and stuff like that. So like a very stacked roster in terms of gear against a guild from the official launch servers, not the early access servers, that I don't know what their gear situation looks like.
Yeah, I think that press W overall, I think their guild slogan is just game knowledge is priceless, but for everything else there's MasterCard, and you can see just how strong MasterCard actually is. They are a really powerful guild, as their health bars just, they're not decreasing. Log out actually trying to regroup and pulling back right now, and trying to basically control a choke point so that they can try to get an angle on this. But I think that I'd love to see them rotate. I'd love to see them rotate towards the tents over there, because there's a way better engage point that they can go through. This is a very clumped up engage here. If you see Soviet Hammer is I think the shot caller and the alliance leader there on the front line, diving in and leading his guild to victory on this one. They might just be one of the strongest guilds here. I do not believe, I've seen Logout fight 2 or 3 times. They don't look all that strong compared to the other guilds. Press W looking really good here, Gren.
Yeah, it's super one-sided, and I mean they're just I don't know about Soviet. I don't know how much care experience he has or doesn't have, but I mean a lot of people in that guild have fought over this Riftstone probably more times than anyone has actually like done Riftstone fights on NA, just because it was one of the more highly contested ones early on in Korea. So we kind of just see the out macro here, and there is an insane gear gap. Like I'm sorry, I watched the entirety of Logout.
It was rough.
Try to do something, and the health bars were just not moving.
Oh my goodness, they step forward. Look at the damage. It's just crazy. They just can't step forward. Poor Logout is just sitting on a casting couch here. As anyone steps forward, they get immediate. Oh, look, they pulled them in, and Thana just is he gonna run out? There's no way. He catches a heal from his heel. The great sword. Is he gonna get a kill? They pull him in, and Sony said, "No, bro, I got you." Sony, another streamer in the category, known far and wide for his World of Warcraft PvP days, is also one of the best PvPers in Throne and Liberty as well. I recommend checking out his channel. He's an absolute unit as well, and he is all over it. He saw his buddy get pulled, and he was not about to let him go down. They just outgear these people left, right, and center, but I wouldn't say it was just necessarily all gear. You could see the coordination. They're not scared. Oh my goodness, they all spawned on the other side. Look how close that spawn is. They're running in. They've got to get away from each other, though. They can't just run around in circles. Oh my goodness, press W collapsing down now as they've waited too long. Log out. Needed to move away from that position, Gretton, I think, or it was just going to be a disaster. And now press W pushing down here, and a few flash waves actually going down. Fountain might go down. A few press W members are going to go down here, but again, Lockout just not able to get onto the stone here. Is Mr. Cantoni is trying to cap the stone on repeat, and they just have someone assigned to him say, just don't let him. Yeah, just don't let him cap. Yep. Every time he keeps trying to cap it, just don't let him cap it.
Yeah, it's a very one-sided match. I do like the different push there from Logout. Unfortunately, again, they're just getting ran through. There's no other way to put it. It's just people who've been playing this game for a really, really long time, who are really geared to the teeth, who haven't been slacking on their rune grind, who have been, you know, just getting active, playing the game. And I am kind of impressed though. Logout is actually able to take some space, and they're not completely getting just obliterated from the lobby.
Whoop, there's the press W push from the high ground there. You can see that's why all of their players started running forward. Look at the health bars just melt through from Logout right there. Oh my goodness, what a push coming through on that one. Holy moly. And they did end up taking the stone to no one's surprise right there. But oh my goodness. But like you said, Logout did posture reasonably there. This Morokai stone. Oh my goodness. Are they going to cap it? Okay, no. KJ is going to get interrupted there. And KJ is the guild leader. If you don't remember, KJ is the guy that stood in the throne room in one of my recent VOD reviews and literally almost solo took basically did solo usurp the throne. They could not find him, and then his guild came in and basically regrouped on him. He held it for 3 minutes, flipped the entire siege around for his guild. Absolute unit that he is, a guild master, and they're doing what they can. You can see them wrapping around here, and the scouters from Press W seeing that rotation as they come up through this choke here. Press W is ready and waiting. Good scouting from Press W here. There's the push in from Logout, trying to dive through to the back line on this one before they can get targeted. There's the knockup. Look at all the damage while they're in the air. That's flash wave damage for you when you're fully geared out right there. But honestly, Press W losing a few members right here. They're trying to get onto the healers from Press W to maybe alleviate that gear discrepancy just a little bit. Looks like they might actually get control of the stone while no one is looking. KJ not quite able to get there. Even I was a little distracted right there, using his guild as fodder to try to get in there, Grutton.
Yeah, and they're still trying to spin the stone. They're trying to get a cap on it. I like it, but they're just getting absolutely mowed through by spears. All you see is a lightning infusion and spears being chucked. I did like how the flankers from Press W, scouters, whatever you want to call them, they kind of let the entirety of Logout's ball move up to the high ground, and then they all just swarmed around them, and it became like a sort of mosh pit where the entirety of the center of that mosh pit was Logout, and they just kind of got suffocated. And again, this is just testament to the cohesion that these players have together. When I was talking about the gear gap, it's not necessarily like, oh, you have an arc boss weapon, I don't, or you have full, you know, epic traded gear and I don't. It's more so the rune grind. The difference between level 1, level 10 runes and level 50 plus runes is insane in this game. The pay to win sort of gap of gear was closed, I would say, about 3-4 weeks ago. You're kind of at a gear ceiling. I have like 4 different sets of gear because there's nothing else I could do to advance one set of gear aside from runes, and you can't really pay to win runes. So it's just kind of showing the difference of maybe someone who's in their 10 to 20 levels for runes on the side of Logout against people who are probably on average above 35 or level 40 runes.
Yeah, and this is, man, the discrepancy is rough. But I will say, to Logout's credit, they are getting people through to try to cap the point. It's just that their main ball is screaming like the Dothraki in the Long Night. They charged in so valiantly, and all of the flaming swords just disappeared in the distance, and they all got slaughtered. It's a little rough, but that's okay because they're trying to at least cap the point over here. Logout doing what they can to try to make anything happen on this one. KJ diving onto the point here, trying to almost sit inside the stone. If he knows that if he sits on top of, there's a little ledge. It's very difficult to see, but there's a little ledge. If he stands on top of it, it's very hard to CC him off. He's also running a lot of resistances as well, which help make sure that he can help try to cap that point. This high ground is normally very, very important to hold when the fight is very close. And you can see actually Logout getting a good amount of pressure down onto this high ground. There's too many people committed from Press W to the low ground here. Sadly, they're the Terminators, and they just can't die. You can see flash wave after flash wave hits them. Skill after skill hits them, focus fireball, and their health just doesn't go down. So no matter how many members from Logout wash into them, they just can't seem to get the pressure down. They are attempting to get the point back. KJ seems to have enough gear to stand in everyone, and Logout is, they know how important this high ground is, but they just can't get it, Gretton.
Yeah, it's kind of, I love the gusto is the word I'll use from Logout here. They know they're very much outmatched in terms of like a gear discrepancy or a rune discrepancy, but they're just trying a bunch of different things, and I like how they're moving specifically. Like their tail's not super large. They're able to engage. They're able to find areas of opportunity.
Yeah, look,
it's
they're
just
rotating again.
They can't drive it past the finish line. And
Yeah.
I love seeing it like this because this is showing, for me personally, as a content creator, as a caster, as someone who's super passionate about Throne and Liberty PvP, this is an up and coming guild, and they did flip it. They just have to get feet on and hold it now.
Yeah, now they just have to jihad it onto the point. Nobody wants to stand on the point here. It's a little rough, man. But like they did manage to cap the point despite the gear discrepancy, despite the skill discrepancy. Like you can see, they're constantly adjusting. They're constantly trying different things and rotating around. And that's what you want to see out of your shot caller, out of your guild, is a leadership core that will try new things, that will not just literally spawn up and just run it down for 30 minutes or for 20 minutes rather, without trying anything new. This is someone who's going to, or this is a guild that could be very, very successful moving forward because they're at least trying other things, even in the face of Goliath, is what I'm gonna is how I'm gonna just explain this.
Yeah, I think I'm very excited to see what Logout looks like next month. I want to see them kind of do this more often. Go war game these guilds who are on, early access servers. War game these Zeroth guilds. War game anyone you can, because the shot caller is very, very strong. It looks like for Logout, but more so people are listening to the shot caller and they're actually moving as a unit and they're trying to take space. They're just getting out macroed and just outplayed by the side of Press W, but that doesn't mean that Logout are bad players. They're just, it's a collegiate team playing against a professional team at this point.
Oh, and Tilson, you can see he got so low on HP, and this is what I'm talking about. It's like you said, they just play with each other so well. The moment that he got low and was in any danger of dying, his healer just jumped right on him. Like, that's a staff. He cannot heal himself. He's a staff dagger user. He can't heal himself. And so, like, the moment he got low, though, his healer just jumped right on it. Excellent targeting, excellent positioning out of those healers. And that's, in my opinion, probably the most important person in your party. Anyone can DPS. Oh, my goodness. Look at that engage. Oh, my goodness. And they're knocked in the air. They're trying to stop the relentless assault from Press W, but they just can't. The health bar is draining to nothing as Press W routes through Logout time and time again. But like I was saying before, I think the healers play such an important role in the resiliency of your offense in every team fight that you go into. As long as your DPS, they don't have to necessarily be super great. Their positioning can be really bad, but as long as your healer is alive, your healer is positioned well, and your healer has mana, they should be just fine. And to be honest with you, you can get away with murder in this game as a bow user if you have a good healer. Excellent pull there onto Fountain, but Fountain just said, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. And then he had to run away. Kazu had to run away from that one. But they are getting a solid flank down onto Press W here. Logout trying for a flank maneuver here, but their main ball just gets swallowed on this one. Gretton.
Yeah. It's more of the same, but just different pushes is what I'm seeing from the side of Logout. Like, they're trying different things. They're just trying to see what they can get away with, but I'd like to see them go back to that triple split push that they had where they were able to kind of just actually get feet on the stone and get a flip on the cap. Right now, they're just kind of swarming a little all over the place. I would like to see some tanks go up on the high ground, and then the rest of the DPS just swarm the low ground and just have the tanks make some space for you up there. And then when the tanks ultimately get pushed off, you fall back onto the stone, and then you can defend from that angle instead.
Yeah, funnily enough, KJ is probably drunk right now because he almost forgot to sign up for the tournament for Logout. And then on the final day, in the final minutes, he messages me. He goes, I'm gonna be honest right now, I'm kind of plastered. Can I still sign up? And I was like, yeah, you have 3 minutes. And he was like, bet, sounds good. I'm probably gonna be plastered on the day of too. Sounds good. And he's just, and in fairness, he looks like he might be a little halfway into a bottle of Bacardi right now because he just keeps running it down onto the point and just holding W into pressing F onto the point repeatedly for his guild right now. But you gotta respect the hell out of a leadership member who just shows up drunk and tries to perform for his guild.
Yeah, I mean, all the power to you at that point. You know what I mean? The grind don't stop for no one. So I'm very, that's actually hilarious.
Yeah, I love it. You can see
that
again,
explains a little bit here.
Where's KJ? Just look at the point. Look at the point. He's just pressing F right now, trying to shot call the fight while he just presses F repeatedly. It's
That's so
insane.
funny.
It's crazy.
That's so
and in
funny.
fairness, they're actually doing pretty well up on this high ground here. They've got a pretty solid flank onto the Press W members, but you can see everybody is just collapses down. They just can't kill them fast enough on this one. And the Press W members just kind of collapse down because they just can't die. But I'm thinking, I don't know, looking at this, Gretton, Press W might struggle a little bit more. I haven't seen them like struggle at all in this match quite yet. And you see a lot of coordination here. Do you think that they could match up against a guild like Yeehaw that we saw earlier?
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be a very, very good fight. They are moving very well as a ball on Press W's side. Yeehawing, it's gonna kind of be like a little bit of a rivalry because a lot of those players have played against each other either on Korea or on early days on early access. So I'd be very curious to kind of see how that fight goes. And is that this bracket? Is that where they're gonna end up?
I'm not sure.
No, it's not. It's the different bracket.
Technically, they could fight Yeehaw.
They could fight in the next. Next. They would fight in the semifinals earliest.
Yes, they'd fight in the semis. But interesting so far. Honestly, you see Press W, they move around. They are on point. So although a lot of people look at Press W and they say, oh, these are the MasterCard users. And in fairness, they are. These are like the pay-to-win guild, blah, blah, blah. You can see just how strong they look. Even it shows you how much time you have to work together as a unit when you're spending that much money. Right, Gretton? Because their coordination as a guild, the level of play you can see is actually really high. You can't just attribute this to how much money they're spending on the game. Oh my goodness, you can see their coordination is really good too. Log out with a massive push in. Never mind, we're leaving. Never mind, they said we don't want to go there, and they cut off the front line. Gets obliterated into the mouth of the beast. They just abandoned them, and then they backed up again. You can see how quickly log out pivots. That's probably basically just KJ slurring his words and saying, no, not that ramp, the other one. And then the whole guild backs up and runs back the other way on it. But you can see how quickly they pivoted on a dime right there and baited Press W into engaging on that high ground there when they didn't actually want to do that. Crazy good pivot right there, but how well Press W responds, how well they're moving around, it can't be understated. Yeah, I mean, these guys spend a lot of money on the game, but like, they're really good. You can tell that some of these players are just top tier. You know what I mean? And I have to say again, people like Sony in your guild, that's what you're gonna get. That's what Sony attracts, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's someone who always wanted to take the game super seriously in Sony. I've spoken with him a lot about it, even pre-Press W when they were still part of Cannon's guild and they were kind of deciding if they wanted to be casual or hardcore. He was always part of the loud majority who wanted to take it more seriously. So I'm happy to see that guild was able to find like-minded people, either from recruiting others or merging in with other guilds, because they look really sharp today.
They do
on this boonstone, or on this brimstone, excuse me.
Yeah, and they're even spawn camping right now over by Logout spawning into the Alamo now. As there's just nowhere to go, nowhere to regroup. They've got to pick a different regroup point, I think, on this one. Is anytime they run near anyone, they're just getting like two-shot almost immediately. Qualm running around on the front line, wondering what he needs to do as his invulnerability kind of wears down here. That's a bow wand user trying to run through right there, looking for the rest of his party. Guys, looking around, not gonna find anybody, sadly, and people just getting blasted out. If we look over at the scoreboard here, you can see that Press W and Velocity are both in the same alliance here. I believe Rage is as well, and you can see how dominant this looks. The first logout member down at 29th on this one. Oof.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, it was
what it is.
Probably a reality check a little bit for Logout. They didn't really have the opportunity to fight against guilds like this, so maybe a little bit of a reality check for Logout. But I think it's every guild needs something like this, because now you have somewhere you have a goal. You have somewhere you want to go. Right.
Yeah, and they certainly have the leadership that has the can-do attitude that can get them there. As KJ, honestly, I'm not sure if he's the shot caller, but he's definitely the guild master, and he is objective focused. But there's whoever the shot caller is trying different things for Logout. Like we said, they keep trying different approaches. These spawns are really close, so there's going to be a lot of action all the time. There's high grounds to exploit. There's grapple points, choke points everywhere to try to run in on this one, and they've tried almost everything that they can. As Press W, Eru getting a little bit low on this high ground, might go down here. to Zoikatsu. He, oh my goodness, catches a huge shield. No sirree, Bob. Gonna catch a huge shield there from his healer, but not a heal. He doesn't deserve that. No. As Logout looks like
bark for those or meow for those. I don't know what the meta is these days.
I think they're regrouping. I think they've backed off fully. I think they're pulling a Cappy Borpa.
Yeah,
on this
they're
one
gonna try to get a nice full power push in.
Yeah, they are waiting.
We want to see.
Yeah, they are waiting right now as Press W, not sure, checking all sides, wondering where their opponent is going to come from. Logout, holding everyone up by the spawn, waiting for everyone to group up. This is a great strategy for getting your guild all on the same page, even when you're down like this.
Yeah, it's going to be a little calm before the storm here. Like I said, there's only about after 2.5 minutes, it's kind of just lost. So I think they're trying to get regrouped for one good push, see what they can do. Can they flip the stone? And if not, they're just going to kind of like GDM for the rest of the 2 minutes that are left.
There's a plague zombie running around on the field here.
Yeah.
They're going. Oh, here comes the push. Oh, God, don't take the grapple. Oh, don't take the grapple. Oh, not like this. Oh my goodness.
No,
oh, yep.
no.
Yep, see, he took the grapple. That was a mistake. They run around. They're using the invulnerability to swarm onto the point. They got actually all the way onto the Press W backline, onto those healers right there. That was an excellent engage, and they are up inside of Press W's backside right now. Oh, gosh. And trying to kill those healers so that Press W just doesn't feel quite as resilient on this one, but they just can't. It doesn't look like they can get the job done as the healer's just a little bit too strong from Press W, and they turn around and they wipe out the rest of Logout there, and that is probably Logout gonna go down in this one. And honestly, like, you know, once we started, we were like, oh gosh, the discrepancy is huge. So looking forward to seeing Press W elsewhere in this tournament in the next round. We're gonna see who they're gonna end up fighting in this next round. That Tsunami guild, that you were talking about before.
And Infamy.
Yeah, Tsunami and Infamy is our next matchup, and the winner of that match will fight Press W here. And I have to say, man, it's kind of gonna be an uphill battle, right? Like, based on how this went, because Logout is supposed to be one of the strongest guilds on their server. This just shows you how big of a discrepancy there can actually be between your server and the next one. And there's not actually a whole lot of fighting going on Chernobog right now. And this is why Press W is holding the castle, Grenton. Yeah,
I mean, sure, they're on a less competitive server, but they do have a lot of players who do long for that PvP, and they prefer the smaller scale stuff like this. So it's nice to see them able to compete. I'm super excited to see what happens with our next match between Infamy and Tsunami, because that match that we have between Tsunami, Infamy, and Press W, looks like that's going to be the winners here, is I think going to be one of our probably best matches pre like semifinals, finals.
I think it absolutely could be. Logout diving onto the stone now. It looks like they're just kind of trickling in now for one of the first times all match. They're just like, guys, run in, try to get some kills. And, you know, can you blame them on this one? 1 minute left on the clock. Everyone trying to pad their stats on this one. Not the closest match that we've seen all day, but definitely a lot of spunk coming out of that Logout guild match up there.
Yeah, and it looks like final minute of play here. They are able to brawl. Like, we can see
they're
it.
On the high ground here.
Yeah, they're able to actually create space, create pressure, which, again, all we're seeing here is that they're just getting out macroed a little bit, and that just comes from game knowledge. And there's a little bit of, you know, that rune discrepancy. Like, this is a good guild that is fighting another good guild.
37 seconds left on the clock, Grenton. If everybody from Press W literally disappears or somehow loses their keyboard, they could win this.
I don't know.
If they turn their monitors off and run around like Stevie Wonder, they actually probably still win. I'll be honest with you. With the monitors off, you have to take the keyboard away. They take it. Yeah.
Press W, press B. We need to do it for testing.
Oh my god. Yeah. True. But honestly, Logout doing a great job on this one as the clock runs down. They're diving onto the point, doing what they can. They have 24 people on the point, which is admirable, all things considered. Not quite going to come up with it, though. Let's take a look at who had the most damage in this one. GG's to both sides there. It looks like there's 2.18k damage for King Geo, while Apake had the highest kills on his team. It looks like, again, oh my gosh, a staff bow. That's not, honestly, it's not a surprise, right? Staff bow, but it's the first time we really see the spears getting out competed. The spear dagger coming in at second there, but you see how many spears are in the top 5 of this one. Look how many spears. 4 of the top 5 people in the match are all spears on this one. Let's see who has the most healing done in the match. I see 2.3 on Kawa. 4 million healing on Gar the 4th. 4.8 on Ariania.
Yeah.
Oh, and I think that's the highest.
Here.
Yeah, 4.8 on Ariania is the highest. While 1.2 on the ship, 1.9 for damage taken. Who's the biggest tank? Qualm at 1.9.
That's a healer.
Wait, what?
That was a bow wand.
What? Are you? Huh? The log out. Okay, that shows you how rough the match was when the healer is healing for 3.3 million and taking 1.9 million. It's a little rough, man. He'd be out here frontlining, doing his best to keep himself alive. That is insane. Qualm, I think, with the highest heal or highest damage taken in the match as a bow wand user. That's a first for me. Good fights to both teams right there. Gretton, oh my goodness, that was a one-sided match.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was really to anyone's surprise, and that's not to like discredit log out either. We saw during their last couple pushes, they can punch back. So that's a guild that I want to see in like a month or like 3-ish weeks, 3 weeks to a month. Just prep more, grind more, fight better guilds. You'll never improve fighting guilds you dumpster, right? So you want to go fight guilds that are going to do that to you.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in and you wanted to see how that last match went exactly, we do have an instant replay here of one of the more convincing pushes. You can see both guilds staring off at each other, and then you see press W, literally staying true to their guild name, pressing W and just wiping through the entirety of the enemy guild. Absolutely clean with it on that one. Obnoxious engagements for press W there and staying true to their name, Breton. Absolutely staying true to their name. They all together, again, their coordination, you can't just say they're a pay-to-win guild. Their coordination was some of the best we've seen today. Of course, it's easy to coordinate when you're winning.
Being pay to win and being bad aren't like the same, like they're not mutually exclusive, the opposite of what I'm trying to say. But just because you pay to win doesn't mean you're bad. Just because you're free to play doesn't mean you're good. And we've seen that time and time again. What's the scariest thing in all of, Korean MMOs is someone with a fat wallet who also has 2 very functional hands. Like that is terrifying in this game, is someone who can get to the highest gear that they need, just focus on grinding runes, grind their runes like to level 50, 60, and they also have hands and they could frag out. Okay, like what do? You know what I mean? Like that's some of what we saw. There are some very good players in Press W, and there are some whales in Press W who are also very good players. So I was very not shocked by that outcome, but again, I became a logout fan from that fight, even though they convincingly lost. Just the way they played and the fact that they tried different things and they were taking space, I am now a logout fan.
Yeah, no, they absolutely looked good, and I love KJ's mentality about the entire thing. He didn't take it necessarily too seriously. The next match is ready to go, so we're going to start looking over at this, and this is one of your favorite guilds here, Gretton, as we're going to see INFAMY versus Tsunami on this one. Both free-to-play start guilds on Kernix and Oath, respectively. I know Kernix is an early access server, but they transferred over to it. INFAMY is the strongest guild in their alliance, but so is Tsunami. They're both rank 1 on their server, but you can see Tsunami has 4 sieges won, so I'm not sure if Kernix is dead or if they're just that good. While INFAMY only has 1, and Tsunami is hoping for the semifinals. INFAMY kind of around the same place. You said Tsunami is really strong. How much do you know about INFAMY?
I don't know much about INFAMY. I know that Oath, I think, and I could be completely wrong, so don't roast me, chat, but I think Oath is like the Zeroth of the free-to-play servers. So it's, I think, the most competitive non-early access server, which again, I'm like creating a different category. But I do know a lot of these people in Tsunami. Some of them, are they're ex-Ethereum. Some of them I just know from name because they perform well. So I want to be pleasantly surprised, but I do think Tsunami is probably going to take this one.
Yeah, and we did have pick ban phase happen. Infamy won, they chose to pick, and then Tsunami banned. Tsunami banned Azriel, Talus, and Malakar, because apparently you have to ban the Malakar Stone today. Or people will choose it for you. And then Infamy chose Kawazan. And I think it's literally insane. And it shows you how well designed these maps are, that I don't know if we've had a repeat Riftstone yet today.
Not yet. I mean, we've had times where it's been open too. It's not like it's just been always banned. Like, for example, when we had Visa versus Capiborpa, both Talus, Talus was opened obviously to fight there, and even the only one that we haven't been able to do that was press W, because Logout banned Azriel Talus, right? So we couldn't have a repeat there unless they wanted to go Malakar. So you're right. It's just guilds are more practiced on stones they fight on, right? So it's normal that, you know, if I was in charge of picks bans for my guild, I wouldn't fight on Malakar. I fought it 3 times in like 6,000 plus hours of playing this game. I'd love to fight Azriel. I'd love to fight Mordecai. I'd love to fight Kawazan. I'd love to fight GA. Those are stones that I fight literally 2 times a week sometimes for these stones. So I like the diversity. It's the first time I'm going to be seeing Infamy play. I've heard a lot about them. People come to my stream a lot and talk about Infamy being good and, you know, the kings of the non-early access servers, and they're going up against a guild who is a pretty solid guild as well on early access that I think has a lot of punching power. So I think that we're in for a much closer match, hopefully, than the last couple that we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be in the first run of any tournament, you're going to see people get weeded out. What I love so much about this one is we don't know. This is the first time that we've actually seen a lot of these guilds have ventured out of their servers or out of their comfort zones and actually gone in and fought each other. So like everyone thinks that they're the best, and I think it's a little bit of a wake-up call for a lot of guilds. But it looks like we're about to get into this one here as it is starting up. So make sure you get your predictions in, guys, before this one starts up, because this is going to be heated.
All right, interesting portal placement as well. Looks like probably everyone's gonna group from portal 1, if I had to guess. The thing about Kawazan Riftstone is there's a lot of different ways to attack, but they're all through Giga Chokes. Right. So it's going to be very spicy to see. Infamy is, oh my God, they're both just rushing for the stone.
Yeah, they're going in now. That's why I switched to the spectate screen. I was like, oh my gosh, they're just diving onto the stone here. And it's an all-out brawl on the stone as both guilds basically just turboing each other. Right at the start, they're trying to get control of this Kawazan Riftstone. Tsunami looks like they do control this choke, and it's really important that you get your flash waves down. It's almost perfectly the width of flash wave, this hallway right here. It's also a great hallway for bow users as well, so I think bow staff users are eating good tonight. You see all the healing circles down as well as Tsunami takes convincing control of the initial Riftstone, Grenton.
Yeah, what I didn't like from Infamy is that they were on the stone first, actually. And then I think they forgot that they had bubble, because when they saw Tsunami get on the stone, they kind of just funneled back into the choke by themselves and then started casting spells for some reason. And then Tsunami did the complete opposite. They took the stone and they're like, all right, time to spread out. And they spread out left and right and then just kind of, like you said earlier, Pac-Man'd Infamy. They just kind of like munched them. And I don't know if it was nerves or whatever, but both guilds were staring at each other for a solid 5 seconds before you actually got feet on the stone blue. And then I don't know what happened, but Infamy lost the staring contest and then funneled themselves into a choke.
Oh no. Yeah, it feels bad. And again, if you lose that initial engage in Kawazan, man, it's hard to try to bring this back. And you can see Infamy struggling to figure out what exactly they're going to do about this particular situation that they've gotten themselves into.
Yeah, and
the flankers just keep coming in, Grenton.
Yeah, and you have to keep in mind, Infamy chose this stone. This is not the Tsunami banned Azriel, Talus, and Malakar, and Infamy chose this, which is crazy to me because this is the most defender-sided stone in the entire game. and they didn't really look like they had a game plan for the initial push, and that's the most important push on this stone, because now you're just playing retake for the rest of these 22 minutes that is left in the fight.
And I think they're struggling to regroup as well, because you could see people just trickling in from various spawn points here. There's the main push onto the Kawa Riftstone right there, but again, their flankers got broken up, so there's almost no flanks coming in, and they're just pushing through this tiny little choke here, and INFAMY really struggling to try to upset Tsunami here. Tsunami looking so strong, but INFAMY did get a few people through. You can see now they're streaming through. It looks like the respawn, they did have a plan here. They pushed from an unusual position, and then they used the normal respawn to reinforce the fight. So they are getting people onto the node, and Tsunami's getting a little overwhelmed here, Gretton.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you need. And look at the respawns coming in from the north side of the stone now. Both sides taking Portal 1 and just kind of flowing in. And this is exactly what INFAMY needs. They need this momentum switch. And there is still about a minute and a half before the stone becomes active. So now it's just going to be a brawl. Waterfall after waterfall. I don't think anyone's going to full regroup. They're just going to fight for stone control. And I don't know what went wrong for the side of the Tsunami's defense there, because at the end of the day, they just had such good control for the first 3-4 minutes. And then for some reason, they just either let INFAMY walk on the stone, or INFAMY just clever use of the bubble. Not entirely sure, but this is a lot closer of a brawl now, as we see towards the east of the stone, towards that stairwell, is where they're trying to just funnel all of Tsunami into to kind of clean them up. And look at the amount of real estate that INFAMY is just able to get for free now, as they just kind of push them all into that choke.
This is really close, Gretton. I thought Tsunami was going to get control, and I was like, oh man, this might be a little scuff, but no. Again, INFAMY came in with a game plan there. They said if we lose control, and we were kind of criticizing them at the start, they did fumble that first push in there, and it looked like Tsunami was just going to dominate, but I think that they were focused on the wrong choke point. INFAMY came through the other way. They committed too many resources to the flankers, and then they just couldn't accurately control the initial choke point, and then the respawns coming in from INFAMY basically just swung the fight. And now again, Tsunami barely taking control again now, starting to take a little bit more control of the Riftstone itself here as we tick down. 8 seconds left on the clock. We'll see who gets the first cap on. I would assume it's going to be Tsunami here, as they control more of this room here, but you can see Tosh in a pretty solid position on this bow, just shelling out damage onto Yarn here, who is not positioned super well on that staff bow himself there. But in fairness, how are you going to get this positioning down? Creo's going to get stopped, and I was going to say it's going to be on INFAMY rather, to try to stop Tsunami from capping this point repeatedly. Whoever caps this first, it might be like our Talus Rift of the day, our very first match, where it looks like blue team did get an INFAMY is the first one to cap the stone. Tsunami with a blunder right now. Tsunami still has not capped the stone initially, although Tsunami has so many more people. 27 people on the stone right now for them. They just need to try to get this cap down, but INFAMY doing a great job of constantly CCing people off of it, Gren.
Yeah, and it looks like we have Keo still trying to flip that stone back. Now we have the reinforcements coming in from INFAMY. They're able to get even numbers, and now they just have to win the fight. If they win the fight, they can start building contribution, which is what we're seeing here. 30 to 25 on the stone. They're at 7.5%. Now they're up to 8. Going to 9. They're slowly inching their way up, and Keo is just spamming F on the stone. And that is someone who is an SNS wand, which could have a lot of collision resist. The only thing better to cap a stone currently in the game is an SNS spear, because you can just stack a ton of collision resist and a ton of CC resistances through passives and actives that the spear provides. That kind of just lets you cap for free if you're an advisor in your guild. But what looks like Keo is just holding it, and just look at the amount of resources that INFAMY has to attribute to just keep Keo off the stone. It's one person, an SNS one with 15k health, and all they're doing is they have to send 5, 6, 7 people to stop Keo every time. And look, he's just in their face. I'm just going to press F again. I'm just going to press F again.
This is insane. Yeah, this is wild. I think that Tsunami consistently has more people on the stone, so if they can get a cap off, I think that INFAMY is in bad shape, because they're constantly disadvantaged on the stone. But if they can't get a cap off, I think that we might see, this might be the first stone of the day where we don't actually see somebody take the stone, in which case it goes to whatever team has the higher percentage at the end of time remaining on this one. This actually might get really close. There's another attempted cap from Keo, and they just keep CCing him. He needs a little bit of help, to be honest. Is he gonna get CC'd again? 1 second. No, he gets CC'd again. Gretton, this is actually getting really tight here, as Tsunami looks like they have a little bit stronger presence on the node, but INFAMY, played the objective better. Gretton? Okay, we may have lost Gretton, and that is okay. We may have lost Gretton, but that's fine.
Oh, no, we're here.
Okay. Okay, good. No, I was gonna say, all right, so Infamy still holding the stone. Honestly, no, they did not. Now they got pushed off, actually. Now Tsunami actually got the cap off, and you see how quickly their percentage is actually rising. I would assume that Tsunami now should take this all the way back up, as Infamy just can't keep as many people on the stone. What was the matchup? Somebody said that they crashed. Yeah, one member of Infamy did crash, and there's nothing we can really do about that since the match has already begun. The tournament rules are the tournament rules here, and I made them so that people could not cheat, as it were. So I'm sure it's just a tragic incident. Oh, there's double caps now. So now both guilds competing really hard. 20% for Infamy and 30% for Tsunami. And you can see it flipping back and forth. This is the closest match that we've seen today, Gretton. It's an all-out bare knuckle brawl for the node. No one is really like grouping up to push. No one is like getting together necessarily with their statics. And I think that that's going to be the difference here, is that you need to get together with your static and try to make plays happen on the outskirts of the fight and then coordinate with each other. It's going to come down to who has the better individual play with their static parties in this. It's not going to come down to the shot caller, because the shot caller at this point, I mean, you know, Gretton, everyone's just saying just run onto the stone at this point. Yeah. It's going to come down to the individual performance of each static, and it looks like Tsunami has the advantage.
Yeah, and with the lack of guild skills in war games as well, there's a lot less macro you can do, especially in a close quarter stone like Kalazan. But again, it just looks like Tsunami's doing so much of a better job of just keeping people on the stone. And that's not to say they're winning the engage. They're just keeping the space. And that's all you need to do. It's quite literally king of the hill. All they have to do is for another, you know, probably 20, 30 seconds is just keep this number advantage to 2-1, and then they'll have the stone capped. What I was looking at earlier, but when I was, unfortunately, I think I was muted or something.
Yeah, I think you're
muted. Keo was just flipping, even though the stone was active. Keo was flipping because it does give you, I think it was like 15% contribution for free, and it joins your guild to the cap, which means that if you actually get them to 0, you don't have to recap the stone. You could just start capping, which is what we're seeing here. And that's exactly why they're able to get the cap. And it's the first cap in 5 minutes into conflict.
There it is. Oh my gosh. 5 minutes into conflict, that's 10 minutes after the start of the fight. We finally see the first cap here, and they're going to go right back for it again. Oh my gosh, they're so laser objective focused. I absolutely love it. Infamy, like, if at first you don't succeed, try again. Infamy floods onto the point now. Tsunami does own it, but now for the first time we see Infamy fighting back and have way more people on the Riftstone right now and are battling with each other's statics. This is much better coordination than we saw before. It looked like Tsunami just had their number, but now you can see how quickly they're building up, Gretton. They're going to hit 30% here in almost no time flat. They've got 10 more people on this, so that is almost 30% more people overall. As Infamy starts to thin out just a little bit, the flankers come in, and again, the flankers on the outskirts of the fights doing what they can. In a brawl like this, it's really hard. I do not envy the healers in this position, who have to you just have to stand in it. You know what I mean? And like, you just have to make sure that everybody stays healed to the best of your ability. You see all these healing circles over here, and you see all the people standing in that healing circle. That's probably the same party, guys. As they're like, okay, just stand in this corner. We're going to try to control this. And they're coordinating with each other. The best guilds have all of their party members in a call with each other so that they can talk to each other freely. And then they're all also, we call it canaried in to Discord, so they can hear the main comms. They can hear the main shot caller, but they can communicate with each other without muddying up those main comms. And that's probably going to make the difference between Tsunami and Infamy, is how you've organized these parties and how well they can actually work with each other. The healing circles all over the zone, basically. Every healer is just throwing it out on repeat and desperately trying to heal everybody that they can. And again, 32% Infamy. It's gnarly, but they are battling themselves back into this one. 35%, the number is climbing, Gretton, but it is so close. Tsunami could take it back at any moment.
Yeah, this is an absolute bloodbath, and just the respawns being so close allows for this constant flow. But it's not like Talus, where you're able to kind of just walk onto the stone with bubble. You want to actually pop your bubble beforehand, and that's causing like a much closer fight on the stone, and not as one-sided as we saw. So it's very interesting to see the different strategies that these guilds are taking. And like you said, this is a micro win more than a macro win for whatever guild ends up coming out of this. Because what do you say as a shot caller here? All right, guys, respawn with your static and come back on the stone. Like, all right, cool. You know, that's all you can really do here. And it's up to your statics and the individual players that you selected in this 48-person roster to perform and outperform the other team. And it looks like both sides are just trading blows over and over again. But INFAMY is doing such a good job of just keeping an inkling of, you know, an advantage here with the amount of people that they have on the stone, so they can start capping this. They finally breach the 50% mark, and they're slowly climbing towards 60, and they're almost there. But will Tsunami kind of take a step back and then push all at once? I'm not sure. I would like to see that from Tsunami here. Just give them a little false sense of security and then crash the stone.
Yeah, I think the way that you're playing this as a shot caller here is, guys, you have to coordinate with your statics, win this fight, but also you're the one calling out consumables, and consumables win these engagements. Those little things. Remember, pop this, pop your remedies, pop that. Like, right? Like you're like, guys, hold guardians, and now we're all gonna guardian, right? Everyone guarding at the same time, right? Using those long cooldowns, calling those cooldowns for your guild. That's what the shot caller is doing right now, at least the good ones anyway, for their guild, because there's not much else to do. Your guys just have to win. And right now, I'll be honest with you, it looked like Tsunami was gonna win this, and now it's swinging back. We're at 80%, but it is laser close, within one person capping this node. INFAMY might just take it back with 10 minutes. We're almost halfway through the fight here, and INFAMY is battling back tooth and nail to take this one back for their guild. They're at 82%. And remember, they had a player crash at the start, so they're one player down. Not that it matters too much, but that's about 8, you know, that's like 4%, 5% of your strength as a guild. And so one player could be the difference here. You could see the discrepancy on the right side. Ooh, Tsunami just came back with a big spawn right now, decreasing. Honestly, INFAMY getting backsliding a lot here, as Tsunami battling back onto the rift here, grouped up in this corner, as they basically are all coordinating together now. It looks like they're definitely all on the same page now. Before, it was definitely more scattered. Now they're all very purposefully standing on one side of the rift to try to stay on top of this, and they're decreasing. INFAMY, that looked like they might actually cap it, are now back down at 66% and falling, Grenton.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you need to do here if you're Tsunami. You can't lose this tempo, and they are starting to lose it. It is slipping away, but there are so many members of Tsunami just outside the conflict zone. They need to get themselves on the stone. It doesn't matter if you're a bow wand, a staff wand. You need just to count as a number on that stone to allow for your beefy tanks and your big DPS to come back, because right now you're slowly at 0.2% out of a time losing this stone to INFAMY, and it took them 10 minutes, another 5 minutes to cap this.
Yeah, the crazy thing is that Tsunami's clearly fighting tooth and nail. They do not want to give this up. One strategy would be to give it up and then hard push in and then like retake it, right? But the more time that goes by, the less likely it is that they're going to have the time to actually battle this stone back if INFAMY does take it. So like, Tsunami is basically hard committing. Every second that ticks by matters here, because every second that ticks by is one step closer to like, okay, yeah, then we're just committed on this. If INFAMY gets from 85%, they get that last 15%, this is basically over. Tsunami will not have the time to recap the node in time. This is the closest match we've seen today. It's not even close.
Yeah, this match is definitely two guilds who are of equal power fighting on this Riftstone, and it is a joy to see, because it's literally such a pendulum is what we're seeing right now. It's back and forth, and it looks like finally Tsunami is doing their best to keep more on the stone.
Tsunami's got it. Yeah, they're battling back now, Gretton. They've got more people on the stone here, 36 to 18. Look how fast that number goes down, and Tsunami has committed at this point, and INFAMY knows all they need is that last 30 or so percent here, and you can see how quickly it went down. It used to be 15. Now it's closer to 30 and falling as Tsunami takes over this, but it could just swing back at any moment. You see it starting to swing a little bit more in INFAMY's favor on this one now, as well as INFAMY's got a lot of people on the backside of the node, but Tosh, these people are just standing just outside this node. They have got to stand on this slot magic. This guy, for example, he is not contributing anything to the guild's success right now. They have got to stand inside. It's so imperative that every person stand on that node right now, as that now they're building right back up again, as Wave has kind of gotten wiped off, and like a Wave, or I mean a Tsunami rather, has gotten wiped off, and like a Tsunami, they're gonna bring it back. There's another guild named Wave in the tournament. I gotta be careful about this, Gren.
Yeah, watch out. You might get a cease and desist letter in the mail from their legal department or something.
It's true.
But
they're not Nintendo.
What isn't ceasing and not desisting is this infamy onslaught. They're throwing themselves onto the stone to try to get that final 16% that they need, and it's literally tooth and nail from both guilds. They're just waterfalling onto the stone, and like you said, all you need, all these people who are not
89.
Slow Magic is still not
90.
on the stone. He is still outside. He finally falls.
Yeah, climbing fast. Wave is going to lose control of this 93% with 6 minutes and 56 seconds. This is the entire match right here. If they allow it, no! Tsunami gets back up onto it. Oh my goodness. They're like, okay, this is fine. Everything's fine. They're cascading it back down now. Yes, there's only 15 members from INFAMY left on the node now as Tsunami sweeps back in. 6 minutes left on the clock, down at 88% on the cap. Tsunami holding strong on the node. They have to keep every single person needs
this
to
is
stand.
insane. They're up by like 30 people on the stone. Look how fast it's dropping now. Finally, it looks like INFAMY is able to regain a little bit of footing on the stone, but they're so aggressively positioned. Tsunami has their egos fully out now, and they're just trying their best to just punch back as hard as they can and keep this swing. They have taken 20% in the last 20 or so seconds off of the INFAMY cap, and they're going back below 70% now. But finally, looks like INFAMY is able to regain some space. There's too many Tsunami players not on the conflict zone. You guys need to come on the conflict zone right now. If you don't, it is all over. And it looks like they are now swinging back in the side of INFAMY. They're able to get somehow with no contest back onto the stone.
Yeah, and Tsunami is trying to hold control, but 32-19, that is not what you want to see for INFAMY as they battle it back. This might be the moment for them. 92%, they're holding on, only 6 people over it on the stone right now as Ghost Lamia plays in the background. You love to see the refrain at just the right time there. Beautiful Tsunami trying to hold on. 99.4.7. INFAMY's gonna take it. 5 minutes left on the clock, and Tsunami full resets the node. Unbelievable. INFAMY looked like from the start that they weren't gonna be able to hold on to that, but it looks like they are gonna take it. INFAMY with the match of the day. Tsunami has to recap this quickly, or they're just not gonna be able to. They're not gonna have every second matters, Gretton. They need every second here. They have to recap it immediately.
For Tsunami, because each cap has taken over 5 minutes. Both caps that we saw, the initial one and the one from INFAMY, has taken over 5 minutes. Every second that this stone is not in conflict is so detrimental for the side of Tsunami. This is also, if I'm not mistaken, the only time that we will have seen a free-to-play guild beat a early access guild. If INFAMY can hold this, they will be making Throne and Liberty GVG history by beating Tsunami. And for some reason, nobody's trying to cap the stone from Tsunami. I don't know what the play is. Are they trying to thin it?
Keo is
back on the stone. I think maybe he is their designated capper because no one else is interacting with the stone.
Yeah, Kyo's back on it right now, and he's doing his best, but I'm not sure that they can actually make it in time now. 4 minutes left on the clock, and they just keep getting interrupted on the cap. That's another interruption, and that's absolutely tragic. Tsunami with full control of the match the entire time, and you saw, Gretton, it came down to like the 1s and 2s that were not standing in the zone. They're at full health. There's no pressure on them. And you could see that you guarantee they're going to watch this VOD back and they're going to say, all right, who are we kicking from the guild? Because they're just not listening. I would be so furious because those people are the reason that you lost. They're standing outside the zone and every single person mattered. They needed to hold on to that and they just couldn't. And now they're struggling to even recap the stone. And INFAMY knows all they need to do is stop them, you know, a handful of times and they just have enough time to win.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, I don't like, calling it, it's not over till the fat lady sings, or whatever the saying is, but I think it's over at this point. I don't think that, unless Tsunami manages to full wipe and then somehow maintain 80% control of the conflict zone, it's kind of done. And that was an insane slugfest from INFAMY.
What a slog. I've never seen, I'll be honest with you, in my career of doing all the Rift and Boonstones, I've never seen it slowly tick up like that. Normally it's like, okay, yeah, they tried and then they lost it all and then they have to try to recap it again. No, it was back and forth the whole time. There's the cap on the stone. Do they have enough time though? You said 2 minutes and 30 seconds is basically the cutoff.
Yeah,
they're starting at 16%.
It's now or never. It's now or never. They need to get control of this stone, and that's exactly what they're doing. They need to crash and clear the stone. Who cares if, you know, Salami Uwu from Infamy is not on the conflict zone? You ignore that person. You just blender people on the conflict zone right now.
This guy is hard griefing all of Tsunami. Right? Look at this guy just standing outside the zone like this. It's just so impactful. Every percentage is going to matter, and there's 2 minutes left on the clock, and this absolute moron bow user just won't get in the zone. I'm sorry, but I hate this. Like, it's just so, it's such a close fight. You can see it's 37%. They actually might have the time to take this back if literally everyone stands on the point. Every single person needs to make sure that they are standing just inside the point. Thankfully, Tosh Legend is still out here hard griefing his guild. He's stepped back into the zone there. But you can see Infamy fumbling here. 58%, 59%. What are we seeing, Gretton? A minute and 40 seconds left on the clock.
This is the respawn wave from Infamy. This is the respawn wave from Infamy. It's now or never from Infamy. If they throw this, they've looked. It is continuing to climb. Infamy needs to get beat on the stone.
Infamy's got to do something. I think that they got complacent. I think that they thought they had it. And now we're 79% on the clock. There's no way. Infamy throws this into the dumpster with 1 minute to go. They cannot come back if they lose this. 83%. They've only got 3 extra people on this stone, though. 1 extra person on this stone. Tsunami fighting for everything they've got. In the final seconds here, they're losing control of it now. They don't have enough people. Infamy streaming back onto the point, trying to do everything they can. Dami and Zach and these people griefing their guild, not standing on the point. Are they going to have enough time? 55 seconds. They're at 82%.
It's neck and neck.
Yeah, Tsunami needs everything. You pop Guardians, Remedies, everything you've got. 85%. 86 climbing. They have a huge discrepancy on the point right now. It's gonna hit 90. Oh my goodness. Gren, what are we watching right now?
This is now or never. Both guilds are just going to be waterfalling onto the point. The final 7%, there's 30 seconds left. There is nothing that these guilds can do.
99,
it's so close. They're going to flip the stone.
Oh my goodness. Infamy with the throw. It's Tsunami all the way home. Oh my goodness, Gretton. 14 seconds. I can't believe it. I honestly, that was unbelievable. We thought it couldn't be done. We did. We thought that they didn't have enough time to take it. We wrote them off. Everyone wrote them off, but it's Tsunami that takes the match at the end of the day. What an absolute performance from both guilds, Gretton. Oh my gosh.
I said it. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I said it.
Oh, unbelievable. Dude, you were right.
They used every last second of that 2 minutes and 30 seconds to flip it back. Holy crap. I was not expecting that from Tsunami.
Style points getting the most damage, it looks like, in the match at 3 million damage done.
Insane.
In the match. Let's see who had the most healing done. I got 4.2 million healing from Hades Actual from Tsunami. And a lot of 4 minutes. Honestly, the healers were doing work. You see how many millions of healing. This is the best healers we've seen in any match, doing the most work here. Who had the most damage taken? I see 1.7 on Rexen. Looks like Mimiko at 1.7 here. Anybody over 2? I don't see anyone over 2. So it looks like Rexen took that absolutely incredible match. 1.36 for Chili Cheese. Honorable mention there as well. Wow. What a crazy, because Tsunami had most of the front page, but Infamy battling back with just really strong static play there.
Yeah, that was an absolute, like someone said it in the chat, that was just cinema. That was the best fight that we've had all game, all day, all night, maybe for the tournament, who knows? But I think I might need to, like, you know, take myself out back and like lash myself. I think I caster cursed Infamy a little bit there midway through, saying that they were going to be the only official launch server guild to beat a guild on an early access server right now. So
it's his fault.
My bad, guys.
Yep, that's his fault.
That's on me.
Blame Gretton. It has to be said, Infamy had one person disconnect from the match. Although I'll be honest with you, I think one person, the way that Tsunami came in, I hate to say it, but it literally looked like a tsunami. The way that they took control of the point and literally took it back in 2 minutes. I don't know if one person makes that difference. So that guy that got disconnected, I wouldn't feel too bad. Both guilds looked absolutely incredible there, Gretton.
Yeah,
Let's relive the moment. Let's relive this moment.
A couple times.
Let's relive this moment real quick. Hold up. We gotta see this.
Let's take a look.
This moment was absolutely insane. This is the cap going down. We thought that it wasn't possible. 41 seconds left on the clock, and you can see it's just a brawl, and everyone is just inside doing their part on the stone, except for that one red dot on the outside there. But that's okay. Tsunami takes it with just barely enough left in the tank to take the stone back. Absolute cinema. Healer MVP, Gretton. No, sorry. Go ahead now.
No, you're totally fine. That's what I was gonna say as well. Like, I don't think being one person down loses you there. I think it was just healer diff. Honestly, like, it's just the healers carried there the most purely because all that matters doesn't matter who dies. It matters who lives on that stone. And that's what happened is Tsunami just outlasted INFAMY on those last couple pushes. They didn't necessarily win. It was like the battle of attrition. They were like, okay, we killed 5 or 10 of them, stabilize. Don't overextend, don't go crazy, stabilize your health bars. Okay, cool, we're stabilized. Let's go kill 5 or 10 more of them. Okay, now we stabilize. It was such phenomenal group play. And like you mentioned, I don't care what the shot caller was saying. Yeah. I want to hear what the micro sounded like for the last minute there.
Actually, just a wild match. And we have more for you here. We still have 2 matches left for the day. It's going to be hard to upset that, though. I'll be honest with you. Not in my wildest dreams did I think that was going to happen that way. Thanks so much for the raid, Ghoul. I really appreciate you, buddy. It is tournament hype. I encourage all, to be clear, I encourage all content creators are more than happy to make any content they'd like off the tournament. If you want to restream the broadcast, if you want to try to be a part of the spectating the matches, if you want to make YouTube videos on it, I'm waiving the rights to all of that. I'd like the whole community to be involved here. Thanks for the raid, Ghoul. I really appreciate you. As we look ahead to this next match here, it looks like it's going to be Nepiza versus Privateers, and I think this is one that a lot of people have been waiting for. Privateers is someone that I've seen do war games before. These people looked really good and to take care when I watched them. So Privateers, a free-to-play guild in this case, so they started on free-to-play servers. They're on Percy right now. This is their top guild, basically, although they said that this is the Privateers. They have like 4 guilds, or 3 or 4 guilds, and like this is the Privateers. But like, yeah, this is all of their best players that they've got summoning for this tournament. They are rank 1 on their current server. They've won 3 of the 4 total sieges available, and they just want to be top 50, Gretton. So like, they're keeping the expectations low. Nepiza, on the other hand, is on the Morokai server. They believe that they are rank 1 on the server. They've won 2 sieges, and they think that they're going to finish top 4. So in other words, yeah, exactly.
Is crazy to say from a free-to-play server. Like, I love that, but that's something that I want to keep an eye on. I mean, step 1 is you got to beat Privateers, right? Like, that's step 1. You can't go fight in the big leagues until you prove yourself. It's single elimination. It's do or die. That's why that infamy Tsunami match was so high, high action, high tense. Like, we will not see any more of infamy for the rest of this tournament, no matter how great they played. It's do or die for every guild out here. So to say, hey, we're gonna hit top 4, you got to get through the Privateers first. And like, I've seen them war game as well. They are not a bad guild. I haven't seen Nepiza play at all, but I've seen Privateers play, and they are not a bad guild. Are they, the best guild in free-to-play servers? I don't know. I don't really pay attention to free-to-play servers, but they are a solid guild. And it looks like when I'm taking a look at the picks and bans here, Privateers won the toss, and it looks like everyone who's winning the toss is picking the option to choose the stone.
Yep.
And Nepiza actually banned Talus, Morokai, and Kalazan. So 3 stones that we've seen fight today.
And it's another new stone.
And it's a new stone, and it's one of my favorites, Blue. We're going to Azrael, baby.
I'm so excited. I love the Azrael Riftstone. We're going home, boys. It is the Azrael Riftstone chosen by Privateers. NPC, of course, banning again Talus, Morokai, and Kalazan. They have to have seen those other maps and said, no, we don't want to play on those. We want to play on something comfy. There's a lot of dynamic that goes into the Azrael Riftstone that we will get into here again. This is why we allowed Riftstones for the tournament, Grenton, instead of Boonstones, because we all know that the Boonstones were not quite as well designed in terms of where they're placed on the map. But the Riftstones are very dynamic. And again, we haven't seen a repeat map yet in the tournament so far, which is very, very cool to see. As we move over toward the versus screen, who do you think wins this? I personally, I think that Privateers is more well known.
Yeah, I mean, they're more well known. I'm not entirely sure who wins this, purely because, again, I haven't really seen much from these guilds. I've seen like one war game from Privateers, and they don't look bad. But again, like, I've never seen Infamy play, and they were absolutely phenomenal, right? So if I had to guess who wins, like, I would just flip a coin at this point, I think.
Flip a coin. I'll be honest with you, I was pretty confident Privateers is going to win, and then Nepiza was like, yeah, we're going to finish top 4. I'm like, oh, right? That's really confident, you know what I mean? Like Press W also said, they're like, yeah, if TC gets knocked out, we're gonna dominate this tournament.
Well, I'm looking at the roster from Nepiza, and like I'm not like the end all be all of TL clout, but I don't really recognize any of the names on Nepiza.
Well, let's be fair. It's probably Nepiza's probably, it's more of a Hispanic, Spanish, you know, like
maybe, yeah, I think so.
And so, like, this is probably the Hispanic community. Or if I had to guess, I don't know anything about Nepiza, but this is just my guess. And so we're probably not going to know necessarily, but these could be the best members of the Hispanic community. We're not sure. We're not sure. But just because you don't know, my point is, just because you don't know their name doesn't mean they're not absolute units.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's what I was gonna. That's what I was saying is I don't know these names, which makes me even happier, because sometimes I know the names and I'm like, wow, these guys suck. So the fact that I don't know the names is also a good sign. It's not just a bad sign.
Yeah. So Azrael Riftstone, as we start to load into this, get your prediction points in for this one, guys, because you need to buckle up. I'm going to go right to spectate, to be honest, because I want to start breaking down how the Azrael Riftstone works. Gretton, do you want to start this? Start this off. What's the most important thing?
Azrael Riftstone, the most important thing is if you're playing against a good guild, is keeping ruin control. And what you'll see is there's a little ruin tower behind the Riftstone that you could fly to, and having your bow staffs up there and just funneling the enemy guilds into the in-between section of the Riftstone and that back wall just creates an absolute meat blender. And we have everyone clapping for exactly that.
It looks like the US of A, baby. It's red, white, and blue all landing, and it's an all-out brawl right at the start as both of them want immediate control of the stone. Oh my goodness, that was something to witness right there. As the knockups come through, Privateers does have control of the stone. They're the first ones to organize. Nepiza does not look like they're quite as organized as I don't think that they were ready for an engage right off the bat. I think that both guilds were trying to get on the stone to see what they could make happen there, and that was not necessarily what they were looking for, Grenton.
No, not at all. But look, the thing with this Riftstone specifically is that the respawns are extremely close, and you can get back into the fight super fast. So as long as their tanks can just keep people busy on the side of Nepiza, they could actually restabilize. But what I love seeing from Privateers here is that they have an entire static or two playing super wide off that stone to prevent exactly that, not let Nepiza's ranged core free cast from max range, and kind of forcing them into the meat grinder that is that Riftstone, that close to Riftstone, the ruin wall area.
Interestingly enough, Gretton, we have not seen anybody take the high grounds behind the Riftstone, as you were talking about before. I think that that's a little bit of a bait. When you're in a situation like this, most of the fighting is going on too far away from those high grounds to really make anything happen, so I'm happy that neither guild is necessarily trying to do that. Normally, the losing guild in this case has to have a staging point out in this courtyard out here where I'm running right here, and the winning guild is standing closer to the stone, and then they engage each other. And like Gretton said, normally you want to have like this static parties over here kind of controlling this space. In the event the other guild tries to fly down, you can basically interrupt their flight and basically destroy them the moment that they hit the ground, just like that.
Just if you actually take a look, Nepiza has a couple people who are setting up on the ruins, and the ruins is only important if you're capping the stone. Right now, the stone's uncontestable. It doesn't matter No one's
There's
going
the
to funnel
staging
into that
point.
area.
There's the engage right there. Privateers hard engaging the staging point from the courtyard right off the riff. And look at the health bars. Very convincing engage. Super good shot calling out of Privateers right there to hard engage before Nepiza could get their bearings. They got to the low ground. They weren't quite ready to push yet. They didn't quite have everyone there, but they did everything right. They basically dropped down immediately instead of flying down. The temptation is to fly down here. Really what you want to do is you want to fall off this wall and kind of run over here. And that's exactly what they did, but it just wasn't quite, they weren't quite grouped up enough for them. And Privateers hit them with their pants down on that.
Yeah, and they're just going to be able to set up now for defense. It looks like Nepiza's grouping up on the high ground near Portal 3, and they're slowly going to try to take stair control. A lot of mistakes that some guilds make is they ego push up the stairs because they're like, oh, we won the first like 3 engages. Screw it, let's go up. And then they kind of get just railed by going up the stairs. So I'm happy to see that the Privateers are just chilling back on the stone. Again, it's not active yet. It's still a minute and a half until they can actually cap the stone. But they are now setting up for a push, and it looks like it's going to be an organized push into an organized push. But I don't like that I'm seeing Nepiza using a lot of their stamina just to like glide for no reason. You're going to need it when you hit the ground and you need to engage.
There they go. They're postured at the stairs right now, but it looks like, oh my gosh, are they just gonna run straight down the stairs? I was hoping that they would make a concave here and come down on all sides, because I mean, Gretton, you've fought from this position before, so have I. Coming right down the stairs, it's not necessarily the play, as you get basically hard concave by the entire Privateers guild, just like that. It's not good. We'll see if Nepiza can make something happen. There's the tornadoes coming through. All of Privateers actually in the air there, so a good tornado from Nepiza right there. But the Privateers just sweeping through Nepiza and just full gutting them on that engage. That is not how you necessarily want to approach that situation. That is the danger of coming down the stairs like that. You almost want people to drop on either sides and then have some other people come down the stairs, Quentin.
Yeah, it looks like Nepiza is actually able to somewhat create some pressure towards the stone. But like you said, pushing down those stairs, kind of not the play. You want to kind of jump down into the open area of the courtyard and then engage on flat ground and not through a choke that you're going to get absolutely railed in. They did manage to get a pretty good flip onto the Privateers through that tornado, but again, no follow-up. And it looks like now both guilds are going to be trying to flip the stone. We have Googled from the Privateers trying to flip it. It looks like he's actually probably going to get it off. I don't think anyone's in position. No, they had the bell suck from Deco Maxwell, who was able to stop that cap. But it looks like it's going to be all for naught as they do flip the stone, and they're going to start the King of the Hill capture.
Yeah, there we go. And Privateers should take this relatively quickly here based on what we've seen. You do not, a common pitfall we see a lot of people do here is they just trickle in forever and they try to fight on the node. And then whoever caps it first basically wins, ultimately. That is not what you want to do here. You want to try to regroup. You want to try to engage off. There are 3 or 4 choke points that you can kind of engage from, including in this courtyard. There are 2 choke points that I have yet to see Nepiza actually approach from. Instead, they keep trying the stairs into a gateway, or into this open area here. The name is blanking on me. They keep this staging point here, right? This plaza, if you will. They keep dropping from the stairs into the plaza, and they're just getting farmed is the only way to say it there. And I'd love to see them try to kind of stage up outside of one of the 2 choke points here, or maybe have the flankers group on the stairs, but the main ball goes somewhere else here.
Yeah, and for some reason we have one guy against the entire Zurich actually trying to flip the stone. Just SNS Juan just solo trying to flip the stone while the rest of his guild is fighting, and it looks like now they're all going to crash on top of the stone to kind of help him out. While they kind of abandoned that plaza area that you named previously. And Zurich is still just spamming F on the stone. Just, again, another SNS Juan doing what he can to flip that stone. And it's quite literally just a bloodbath. The Privateers are not able to just crash back on top of it. There is one person from the Privateers, Miri, who is on the ruins, like I mentioned, and just free casting and getting a ton of value from being a staff bow and just having that range. Obviously, the fight isn't happening on the stone. If I was Privateers, I would, if it was closer, I would personally be funneling people between the stone and the little ruined tower and just letting my range free cast from above. But it looks like Privateers are pretty dominant in this situation, and they don't really care about that. They're just trying to, get some good clips from the montage, maybe.
Yeah, right on. I think Privateers kind of has the read on this situation. I'm not sure that Nepiza, they're trying to stage over in the plaza once again, and this is the problem. As all of Privateers collapses down, they're going to get them right out of bird form, and look at them sweep in. Nepiza not in the best position right there, and just get eaten alive by the Privateers. Again, they need to try another approach on this one, as Privateers seems to have their number.
Yeah, the tempo is 100% being dictated by Privateers. If they don't want you to regroup and they don't want you to like have a second to push them, they just run it at you, right? There's nothing Nepiza has done differently from the first push, and I think, like you said, Privateers just has the read on it, and they're just able to kind of hold W into their ball. I wouldn't be surprised to see Privateers get even more cocky with their pushes, and that might be the area of opportunity that you want to look for Nepiza, is when they start getting a little bit more, complacent. Oh, this is free. We still have 16 minutes of this. All right, let's try to go do something fun. And then they kind of throw the stone a little bit. That's kind of what you're looking for Nepiza. You do have a couple people from Nepiza up on the ruins trying to create some space, but again, the rest of their guild's just not there. So there's nothing they can really do. There's not really much pressure that, Zahid up there can do. He's actually just going to fall to the ranged of Privateers. And now finally it looks like they're flying, and they're going to try to take that plaza area, but more so towards the south to try to take this fight head on, Blue.
Yeah, there it is. They're in the plaza, and Privateer's going to take the engage in the plaza. They don't care about anyone behind them. As it turns out, the high ground doesn't matter if you just run away from the high ground, and they are running into Nepiza. Nepiza actually holding strong here as their front line doing a lot of work, taking down a few members of the Privateers, but it looks like they're starting to thin out a little bit here. Because again, the rest of Nepiza went after the cap on the rift, were unable to actually get it, and you can see again they hold that high ground that you were talking about, but it just doesn't matter if the engagement happens so far from the high ground that you can't actually hit anybody. So like, I think that these few people are being wasted a little bit, but it was Nepiza's best push so far. They did get a cap down on the stone, but they have far fewer people on the stone, but definitely an improvement for them. The best push that we've seen out of them so far, no question, but it does look like they just don't have enough people to help cap the stone here again. But definitely a good attempt right there. It looks like they're going to try to put a few more people on the high ground, maybe. As they all fly down, and flying down to the stone and then trying to fight on the stone is a bit of a rough situation for them.
That's not what you want to do as an engage. You're kind of landing with no stamina. Privateers is just doing such a good job of keeping numbers on the stone. I don't think I've seen them go under like 35 when the stone's been active, and you just can't really compete with that. Like I mentioned, that ruin power position is more so when you have the stone or when you have stone control, and that's how you just infinitely just defend the stone. That's why this stone is considered a very defender-sided stone, is because at one point you have to actually touch the stone to win. And if you have people up on that ruins, more than just a handful. It looks like every time I look over at those ruins, there's just more blue. But again, they don't own the stone, so they're not really contributing as much as they could be if they are boots to the ground.
Yeah, and I think that honestly they need to try a different spawn. I think they're spawning at probably the worst possible location, unless you're going to try to take the plaza over there specifically from the stairs. I think it's time to change something up. Spawns 1 and 2 can reach the stone a lot faster. They're doing this trickle in strategy right now. They're trying something. Can we just trickle onto the point and win? And at this point, the people that win in this kind of a situation are the people that are respawning and getting back to the fight the fastest, Grenton. And again, points 1 and 2 get you back your way faster, and you can heal people along the way because you're not flying the entire way.
Just look at how many blue we have just outside the conflict zone. Just press W, get your feet on. You're only about 5 below, and there's just so many. I count at least 8 who aren't even on the zone right now. Just get on the zone. This is your only opportunity. Is you somehow half won this engage, managed to flip the stone. Now you need to snowball your momentum. You need to funnel people in between the stone and the ruin. Look at, there's like 3 ranged DPS up there. You need to just funnel people into there to get them the free damage and to allow them to kind of just churn through this red squad, this privateer squad. But again, like Sujiro, Streetheart, Music, Uni, Fifi, all of these people just staying out just outside of the zone are like soft inting their entire guild.
Yeah, just like we saw in that last match. You see, again, this guy is literally firing from... It's like the zone is lava. He just literally will not go into the zone at all. And Privateer's kind of backed up into this corner here. And they're basically, their entire guild is on the zone with 12 minutes left on the clock. This strategy is not going to work for Nepiza, as they just need to hold W a little bit to get forward more. Although first they have to win an engagement. In order to do that, they need to back up and I think regroup again, Grenton.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what we need to see here from this guild. I mean, it looks like Deco Maxwell is just gonna flip it again. Almost, he was like a hair off of actually flipping the stone. They're able to. Their tanks have enough CC resistance to actually flip the stone. They just need to, like you mentioned, just create the space and take more real estate. They can't just stay. I don't know what they have. This like loving relationship with the stairs. They just never want to be too far from the stairs.
Left. Yeah.
Just ignore it. Just get on the stone now. Look, like Zurich is back on there. It's an SNS wand. Like he has a Tevent wand, for God's sakes. Like let the man do something besides press F on the stone. Help him get the cap and then, you know, enable your guild to do more than just sit and cap a stone.
True. Yeah. Like, again, we were talking about this in the other matches. You love to see when shot callers are trying different things. So, like, Nepiza is losing here. And I just want to point out that Logout lost their match earlier today. And you'll notice how close they were able to make it look. I mean, yeah, sure, they couldn't get a cap off, but it looked a lot like this. I think that Nepiza is actually a lot closer to Privateers in strength than they're letting on. They just refuse to try anything new like Logout did. Logout versus Press W was probably the largest discrepancy that we saw today overall. And they made it look closer than this, mainly because their shot callers always trying something different. They were always trying a different approach. They were capping more frequently and everything. This is Nepiza is just trying the same thing over and over and over again, and it's not working for them. They're just always losing control. It looks like they're backing up at least a little bit now. It looks like they're trying to regroup at least a little now, although in the exact same spot that they have regrouped the entire time. They have not tried a different spawn. They have not tried pushing from a different angle. And here's the Privateers push again before Nepiza can really get anywhere. They're pushing straight off, trying to run them down, Gritton.
And that's, again, at the end of the day, we saw it in the first Riftstone. It's the definition of insanity. We're just trying the same push over and over, hoping something different happens. It's not gonna. We've already been fighting over this stone for 10 minutes. If it's not working now, it's not going to work later, right?
Correct.
So, like, let's try something different. Zurich is probably going to get the flip. Oh, he just gets interrupted at the last second, but he's still just trying to get that flip off. And all they need to do is crash the stone. Look how clumped the Privateers are right now.
Yeah.
All you got to do is just crash the stone. These people running around on the outside doing nothing is, again, just hard inting your guild, because there is just crazy clumps that you could capitalize on. And that's what the Privateers are trying to do. But the Privateers are doing so by also playing clumped. So you could punish them at the same time. And finally, it looks like they're getting, you know, people on the stone. And this is exactly what we're going to see. Let's see if Uni actually gets on the stone this time.
And look how much closer.
Kind of a little bit outside, not really.
Yeah, they've got the cap down. They're starting to get a few more people onto it. Like you said, it's actually a lot closer. Again, I think this is just 100% strategy. I don't think that Privateers is necessarily that much stronger. Their shot calling is, though. Their shot calling is a lot better. And the privates, if you will, are listening a lot more than Nepiza are, as they just can't get onto the zone. They just need to push in. Catchamp is always basically orbiting the zone here. He's barely stepped in here. It's the first time I've really seen him in the zone almost the entire match here. But you can see, yeah, now that they've got these people on the zone, look at Privateers starting to get thinned out, Gretton. Increasing up to 21%. Look at the difference here, and this is exactly what we were saying. This match is a lot closer than I think that people realize. It's just that Nepiza is playing it relatively poorly, and now, rapidamente, get on that point, boys, to speak it in the native tongue here. They finally are actually getting ground. 31 people on the point, over 18. As blue starts to take over. Privateers starting to thin out here right now.
And that's exactly what I said. They needed to just crash the back of the stone and just get control of it, because now what's going to happen is you have control of this entire backside. Now is where you want to put people up on that perch, up on those ruins. Now is where you want to funnel Privateers into the stone, because you have the range. They cannot hit you when you're up there. And that's exactly what they're trying to do. Look at the defensive position from Nepiza. They're just staying back. They're letting the Privateers come to them, and they're just picking off the ones and twos. This is what I wanted to see 10 minutes ago. However, we have... Yeah, the flip is happening too, and now we have, this is the respawn from the privateers. This is the important engage. They kind of held back forces, and now they're kind of pushing with more. And this is, if you can win this as Nepiza, you're in a really good spot here, Blue.
Yeah, I think that, again, Privateers desperately trying to get control back on the point, but you can see just how close this match should be if Nepiza is firing on all cylinders. But again, oh gosh, Meteor just spawned into the Alamo. What are you doing, man? Just flew straight in and died. Privateers takes full control again. Nepiza needs to group up. This is not what they need to do. It's just fly in repeatedly from the same and longest spawn point possible. Oh man, it just makes me so angry to watch, because you saw how strong they are when they're working together and they actually get their strategy off, but they just can't get onto the point repeatedly like this. Privateers, much better, much more cohesive unit at staying together, at playing with one another, at making sure that they're listening to the shot calls and staying on that point together. But I think that Nepiza actually saw their first glimpse at potentially a victory there if they just group up on this. But you can see they're losing full control now, Grenton.
Yeah, and this exactly, again, it was just people, I don't know how cohesively Nepiza are playing. I don't know how directed the shot calls are, but it looks like they're, you know, it's like a random battleground in World of Warcraft. It feels like they're just kind of running around, finding an enemy and hitting it no matter where it is. And the stone is still contested, and there is still over half of the ball from Nepiza just dancing in and out of the conflict zone. Get your feet on the zone and fight on the zone. It's big enough that even if you're a range, even if you're a healer, you can find a safe spot. You don't need to be that far off of the conflict zone.
Yep, this is the difference right here as I'm standing in them right now. There's like 5 people standing out here for Nepiza. There's no real reason for them not to step up onto the zone. They're all hitting a spear user here, trying to run him down, finally getting onto the zone. But you'll notice that the difference is 4 or 5 people or closer than that at all points in time. And Nepiza they just can't get onto that stone like Privateers is. I mean, like if you look over 5 minutes left on the clock, you look over oh my gosh, Privateers is at the top of all the leaderboards. Oh my goodness, but that's what happens. And again, I don't think that's necessarily because they're much stronger. Again, we saw when Nepiza does exactly what they're supposed to do, this is a lot closer. If not, Nepiza looks stronger than Privateers for a few moments there. But they just keep trickling in. And when you trickle in, you're going to die one at a time, which is going to pad the Privateer stats way better than Nepiza. It's just the leadership, in my opinion, is just much stronger here. Pushing back in here, they have the right call, and Nepiza just not organized enough, and they're not trying anything different either. They're just running in from the stairs. On repeat, look at them, they're just flying in.
Yeah, and again, that kind of just goes back to, I'm not sure the cohesion, or maybe like a shot caller doesn't have a lot of experience, but you can see the difference in the organization between the Privateers and Nepiza, right? Privateers are pushing together, right? They're waiting, they're regrouping. When they got pushed off the stone that one time, the only time they got pushed off the stone, they didn't just trickle back in, they came back with like 20 plus. And that's why they're able to just choke Nepiza off the stone and gain control of it again. And I would like to see more of that from Nepiza. I would like to see them not spawn at Portal 3 anymore and use half their stamina bar like Bastite did and KR Meteor did, where they just fly onto the stone with no stamina and then try to kill someone, and now they have nothing left to block if they need to block, right? Yeah. There's just a lot of just inexperience, as I want to say, because they're individually, they're good players. We saw it, they're able to actually punch back. But as a group, I think they're just a little inexperienced here.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think that their group coordination is just not where it quite needs to be for a tournament of this caliber. But man, they showed that they do have some phenomenal players in here. And when they are working as a unit, you saw how close that match actually looked here. Nepiza, I can see why they said they wanted to be top 4 for this tournament, because like when they actually did the right thing, they looked really dominant. It's just that Privateers is doing, that they're coordinating as a unit much more frequently. And this isn't the arena. You can't just rely on individual skill level in this tournament. You have got to be able to play together. It's how all your statics are working together, what they're working together for the common goal. Are people standing on the point? Where are they positioned on the point? And look where Privateers is, tucked into this corner, maximizing the run distance for Nepiza. And Nepiza finally grouping over in this courtyard here. It looks like they're going to try for one more big push here. Privateers might just slam slam into them. That is not good. Privateers, it does have it scouted. They're running back up to the high ground. They're getting cold feet, but they've just abandoned the 5 or 6 people under the low ground. Oh my gosh, like the Dothraki in the long night. They just get swallowed, Gretton. And the rest of the people made it up to the high ground there, but like they just didn't quite make it out in time. Getting cold feet on that engage. 3 minutes left on the clock. No, they did get the rift. They did get the cap off on the Ludus.
Yeah, that was just Zurich and Lust 2 solo capping.
And that actually pulled Privateers back. Hold that thought. That actually pulled Privateers back. And then we see a great push from Nepiza come in because Privateers took their eyes off the stairs in this case. And Privateers got caught kind of at their back to Nepiza. They got down the stairs. And Nepiza does have a lot of people that made it onto the stone now. And again, it's neck and neck. They got 19 people on the stone against the 20 of
this is good. Yeah,
Privateers. This is really close. Again, that's the kind of coordination that if Nepiza had that, I do think that they could absolutely win this matchup. But sadly, that's not what we've seen time and time again. We've seen Privateers just jump on that. That was the same play we've seen out of Privateers repeatedly. As Nepiza goes to the low ground, Nepiza gets engaged too quickly. Privateers dies, or Privateers kills them, and then they have to reset. But this time, they actually got the cap off, and they used that to their advantage, which I really liked, Brandon.
Yeah, and we just needed to see more of that, right? Like Privateers, like I said, the only time they're going to end up giving up space is when they get, cocky. And that's exactly what they did. They pushed out. They were trying to go ego the stairs. They gave up a cap. And they're like, oh shit, we gave up a cap. They all ran back. And then it gave Nepiza an in, right? To actually gain some footing. Unfortunately, a little too late. But I just hope they could learn from this and move forward, because I don't think this guild is bad. We've seen guilds that are clearly unmatched. I think both these guilds are pretty evenly matched. It's just macro diff this time.
Yeah, and if there's one thing I've learned from this matchup is that if you say neck and neck enough times, you will say neck and dick on accident.
No, that was on purpose. Don't lie.
That was rough. Not gonna lie, but they did get another cap off on the point. Here again, Nepiza putting up a great fight for this Riftstone. And again, I think it's really just coordination, and that's a pretty easy thing to fix because it looks like they have some really strong players in this guild here.
Yeah, and the last 50 seconds, I don't think this is factually possible, even if they had 48 people on for 50 seconds, maybe. But it is at least a good showing for the final couple minutes here from Nepiza, showing, hey, like, we might have blundered for the first half of the Riftstone fight, but, here we are. We're a guild. We can still fight. We can still punch back. And mad respect to both these guilds, because this was a not super close, right? But this was a lot closer than some of the other matches that we saw today.
Yeah, absolutely. As time ticks down here, 27 seconds rather left on the clock for this one, and Nepiza actually doing a good job of getting onto the stone. This is for the first time. They're just like, all right, boys, frag out and get kills. You know what I mean? And they honestly, they have a lot of people on the stone, but sadly, Privateers' entire force is here, and their healers are doing a lot of work for them. I think Privateers stood together, they stood strong, and they will move on to the next round of this tournament. If we look at the score screen, you can see that Privateers look like they had a lot of kills. This looks very one-sided, and in fairness, it was, but like, I think we saw that if Nepiza had been doing the right thing, I think that there's a lot more people on this leaderboard, Grim.
Hey, Blue, hey, Blue, hey, Blue.
What?
What's rank 1?
Okay, buddy. Now, another. Look, I never doubted you, Ron. I didn't say it didn't do a lot of damage.
Spear wins
dagger
again.
is crazy. And then bow, again, bow's staff is the more traditional thing that you see getting a lot of kills up here. But 2.3 million damage on Spear God Seku on this one. Let's see who had the most healing in the match. There should be somebody at least 2 million, right? Yeah, 2.4 on Cammy right there. Another 2.4 on Miyu. And that, yep, 2.4 on Cammy and Miyu were the highest. Who was the highest tank in the match? It looks like 1.3 onto Daxon. Oh, no, 1 million onto Wild. Well, 1 million onto Wild Monkey, 1.3 again on a Music. Daxon looked like he had the highest. Just barely, but yeah, those are the best tanks in the match as well. Honestly, again, I know that looked one-sided, Gretton, but yeah, was that not way closer than it actually looked on paper?
Yeah, I mean, if Nepiza did that last 2 minutes over the final 10 minutes, I feel like that would have been a lot closer of a match. But However, like, why did I say but however, dude? I'm so tired.
Bro,
however, however, neck and dick, man. All right, there you go.
Yeah, neck and dick. Yeah,
neck and dick.
Yeah.
That's it. No, but honestly, like, Nepiza did impress me a lot. Privateers kind of performed the exact same that I saw them when they did their initial war game that I saw. But, you know, they move on. Nepiza, if I'm Nepiza leadership, I'm kind of watching that back and just trying to kind of see like, okay, well, what did Privateers do that we didn't do? And then trying to copy that. And then looking at any other guilds that fight over Azrael. I feel like that's going to be super important for Nepiza. And if you're a guild in this tournament, thank you for participating. For one, we can't do these tournaments without stuff like that. And if you're a guild who's not participating, who's talking shit in the Twitch chat, El Bozo, you don't even make the stage. So, you know what I mean? It is what it is.
I just want to say that, Gret, I saw you chat PvPing the entire time that match was going on while shoutcasting the match was actually very impressive.
Thank you.
And chat PvP is the best part of PvP, in my opinion, as far as things go. We're going to start looking ahead to the next match here so that Gretton can go use the potty real quick. That's okay because, yeah, go. I got it. Don't worry. All right. We're looking at the last match of the day is Flex versus No Mercy. And No Mercy is actually a guild, if you guys don't know, from Black Desert Online. This is a BDO community that was in the PvP scene for a very long time. This is the free-to-play. They're on the Oath server. It's No Mercy. They're the rank 1 in their alliance. They say that they're not the strongest on the Oath server. That might just be Infamy. We're not sure. Probably, based on what we saw today. Siege is 1. They haven't won anything yet, but they said prediction top 10. They're very confident. They think that the Oath server is super, super populated. And to say that you're third on the server, but you're probably top 10 overall guilds is very, very confident statement to make. But I have faith in the No Mercy boys. They played a BDO with me for a long time, many years. Love them to death. Flex over here, another free-to-play server, Dracosoft, and they're the strong. They only have 2 guilds in their alliance, Giga Chads, 2 guild alliance. And when I asked them, guys, these guild cards were made based on interviews that I took with the players when they applied to be in the tournament. So, like, if you disagree with the information on the card, well, you should have participated in the tournament. So tough. But this is everyone's opinion of their guild and kind of their story so far here. But they believe that they are rank 1 on the server. And honestly, with 2 guilds in their alliance, they've won 3 sieges. So holy moly. Prediction top 10. Flex and Legend must be strong if they're winning that many sieges with 2 guilds. So this matchup could go either way. I'd say in terms of confidence factor, both of them are kind of in the same place. I'd say that No Mercy is more confident overall than Flex is, but it's, again, to win Siege with 2 guilds is absolutely obnoxious. Very, very difficult. Either 1, you have to be really God gamers, or 2, your server has to be dead, or 3, a combination of the first 2. Right. It looks like we have a lot of people in chat rooting for Flex here. It is Flex versus No Mercy for the final match here. Make sure you get your predictions in, guys. Get your predictions in as we look over toward what the pick ban phase looked like. Let's go over toward the versus screen as I'm kind of getting into the final lobby here. Looks like Flex won. They chose to pick the map, and then No Mercy banned. They banned Chernobog, Malakar, and Adentis, and they are going to fight our first repeat of the day. It was inevitable. They're going to fight on the Talus Riftstone. Talus, as we saw, the first Riftstone of the day, can go either way because of where the spawn points are on the map. There's 2 points really to engage the Riftstone at any point in time. Very wide open space, lots of room for flankers to succeed on that Riftstone. As well as we've joined the lobby here, it looks like both teams are 48 over 48. Gretton, have you returned?
Yeah, thank you.
All right, what do you think of this matchup? It's No Mercy versus Flex. I know you weren't there necessarily for the breakdown. Both of them think they're going to be top 10. No Mercy's on a much more competitive server, but Flex has been winning Siege consistently with only 2 guilds.
Yeah, I think I watched Flex beat... did they beat or lose? They lost to Early Day Supple, but like very close on Manaway Spoonstone. And they looked pretty impressive. But this was, again, ages ago. This was before the free transfers were over. No Mercy actually fought against I think when I was in Sinister in an inter server, and they were pretty good as well. Usually when we fought against guilds in inter server who were from free-to-play servers, we kind of just walked through them. They're like a little paper. No Mercy actually was able to punch back. So I think this is going to be a good final match of the day. The fact we're going back to Talus, super cool. The fact that is this the first
repeat?
Maybe no, it's the first repeat, but is this the first or maybe second match that we have two two regular server guilds, two free-to-play server guilds fighting?
This is definitely the second or third match where we've had two free-to-play. There were almost more free-to-play players that entered the tournament than early access. I'd say it's pretty split, but it was a lot more than I was expecting. As the stone has started here, we're gonna get into this one. And again, looks like red. I forgot to check which guild was red and which one was
red. Is Flex.
Red is Flex. Okay, looks like Flex taking the stone early here. I'll get those written on the screen for you guys. Okay, as soon as I just get up here. There we go. Flex is on the stone first here, and they are waiting for their opponents. No Mercy on the other side of the match here. The final match of the day. Hopefully you guys got your predictions in. It's gonna be a banger. We've been spoiled today. Tomorrow, guys, we will have the second round or the second day of the first round of the tournament, rather. 30 guilds signed up to play in this tournament for North America East to decide who the best guild in NA was. This is the largest tournament that has ever been attempted for Throne and Liberty worldwide since it actually released in Korea. So massive tournament, massive ability for guilds to showcase why they are so strong. Even the guilds that we saw lost today also looked very, very good and showed people why they are dominant on their respective servers, or why you should try to join them. You should look at in the video description. We will have who fought on each round. I recommend joining the War Games Discord. So if you want to join one of these guilds, potentially all of the guilds are in the War Games Discord, and honestly should be putting out recruitment messages regularly, so you can hit up their leadership cores. They do have roles and everything in there as well. That's where the tournament is being organized. That's where all the chat PvP is going on. Is in that Discord as well.
Yeah, and chat PvP is like 80% of the PvP in this game. So
true.
If you're missing that, you're kind of like playing the game with blinders on, I would say.
Yeah.
Now I'm very curious. No Mercy is still all on the platform.
Yeah, honestly, No Mercy has still not left the platform. It looks like they might be waiting all the way until the 15-second mark, Renton, and then be doing an iframe push onto the point, because Flex does not have iframe right now. And this is a strategy we have not seen yet today. They're going to try to use bubble right when the stone is available. They're going to wait until, and then they're going to use bubble to try to push the point. This is something we have not seen a guild actually attempt. Normally it's an all-out brawl from the start, but I love, Gretton, that every match we see something different, that some guild has developed some new strategy, some different strategy that a guild has developed to try to get to #1 on their respective server, and now they're using it on each other, and everyone's kind of just feeling each other out for the very first time in this tournament. So cool. Here, No Mercy representing a lot of the BDO community as well. Tomorrow we'll have more of the BDO community represented.
No Mercy's a BDO guild?
Yep, they go way back. They were a PvP guild for a long time before that game died, or at least that game's PvP died rather. And now most of the PvP scene is actually over in Throne and Liberty now. So a lot of the players I recognize a lot of the names in this community here.
Nice. And I think someone in chat saying they're an ESO guild before BDO.
Yeah, so they're like Ethereum in that regard. They go game to game like this. I wonder if their GM is sleeping with e-girls as well. Very interesting. We haven't seen No Mercy actually go down to e-girl drama yet. Interesting. I'm sorry.
Wood chopping.
Yeah. You're Any wood choppers in the chat? Yeah.
Oh.
Absolutely.
Somehow it's still too soon, Blue. Somehow it's still too soon.
Yeah, deal with it. Yeah. Yeah. Catching the splash damage on this one.
Yeah. All good.
All right, and here we go. 47 seconds left on the clock. Any moment now, we're going to see No Mercy spawn. They've got one scout at res point 1 right now. Either he's a scout or he's a complete moron, and he went before his guild told him to. Love Guardian trying to stay out of range so I can't see his name. That's who you need to kick from the guild afterwards, guys. I think he accidentally spawned when he wasn't supposed to, and now he looks like an idiot compared to everybody else, because I don't know what scouting really does for you. Gosh, I wonder where they're standing. You can almost see them on the minimap. Is an insane thing. Oh, there's the spawn coming in with 13 seconds left. They have full immunity. We have not seen this at all today so far. There's the spread. The flankers go wide. The front line in front. Oh, Flex backing up off the node. Look at the hard back. Look at the hard back. They're trying to get away from it, to try to get away from those invulnerability spawns. And then they come in, but No Mercy does get the better of them, but they don't get the flank that they're looking for. And Flex starts to battle back here. Absolutely very impressive shot calling on both sides here, as it looks like, oh my gosh, Flex does get the cap on the zone. All of No Mercy's fighting off the zone, and they're like, wait, they just got the zone, and they've got 5 people standing on it. No Mercy's actually fighting them full on over on the side over there. They're gonna cap the stone. No Mercy's not even looking at it. On this one, finally, they get a cap off on it, but it's an absolute brawl from the beginning here. Once No Mercy spawned in, what an impressive engage. Very smart of Flex to back up like that so that they couldn't get their flankers. What No Mercy was trying to do there was they were trying to run their flankers through to the Flex backline with invulnerability, and they just did not allow them to do that, and that's why Flex survived that push, and they got the cap down at the same time. It worked out for Flex in spades on that one, and that was probably a strategy they've never had really happen to them before yet. Gretton, very impressive first engagement.
Yeah, that was really like I don't want to say textbook, because I don't think anyone really wrote a textbook on that push yet, but like Flex just performed it perfectly. They saw the play the moment No Mercy passed the Rift Stone. They knew they don't care about the stone, they just want to hit our backline, so they just pulled even further back, and that's probably why Flex was able to actually hit the cap first. And then after that initial cooldown and the bubbles and all that stuff was done, they're like, okay, cool, now we can come back to the stone, cap it, and do what we got to do. So really, really well done by Flex. I love the strategy there from No Mercy as well, but again, we've seen it a lot today. Good strategy, poor execution.
Right. I think that the presence of mind on Flex to keep a party on the point while everyone else backs up, because you know that was called out. You know that they planned that. Was absolutely impressive. They pulled them all the way away from the point. And what's No Mercy supposed to do? Just stand on the point? They'll lose their invulnerability and the entire advantage they try to seek in the first place. Such a smart play out of Flex. A hard counter to exactly what No Mercy was doing. So it's possible they have seen it before. That or they're just that good at thinking on their feet. Was very, very impressive on that one. And now we have No Mercy pushing up. This is actually a pretty good engagement. Look how far they're spread. Good concave is that, and that's what we talk about, is the surface area on your push. You don't want to clump all your members in one place. That allows crossbow users start licking their chops. So do spear users when you push in like that. When you spread like this, it makes it much more likely that you will succeed. And No Mercy crashes onto the point. The flash waves, the tornadoes come down. They're trying to go for the point cap right here and doing an admirable job of competing on the point, rather. And Gretton, I think that Flex just has their number.
Yeah, Flex is doing a really good job of just thwarting every engage. No Mercy looked really good there on that engage. Super spread out, was able to actually fully encompass Flex, but Flex just able to punch back and just kind of hold their ground. Like, they only move when they want to move, it looks like. Flex isn't getting manhandled. They're not getting pushed around. If they're giving space, it's by design. And if they're taking space, it's by design. And that's really impressive to see in this last match, because again, these are two regular launch free-to-play server guilds. Usually that means they don't have a lot of KR veterans in that guild. So it's awesome to see how far a lot of these guilds have come with just, what, a month and a half, 2 months of game knowledge, game time, compared to, some guilds that have been playing like me, right, since closed alpha of the game, which is what, 12 months now at this point since the game's been out. So
yeah, and we see No Mercy honestly doing a good job of getting onto the point. They have more people on the point, at least for a moment they did, and they're just trying to get that cap down, as it were. Look at the flankers from No Mercy, basically looking at the backline here, and Perone trying to push them back, but like, look at the collapse down onto the Flex backline and forcing them basically to push onto the point here or be killed on their own like that. very, very impressive. And that's what I love so much about the Excavator Riftstone is you can engage from both sides. The flankers can come at you from everywhere. The healers makes it very difficult to position as a healer and as a tank, because the tank's trying to stay in range of everyone, but also trying to disrupt as much as possible. And then the DPS are just going ballistic. The flankers on this map kind of go a little bit crazy, and things can backfire like it is for Uter in the backline there for No Mercy. And then Shinobi also gets eliminated too, as Flex doing a great job. Look at this backline stretch back here, and they're all coordinating with each other. You could tell they're all locking on to the same person, one at a time, and they're just knocking them out over and over again. Beautiful coordination from the Flex backline to basically just handle those bombers repeatedly like that and not let No Mercy onto it. But No Mercy does have control of the cap right now in terms of overall people, but they can't actually get contribution for it, Grenton, because they just don't, they can't get the cap off.
Yeah, exactly. And again, like, look at this is just by design again by Flex. Is they're just slowly stepping back, giving them a bit of space. Okay, we got numbers. Let's step forward again. It's very methodical from Flex. It doesn't look like they're kind of running around without direction. It doesn't look like they're just TDMing. Everything they're doing is by design. No Mercy finally able to get some pressure here on the stone. And again, this conflict zone is significantly smaller than the other ones we've seen, Kawazan and Azriel and stuff like that. So you have to get really up close and personal to count as someone capping the stone. And that's something that's very, very, very punishing when you have these Spear Dagger players who could just chain a bunch of spears together, or flash waves coming in and stuff like that. But it looks like slowly but surely Flex is just choking No Mercy off this stone.
They are, but also they're positioned in a very difficult location. They have their front line right next to the stone, and their back line is forced to basically stand right where I'm standing along this wall here, which doesn't give them a crazy amount of room to move back, but it is working for them as they've just kind of wedged themselves into this corner here, and the flankers from No Mercy then have to push through a front line and the DPS of Flex here, and they're just keeping just barely enough people on the stone to keep No Mercy, there it is, from capping it again, because like you said before with La Nepiza, not enough of No Mercy is standing on the point. Because of how Flex is positioned, they are managing to keep more people on the point than No Mercy is, even though No Mercy is competing for more space. You can see they have much larger spread on the map of like how they're engaging down. Their flankers basically have full reign of how they want to approach this situation, as Flex is kind of wedged down into this corner here, and it just doesn't matter because they can just keep more people onto the stone repeatedly, and it's very difficult for No Mercy to get a cap off here.
Yeah, and again, it's time and time. I'm curious to see what the comp looks like for Flex, because I'm seeing a lot of blood devos. I'm seeing a lot of just health bars going down to like 70, 65%, then instantly shooting back up. So I'm curious how tank healer heavy they are compared to No Mercy, because they're just outlasting. They're not like decisively wiping No Mercy, but they're just winning the war of attrition. So I'm wondering if they maybe found a little bit of a sweet spot between tanks, healers, and DPS, because they just look like this immovable object in the face of No Mercy.
Yeah, compositionally, they look really strong. If we look at the leaderboards right now, you can see it's actually really spread. Top 3 Flex, then 2 No Mercy, then a Flex, then 2 more No Mercy, then a Flex, then 2 more No Mercy. So No Mercy actually picking up a lot of damage, picking up a lot of kills, but like not translating all of this success on this page here into a win here, 48v48. It does look like, again, both teams are very, very evenly matched, but compositionally speaking, it looks like you might just be right here, but look how close it is. No Mercy just so focused on getting those kills down that they just have not been as objective focused. Flex with a stronger, well, I guess you could call it macro, but it's also a little bit of micro play to position themselves against the wall just like this, with their front line basically right up against the Riftstone, and then their back line up against the back of this wall right here, so that No Mercy's flankers just can't get to them. And even when they do, No Mercy just doesn't have anyone on the point. And they can't make anything happen. So No Mercy has more people getting kills, has more people getting damage, but they're just not, they don't have the objective in mind here, Gretton.
Yeah, it looks like they're just trying to find some sort of footing to be able to punch back against Flex. I'm not sure, again, is this a comp diff? Is it just that, you know, they forget heal cuts in the game? Or is no one running shield pen runes? Is it just like did they lose that character select kind of mentality? Because they're playing extremely well. They're just not able to punch through Flex. It's just Flex is just sitting there taking punch after punch after punch after punch, and they're just healing it back. And then like, okay, now you have no more cooldowns. We just kill you and you go again.
You guys can see the big concave. No Mercy's posturing for an engage here. They're trying to get picks right now. As you can see, people postured up on that high ground there. Archetype, these are all tanks in the front line getting floated, so not much happening there. No Mercy decides to back off and give Flex the stone here. Sensfrin got the wrong message, was in the wrong neighborhood, and thought that they were engaging. No Mercy backs up and is now standing kind of in a choke point here and has given Flex full control of the Riftstone at this point. 10 minutes on the clock, or 10.5 minutes rather, on the clock as No Mercy tries to regroup. You see a few Flex members running back, standing in their backline right now with invulnerability, but they're gonna die immediately. Here comes the push in from No Mercy here. They're gonna push straight in. They don't want these people with invulnerability getting the better of them. The front line goes all the way in, but they don't have any of their flankers through. And I just looked at the leaderboard, Gretton. It looks like they have a lot of dagger users in their guild, so just a massive amount of damage, which explains why they're on the front page with a lot of people, but they just can't translate it into a meaningful win, meaningful amounts of damage. You could be doing a lot of damage to a tank and never get anywhere at all, but still have a high damage number, if you know what I mean, Grin.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And there's meaningful damage, there's meaningless damage, right? I always say that to my guild people I coach. If you unload 20k damage into a tank and they just heal it back, good job, you did absolutely nothing. If you unload 20k damage into a DPS and you pop them like a pimple, okay, cool, now you accomplish something with your life, congratulations, right? So target selection is part of the skill gap in this game, and I think Flex V is just doing a better job. However, look at this now choke that they're setting up into Flex V. No Mercy's able to funnel everyone into the same sort of little concave here in the northeastern side of the stone, and they're now starting to finally get some footing on the stone and be able to create some pressure. Now they have to just hold W, get these red names off the stone, create space, and now own the stone. And then now you can kind of set up a defensive posture and start picking off ones and twos.
Yeah, Gretton, do you know what DPS users... No Mercy has a lot of DPS, a lot of daggers in their guild. Do you know what DPS users don't want to do? Stand on the point. And so if you force them to stand on the point, you're forcing them to stand in a position that they really don't want to. What a great tornado right there coming out for No Mercy. But you're forcing them to do something that they don't want to do, and then Flash Wave just blankets them because they don't have a whole lot of defensive they don't have a lot of defensive specs. If they're running a DPS build like a dagger build, you're probably not going to be very tanky at all, if at all. And so they just get wiped off the point. As good as the engagements look, as much damage as they can do, Flex is just much more resilient in their builds, in their composition here. And so we're seeing them win out time and time again.
Yeah, it's crazy. I really want to see the weapon like combos after, but it's just absolutely crazy how sturdy Flex feels. I've just been watching a couple other players just get absolutely pelted over and over and over again, and they're just big chilling. Either healers are cranking or they're just tornado gear gapped, and just the coordination here. Exactly, like 20 people from No Mercy just in the air, and that just gives Flex the time to get cooldowns back, to stabilize, and to be able to kind of top themselves off and fight when on their terms, not on the terms of No Mercy. And we saw that even in the first engage. No Mercy's like, oh, we're gonna hit them with bubble, they're not gonna know what's coming, and then Flex is like, no, we're still gonna fight that on our terms. Even though he got caught off guard, we're still fighting it on our terms. And Flex just looks so crisp on this stone. And you mentioned who picked this? This was Flex who picked this, and it's...
Yes.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, and they look dominant on it as well. And again, this is a 2-guild alliance, so there's something to be said for a guild that can show up in these other guilds that are only like you see these 4-guild alliances fielding one team, and they're just trying to field their strongest players, right? And they have a much smaller pool of players, and they're still coming up with a W against No Mercy. And you can see No Mercy is actually, they have so many DPS users, and their flankers are actually incredibly good. I've showcased it a couple times where I've been standing in the back line for Flex here. Good pulls coming off for No Mercy. Those are good picks initially, but no, it looks like he's just gonna step away. Look at that resiliency right there. And then there's No Mercy wrapping in on this once again. Another good engage for No Mercy, but look how fast their health bars go down to even 2 flash waves. Just get them absolutely Baja blasted is the term that I'm going to use as they try to just run into a blanket firestorm of flash wave on that. And they just get shut down again. They don't have enough resiliency to kind of get through to the point.
Would you believe me if I told you I never had a Baja blast in my life?
Are you even American?
No, I live in Canada.
Oh, that's why you're a loser. Okay, so
I
Flex
just have more hair
pushing.
than you, bozo.
Yeah, Flex pushing right back off the point here. And honestly, taking full control of this one. 5 minutes. Time is running out. 6 minutes left on the clock here for Flex. And they will absolutely be moving on to round 2 unless No Mercy's push here. This is actually really good because they caught Flex backing up and they're going to get a lot of kills. But look at Deny. Deny, buddy, you're low on health. Stay on target. But there's too many of them. Stay on target. Bro, Porkins, pull up. Like, oh my goodness, he just kept running in. You see the dedication from the No Mercy players. He just kept running in there, even though he got low on health, and they just got obliterated. They may have just been trying to wipe right there, to be honest with you, to try to get their invulnerability and try to do another invulnerability push. But man, it looked a little rough. Look at the BM coming out from Cheers here, rolling around like a peach. Is crazy.
I think that's an orange.
An orange or James and the Giant Peach. Could be a peach, though. Could be an
We
orange.
need confirmation from EGS.
Yeah, it could be, like, I don't know. I watched James and the Giant Peach enough times. That kind of looks like a peach. It's a peach. People are saying it's a peach.
No, it's an orange.
Definitely an apple. Oh, that guy's American. All right, so we're waiting for No Mercy to spawn in here. They're waiting until they know they need to have a very convincing... They know they need to have a super convincing push here with invulnerability to make something happen. They're probably saving up for their Guardians as well. This has to go their way.
Yeah, this is the last push or two, and they're coming in all from Portal. Number 1,
Oh
Bubble
boy.
Ablazed.
Hold on to your butts. Here comes the No Mercy push. Look at the flank from Flex. They completely opposite engage. Hard spread. Everyone in full chaos. No Mercy doesn't know who to target. They're not sure what to do, but a lot of Flex is in the air. They don't know who to target. Mercy trying to do their best to put the damage down, but nobody's looking at the point right now. Alaro's trying to get the cap down on the point, but Flex baits out all of their invulnerability by spreading their targets perfectly on that one. It was like the Marine spread from Wings of Liberty StarCraft 2 was the best way I could explain that. Like No Mercy was a bunch of Banelings trying to roll in and Flex just hard spread, and they said pick a target, you kill them, but the rest of us will win. The hive mind was absolutely crisp from Flex right there. When they could have just taken the push, they could have backed up. They knew that that worked before too, but to flex that strategy there was so cool to see. Very, very impressive, Cretton.
What's crazy too is No Mercy had a phenomenal pincer as well.
Yeah.
They had like 3 statics hit the back line as their main ball actually collided with Flex. But as you mentioned, Flex just, I'm pretty sure the call was spread with your static, because I just saw a bunch of like 6 to 8 man groups just find their little pockets, and it was just so difficult for No Mercy to just be like, okay, well now what do we hit? Like, we just ran as a big clump. Now what do? We hit these 6 people or those 6 people? And then the moment the bubbles came off, Flex just, collapsed on top of them. And again, just macro diff is what we're seeing on this stone.
Yeah, and now we're seeing Flex basically take over the leaderboard as they've been dominant for so long that no one from No Mercy can really get much done here now. And they've had a few pushes where they basically just ran it down to try to reset as well. So the leaderboard's not exactly necessarily accurate. But I promise you, No Mercy, compositionally speaking, No Mercy is struggling here. Again, they just don't have enough of a front line to make anything happen. And this is what happens when you run a lot of damage. But their players are very good. They're picking up kills. They're getting the damage down. But they just don't have the resiliency to then win a fight and then stand on the rift. So instead, here we go with another No Mercy invulnerability push. You love to see the wave here. We'll see it from the No Mercy perspective. Look at the spread. Flex is hard backing right now. 1 static stays on the rift, but you see the rest of No Mercy actually coming from the other side, and now Flex, this is not looking very good for Flex as No Mercy gets exactly what they want. They collapse down from all sides. The Flex backline is completely exposed, and the damage comes down. The healer's panicking, trying to do what they can. Miku's trying to stay alive, keeping himself healthy right there, scrambling back, and it looks like Flex is running back in with their respawners at this point. No Mercy with a very crisp engage on that one, though. That was basically as good as it gets. And you can see they're going to get the cap off as a direct result of that. Do they have enough people on the point? Just barely they do to contest this. They are on top of the point now. So they have to know, guys, everyone get on the point right now. They're piling in. And look at that. Honestly, Gretton, look at 25 to 21. They're actually climbing right now. They're barely able to hold it. But this is where composition means so much. Tanks are very good in this close combat. Bows are very good in this close combat. Daggers with basically anything but a bow here, it's going to be a little rough, Gretton.
And that's what we're seeing here. They're just losing the battle of attrition. There's under a minute left. They need feet on the point, but unfortunately, they're just not able to stand toe-to-toe with Flex. We saw the initial engage. They got a decisive win because of the DPS heavy comp, but now with Flex respawning, they're doing their best. Don't get me wrong. No Mercy is neck and neck right now, but unfortunately with 30 seconds left, they need to like 2x or even 3x the amount of people that they have on the point compared to Flex, and they just can't do that. The front line from Flex is just too strong. The healing core from Flex is just too strong, and that really decisive push that we just saw, I wish we saw that earlier in this Boonstone, in this Riftstone fight, because it would have been so much more closer than it was now. Even though they're just, look, they're not letting up. There's 10 seconds left, and it's just, Flex is just this immovable object. I think Flex, out of all the guilds, looked the cleanest today in terms of how they fought.
Yeah, very, very clean. The decisive, they knew exactly what they had to do, and they did it. Flex will take down No Mercy. I love this Excavator Riftstone because you can have people like No Mercy, their flankers went from one spawn, and then their main ball went from the other spawn, Gretton, and we saw them. Flex tried to back up, and they backed up right into the flankers, and it was perfect for them. So, like, you see these very intricate strategies on this Riftstone. So cool to see. It looks like Miku with the most damage in the map, 1.8 million damage coming out for Flex, and you see Flex dominating the leaderboards here, but you saw how close it was in the middle of the match. We'll look and see who has the most healed, because I'll be honest, that was a little bit of a rough map for healers there. Cheersy with 2 million, 3 million on Prizzle right there. The best healer in the lobby is Prizzle at 3 million damage healed. Top tank in the lobby, 1.2 million on Deny. I don't see anyone that is higher than 1.2 million on Deny, but a great showing for both guilds on this one. Looks like it is a little bit bugged, so we can't see the individual player teams, but that's okay because we have the main one. As we come back to the caster desk here, I want to give a big shout out to everybody that signed up for the tournament. Also, AGS and the entire community management team watching from home. Thank you so much, guys. AGS gave us a shout out on social media, and then they made sure that the drop campaign very conveniently started on the same day the tournament did. So big shout out to AGS and Bojo for helping support such a big community tournament so far. This was just day one, guys. We have another day. 2 is tomorrow, and it's the rest of the first round of the tournament. If you miss anything with regards to this tournament, guys, everything will be going up on my YouTube basically the day following the critical matches, and everything will be timestamped. If you want to join one of these guilds, and I want to give a big shout out to all the guilds participating in the tournament, if you want to join one of these guilds, you need to join the War Games Discord, get in contact with their leadership. They all have roles. You should be able to find them pretty easily. I would encourage you all to make sure that your guild name is in your name in the Discord so people know who they can contact and join one of these strong guilds that has the guts. Even if you lost today, you had the guts to come out, which makes you stronger than every other guild that decided not to come out today. I also want to say a big shout out to Gretton. Gretton, well, go ahead and shout yourself out. You did an amazing job with me on the desk. One of the best shoutcasters I've ever casted with, to be honest, and I'm not surprised.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I've been shoutcasting for a little bit of time in my life, but yeah, I've been playing this game way too long. I've been probably playing this game too much. I should probably take a break. But yeah, I had a blast. Thank you for having me, Blue. Thank you, AGS, again. You guys always show the support. You always come through for content creators and for the community. Obviously, if you miss this sign up, I doubt this will be the last tournament that is held even through Blue Squadron. I mean, you guys crushed it. Chat was fun. We had good chat PvP. We had great matches today. I'm so excited for tomorrow, and I'm even more excited to see who can take it home.
Yeah, let's take a look at the instant replay from the last match, because this was such a cool thing. We hadn't seen this at all. And this is the very first push of the match, and Flex didn't really know what to do. You can see them backing up like this is really cool because they're thinking on their feet, and they kept one party on the point. So you see that Cap actually goes down in the middle of this, but No Mercy was not able to actually get away with what they wanted there. They were trying to get a flank down. They were trying to get damage down, and the engage just did not go the way that they were hoping necessarily on that one. So just a really cool attempt. Did No Mercy lose? Yes, but again, really intuitive pushes, really cool stuff to see coming out of that guild for that one. So again, big shout outs to all of our guilds that fought today. Even if you lost, thank you so much for coming out to participate in the tournament. I want to give another shout out to content creators. If anyone wants to cast, restream the broadcast, they're more than happy to do that and post it on their own YouTube with their own commentary and stuff like that. Everyone is more than happy to kind of get in on the pie. When I put on big community events like this for Black Desert community or the Throne and Liberty community, I want everybody to be able to eat. It's my thank you to the community for supporting me as much as you guys have over these past few months here. We're looking forward to day 2 tomorrow. Guys, remember there's 2 new YouTube videos every single day. So make sure you check that out. I want to give one final shout out to Lucy and Note and my other moderators who kept the chat very clean during this. Lucy was the tournament coordinator, kept everything moving super succinctly behind everything. There he is in the chat right there. 07s for Lucy, or hearts for Lucy, if you will. God bless them for keeping everything moving, and a big shout out to all the guilds for being on time, being here for your matches, taking it seriously, and having everyone ready to go. Thanks so much, everybody. We really appreciate everything. Grenton, I'll give you the choice. Who would you... Oh, somebody in the chat asked how they join Ethereum. Is the trick just to be an e-girl, or what's the deal with that?
Yeah, I don't know what game they're playing, though. You have to go find that first. But before we go hunt them down, I need to tell you thank you, obviously, Blue. This was your brainchild. This is money out of your pocket. So thank you for putting on this thing. I'm sure the community really appreciates it. Even if you're someone who doesn't, sweat the game a lot, you bring a lot of content to the game. A lot of your reactions are super popular. Like, there's literally like guild watch parties when you react to like siege VODs. So it's super fun to see. So thank you for giving a shit about the community.
I love the community so much. That's why I love putting on these big events. It's certainly not because I'm making a lot of money off of them, that's for sure. It's just so much fun to see the community come together and support each other on an event like this. It's just really fun to see them all compete with one another, because this is what it is all about in the PvP scene. As a PvPer, you just want to show everyone that you're better than everyone else. Right? And my place in the PvP scene, I'll be honest with you, I suck. All right? It's not my job to be good at the game. My job is to make sure that everyone else can demonstrate just how good their leadership core is, just how good their players are, and just how much they can frag out in a tournament like this. So we're gonna throw it over to another streamer here. Is there anyone else in the category? Chat, who would you like me to raid? That way you guys can keep getting your drops. Guys, we're going to be back tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. Central Time for the rest of round 1, guys. Gretton, are you live yet?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm raiding Gretton. It's not even a question. All right, good. Very conveniently live at this moment. We're going to throw it over to Gretton. Guys, thanks so much for all your support for the tournament. We'll see you again tomorrow for day 2. Buckle up, guys. Oh, my gosh. Oh, Gretton, you did so good.